Welcome back to the Asia League. It's now time to get down to playoffs. This is the best part of any tournament, and we get it delivered fresh with two gentlemen that I would say are rather good looking. I don't really, I don't know. Who are my co-casters for this evening? Is it Jake and Guz? Is it Guz and Dev? It's Guz and Xenox. Holy shit. I can't say that. I can't say that. I can't say that word. Jake.
Rob gave me some flack the other day about, he just puts it behind the headband.
Maybe can I do your hairstyle? Because you're doing my hairstyle. I'll do yours,
Yeah, I want to see this. Hang on.
There we go. Is that the
Wow.
Jake hairstyle? Does that work for
Yeah.
me? I have an 11 head, by the way,
Mate,
guys. I have the biggest
don't
forehead.
know.
No, this does not. I can't do that.
I have a feeling like you're about to sell me a second-hand car, but I don't know. There could be a chance that you're also meeting me for a Christmas. I'm really not sure at this point. But it is time for us to get underway with playoffs, of course. Jake, it's this is it. This is time. This is where we get to have our fun.
Yeah, and if we want to talk about how people look, Rob, you do look like you're about to hand me a CD out in the sidewalk of Las Vegas.
Hey, you want to hear my mixtape, bro?
Not really. No.
No?
I'm excited for tonight as we head into playoffs. It means we head into best of threes, and we can start to really see these teams. You know, yesterday just felt like a day that was a little bit irrelevant. Let's be honest, right? It didn't really matter. Teams were looking at it as kind of just the final stepping stone, a couple of seeding changes here or there. But now you begin your actual journey to Montreal. Must win these best of threes. Obviously, for Bleed and Elevate, they get today off, which is the benefit of finishing first and second. So, No Cap, Direwolves, Fury, and Rival, some big hitters there, Rob.
Certainly are, and I'm really excited to see how Rival Esports does in an environment where it's best of threes, Dev. I think actually for me, I know everyone has their own storylines when we come into best of threes, when we come into playoffs, but for me, there's something about Rival Esports that has really excited me over the last couple of weeks, and I feel as though this will be really their biggest test. Is what are they like in best of threes, and also what are they like against a Fury that's still trying to find their feet?
Yeah, absolutely. Rival are the odd ones out here in this bracket for obvious reasons. They're the only team in the Stage 2 playoffs that didn't make it to the Stage 1 playoffs because they weren't even in the bloody league. And now they've managed to jump over both Hasib and Knock Knock and make it here into the playoffs. And guess what? Like you said, they're going up against Fury, formerly one of, if not the second best, and at a time, the best team in Asia. But, of course, how the mighty have fallen. Rival actually already beat these guys in a BO1, which funnily enough makes for our two quarterfinals being rematches where the underdog has recently defeated the better team, or at least the historically better team. So, Rival recently got a big upset win in the BO1s over Fury, and in the Stage 1 playoffs, No Cap and Direwolves met in this exact same quarterfinal, and Direwolves won in No Cap against No Cap at the time they were called Jalida, and that was pretty much regarded as an upset at the time. So, yeah, I actually think this bracket is shaping up really as quite a tantalizing prospect. Of course, whoever does win today's matches will have their work cut out for them. Everyone is looking at Elevate and particularly Bleed to be the best teams in this region and the most likely to go to that major in Montreal.
It's going to be a very tough ask to get past both of those teams, Jake. There's no two ways about it. Their best of one form has been pretty damn... It's just been solid, just to put it lightly. And I really don't think it matters what team you go up against. You're going to have to step up to another level to get past those semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when we kind of talk about Bleed, of course, they're usually the top dog for a reason. They finished first, and that's certainly not the path of the bracket you want to be on. But Elevate, no pushover, no slouch. They've been essentially perfect this stage, Rob, because the only loss was against Bleed. So other than that, 6-0, which is a really good record for them. And even the Great Fury rosters of, yesteryears would maybe drop one here or there against other competitors, even though they would usually be, the second seed. So really does go to show that for Elevate, they're not going to be, any kind of pushover. But I do think when you look at this bracket, No Cap, Direwolves, certainly in my mind, have got the slightly higher chance of maybe upsetting an Elevate versus, say, Fury and or Rival upsetting a Bleed.
I think there's absolutely... That's the best way of putting it, and it's probably more a testament to where Bleed is at right now. It could also be a testament to where Fury's at, to be completely honest with that conversation. It just feels as though they've washed away and, well, Bleed is still out on top. Let's have a look at the predictions to see how all of the quote-unquote experts believe this will go. Now, of course, only 2 games for this evening. it seems pretty damn convincing what everyone believes. Now, again, for those that don't know, I do enjoy a good coin flip when it comes down to my predictions, but having said that, I know this sounds a little strange. I still would have gone for Rival Esports over Fury. I think the momentum they have heading into playoffs, the fact that they are the young gunners coming into the league, I think they've got something to prove. And I think Fury is shaken, Dev, but obviously you disagree with that.
Yeah, but to be honest, Rob, like as much as I locked in No Cap and Fury for my picks today, I could have just as easily gone for Direwolves and Rival. I think these are actually quite tight quarterfinals, and I think historically and in terms of like the pedigree of both teams, of course, No Cap, all those 5 players have made it to international events time and time again. They've had great achievements. We know what they're capable of, even if they are looking a little bit washed at the moment going through it. Exact same case for Fury, right? Like we know what these guys are capable of, and I think that's where maybe our bias comes in and why 5 of us, including the audience, have all gone for the same picks. But like I said, Rival are on the up, Fury is on the down, at least for now. So there is a real chance at that being an upset. And like I said already, Direwolves actually beat No Cap in a BO3 in the quarterfinals in stage 1, so it's a little bit of a shame that no one is going for them except for production. So as much as this is a one-sided graphic, like the matches really deserve a lot more credit than that.
Well, let's start to dive into this one, shall we? The first matchup we've got, the very first quarterfinal as we make our way to Montreal. No Cap, the roster that came into this stage with a little bit of a roster change. I believe it was IDFC. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
Actually, it's been a while since I've said his name. Was obviously put either on the bench or removed from the roster. And Onigiri has stepped back into this, Jake. He has started to rise in form toward the end of the stage, but still as humble as ever, saying that they've just got so much to improve on as a roster.
Yeah, they certainly do. Yesterday was quite fascinating that they won in the area that has been their weakest so far this stage, which is their entry battles. No, of course, no Knock as a team, not exactly renowned for it either. In fact, both teams yesterday in that game were bottom 2. Does still remain that way, unfortunately, for No Cap, but they found improvement in that particular area. So when I go into this particular best of 3 and I'm kind of sifting through the data and I'm looking at where can they find improvement that maybe could get them over the top of the Direwolves, it's probably that entry battle. That's where it could be really important. Direwolves themselves also not that amazing in it. So if you can bring the form that you had yesterday in terms of those entries, opening kills, it just sets you up nicely. You're not playing from behind. You've got the extra numbers. You can hit site more effectively. And that's actually one thing that is their biggest strength as a team, is getting plants down, Rob. Best in the region when it does come to actually getting the plants down. So as an attacking team, they've certainly got some really good prowess. And for them, it just comes down to how can they find improvement on defense, where they've got maybe less control in terms of what the opposition's doing. Because on attack, they're actually not too bad. They're getting these plants down. They're probably better on their entries on the attack than they are on the defense. So something to consider for this roster.
Well, I mean, if they tidy that up and kind of come more in line with the rest of, I'd pretty much just say the meta, they could be a really scary roster, especially in best of 3s, where Onigiri, again, has doubled down in his comments and said best of 3s is where this roster is going to do more work. We go against them with the Direwolves green here, Dev. Obviously, probably a little bit more of a disappointing stage in regards to what we've seen from them, but they've still had positive results. It's not like it's just been a total onslaught.
Yeah, look, honestly, I want to give Direwolves some credit here, considering that stage 1 was pretty rough for them and they had quite a star player at the time in Joe Gore, and now they've made some roster changes. They brought Harambe back in, and of course, we've talked a lot, as much as I don't want to rag on him, we talked a lot about how he's not performing the best at the moment. He's got barely a 0.5 KD at the moment, less than 50% KOST, really rough stats. He was formerly the coach of this roster. A long time ago, he was a player. He's back on the sticks now, and yes, this roster maybe doesn't have as much firepower as the rest of the league, but it does impress us with the consistency that we have seen from every now and then a pretty big win. I mean, kicking it off in the first day, they got absolutely slapped 7-1 by Fury, and from that point forward, we thought, okay, maybe there's not really going to be much of a fight in it for these guys, but then we saw them go toe-to-toe with teams like Elevate. They took it to 12 rounds, or with Fury, they took it to 12, sorry, not Fury, I can't remember which team, but they've had a lot of close games, and I think that Direwolves, as a result, like they've improved compared to stage 1, despite having, in theory, a roster downgrade. And so I wouldn't put it past them to fire up and actually maybe give us a little bit of a surprise here in playoffs.
I think they could. I think that there could potentially be realms of a potential upset. Obviously, that is we're a very long way away from that discussion because I still think on paper, when you look at the rosters, it just feels like No Cap have a lot more momentum coming into this. They also just have a lot more firepower, experience. Nearly every category that you look at, they will be more superior in. So I'm excited to see how this does pan out. You know, you kind of got the younger guard in Direwolves versus the long-standing members of No Cap. We've seen this roster through and through for the last 3 years almost. Jake, on what side of the coin do you fall? I know, I think I already know what you're going to say, but I like to tease it out of you. What have you got for me?
Well, I mean, I think in terms of the basics, this graphic really does highlight the fact that No Cap are just that little bit better on attack, that little bit better on defense. And honestly, those stats are actually quite damning for a Direwolves roster that have been able to make playoffs. To be, you know, sub 50 in both attack and defense is really not great. And at the end of the day, they finished 6th, Rob. So they're not exactly the, you know, standout team. They've kind of just been at least just better than the South Asia teams, and that's really about it. You know, -8 round differential, only worst team in the playoffs is Rival in that regard. So there is certainly a discrepancy. There is certainly a gap, and you can clearly see that with this graphic. Sure, EPS cost, I don't think highlights how big the gap is, but the attacking win rate and defensive win rate absolutely does. And considering No Cap, you know, the attacking win rate discrepancy, their ability to get plants down, I just don't think Direwolves are going to be able to handle them.
All right, well, let's go into the vetoes and start to have a look at the potential maps we're going to see. Early Clubhouse ban. Very happy to see that, if I'm being completely honest. I'm sick of seeing Clubhouse. But as we start to go through it, we will inevitably see a lair ban as well, which No Cap still to this day have not banned out of any of the veto systems. Kafe to kickstart here, Dev, with Direwolves on defense.
Yeah, and then the Nighthaven pick comes out. So I'll just jump on that Nighthaven pick first because we're probably going to talk a lot more about Kafe. It is our first map. But in terms of the Nighthaven one, we actually already saw these guys play on Nighthaven just a couple of play days ago, and No Cap won 7-5. So we're seeing the trend of the team that loses a recent matchup going back and wanting to rematch on that same map because they know exactly what they did wrong. And I really respect that from Direwolves. I think it's exactly what happened in the Bleed versus Fury game. Fury have recently beat Bleed on Clubhouse, and so, of course, they went back there and Bleed got the better of them this time around. As for Kafe, I just have far less information for No Cap. This is one that they have, for the most part, hidden. We haven't seen them play it in the league so far. They played it in the qualifiers and won it over some lesser-known teams. But, yeah, in terms of most recent history, it's a bit of a dark horse map for me, which, to be honest, is pretty exciting. And rounding us off on Chalet, a map that we've actually seen No Cap play a couple of times, some wins, some losses, and for Direwolves we haven't seen it yet. So again, I think this is going to be hopefully a 3-mapper. That's what I'm vibing out of these, but it will depend on how much Direwolves have countered going into that map 2 on Nighthaven.
I find it really interesting that we've seen Direwolves ban out Bank when we've got a little bit more from both teams on that map rather than Chalet, where we just have a little bit more of an unknown, I guess. I'm keen to see what they've got in terms of, I guess, some cooked up strats, potentially. Now, just a reminder, you did not see attacking or defensive side start. It is a coin flip once we get to that map, if we get to that map, which is the very big discussion. Jake, we're going to Kafe first here. I mean, you know, I think I probably speak for myself when I'm a little bit concerned for how this one's going to pan out, just if I'm being totally honest, because I don't think Direwolves have enough legs in this race, but we'll have to wait and see. I actually believe, yes, that is correct. The game is ready. I won't hold you any longer. Gentlemen, enjoy the game.
Yeah, where's Guzzy Wuzzy? There he is.
I just popped in.
He just popped in. He's just popped out of nowhere. Thank you, Rob and James. And yeah, look, big quarterfinal. I think these two teams, I want to almost say somewhat evenly matched, but we saw the stats, guys. And honestly, it's not good viewing if you're a Direwolf fan. I'm not honestly all that impressed in terms of the map veto situation either. I don't know about Labs. It's been an iffy one in Asia, about that 50% mark. Unfortunately, we know in other regions, of course, a little bit more defender-sided, but Direwolves can't defend on it. It's twice now that they've not been able to defend on Labs, and for them to pick it is a ballsy call.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not a whole lot in this particular matchup that makes an inspiring case for Direwolves, unfortunately, and NoCap continue to improve seemingly from week to week, play day to play day as well, and heading into playoffs. A team with so much experience, I think, rightly go in as favourites, but it is playoffs and anything can happen.
So, as we head into Kafe first, of course, it will be the map that NoCap have selected. Not a whole lot of information when it does come to Kafe for Asia. This stage, guys, only picked once, which is equal with Lair and Border. It's been heavily Clubhouse favored. The Asia League has been heavily. And in fact, then the second pick is Labs, and we get that here. Chalet, bit quiet, a map that we typically see, but not so much this stage. So I'm curious to see if we do get to the deciding map. From here on out, though, it is do or die for these teams. The long trip, the long journey to Montreal, not just talking about flight times, Michael, but also talking about the fact there's a lot of best of threes that need to be won. Quarterfinal, into a semi-final, into a grand final. It starts now as NoCap and Direwolves go toe-to-toe into Kafe.
So the Blitz Monty combination off the board continues to be rather prevalent on a global level. Monty certainly has a much higher ban rate, but the Blitz not really exempt from being banned in many of these occasions as well. And so that should free up the defense to maybe be a little bit more aggressive than they otherwise would be allowed with the shields up. Valkyrie to follow through, and on a map like Kafe with a lot of vertical opportunities, that's a very reasonable ban defensively. And that will likely be followed up with Mirror. And right on cue, there is the Mirror as well. So nothing standing out as being crazy in this 2024 Stage 2 meta.
It's 3 of the top 4 in terms of overall presence, guys, actually. I think you might have slightly touched on it there with the Montang, but all 3 of the Valkyrie, the Mirror, the Montang, and in terms of what presence means, it means, you know, either banned or selected. So the Blitz, the only other one, and it's not really a surprised to see kind of the double shield ban, considering how prevalent the shield operators have been. Most banned operators this league have been Montang and Valkyrie. Mirror closing out a top 5. That does also include Ying and Tuberau. Well, it's actually 6th. So, yeah, as you said, I think very default kind of bans coming in for this. Nothing too special where we're seeing like a super hard target ban. It's just the way that the meta kind of is right now. There's just too many strong operators that you kind of need to take off the board. A little bit of eyes on Harambe, who has certainly struggled in the opening stage. One of the lower rated players for EPS. Bin as well in his debut stage certainly hasn't been able to find the success he would have liked. Is it all going to be up to the likes of Pika, Seal, Souffle to get Direwolves into a semi-final? As for NoCap, Onigiri continues to return to his best form, and as a team, they are all collectively strong. And certainly the favourite of the 2 teams in this best-of-3 matchup.
Yeah, so quite an aggressive opening lineup here from the attack. The Glaz and the Sense combo is one that teams have dabbled in from time to time. Very mixed success, very volatile. You need to get a lot of value from the Glaz and those Sense walls. Glaz can be quite mobile behind the walls, but allows for rather aggressive plays, and I'm assuming that the play here for NoCap is going to be to utilize that for the bakery clear. And that will make it a little bit challenging for the defense. There is no Warden on the board to hard counter that. And so whoever is going to be playing bakery, and it looks like it's Seal on the Aruni, is going to be tasked with quite a challenge here. There is the wall. Onigiri peek. Flames go out, the punch goes deep with the shield, and Onigiri able to collect the kill off the back of that pressure. That's a really good clear from the attack.
Yeah, I mean, NoCap certainly have got the prominence within them to attack. They bring the Glaz Sense combo, and certainly some success in getting bakery control. Yellow ping, easy info on where Pika is holding. And Mr. Punch able to swing around with the pistol, find the kill as the fused shield somewhat emulating the blitz that was banned out by Direwolves. Mark will get the plant inside, and again, highlighted it in the pre-show discussion, Guz, and feels good when you kind of do the research of another plant for NoCap, the best team in the league for getting those plants down. Flawless round to kickstart really the whole way through. No real defense offered up by Direwolves, and again, it does kind of then go back to the pre-show graphic where their defensive win rate is not that great, and even on maps like Kafe, if you're giving up these kind of rounds on these kind of sites, it is not going to bode well for you.
Yeah, a bit of a concerning start for Divers. On the flip side, though, for No Cap, very clinical, clear there, very set play strategy in that particular round of the back of the sense. And the Glaz, I personally overlooked the value of the Fuse Shield there, but it certainly helped in facilitating pressure. And it is a fallback strategy when you see both the Monty and the Blitz taken off the board. Some teams are that desperate, or that willing, I suppose, to force the shield into their composition that the Fuse fallback and provide value. We saw it on the bakery clear, and that then began the cascade effect for the rest of the defense, which fell apart. So good stuff for No Cap, as you mentioned as well. A plant on board, which is rather rare in this matter. 31% though is a very strong number. And so we'll see if that trend does continue. Really enough, I was avoiding top 4 here on the second round instead of letting go 3.
Yeah, I don't know if that's personal preference, but also at the same time, Bar Cocktail, while teams do like to maybe prioritize it in terms of the order, doesn't always necessarily have the same stats as, say, like a Reading and Fireplace. So no one was able to get a single kill for Direwolves. Of course, a flawless round start for No Cap. A little bit disappointing for them, collectively. The other thing as well with these kind of matches as well, these kind of best of threes, talk about perfect preparation then going into a semi-final against Elevate for the winner of this series. If No Cap win this 2-0, look good, build form. I tell you what, that semi-final is going to be an absolute banger. The old Elevate v the new. A spot in the grand final. Long way to go here. Direwolves wanting to, of course, find some form at the right time and spoil that party. Nagiri in through shot, looking for a top floor clear. No surprise, there is a hold over towards Cocktail. And even in towards Backstore as well. Bin holding on the castle, so some clearing to do for No Cap. And clearing they will. Nagiri straight in. Easy pressure and deals with the one might. Harambe will fall elsewhere. Bin tries to recover the position in towards Cocktail, but drops the hatch, gives it up. 2 players gone for Direwolves, and a really lovely clear from No Cap.
Yeah, again, just systematically breaking down this defense.
Nagiri's in sight.
Yeah.
Maybe a little over-aggressive there, but didn't matter. Scatman was able to still get the trade on to Bin. Last one, White Stairs, DCH. We'll put him to bed early. Happy days for No Cap. 2-0 to start here on Kafe. It is, of course, their map pick. An attack side start like this for No Cap sets the tone early.
Yeah, they're wiping the floor here a little bit. Feels like this has set the stage for quite a dominant opening map. Labs should be a bit of a different story on pure map veto theory, but again, as you sort of mentioned, it also hasn't been an amazing map for Dials, despite being their highest preference. Their record there is a little bit questionable. But, yeah.
Well,
No Cap
8-6 against Hasib, where they only got 3 defensive rounds on a map like Labs, doesn't give me much hope. And the fact that they also had lost it to this very team in No Cap not too long ago, just last week, 7-5, again struggling on defense.
I can only suppose that they've gone into this week with the goal of hard Counter-Strike with this completed over on Labs. Cafe is a bit of a throwaway in the veto. Chalet, I suppose, then is a point of reference. 4th highest preference map rivals, but for No Cap 6. That's not a particularly well-favored map for either roster. Purely based on just Cafe in its bubble right now, No Cap well and truly dominating the opening portion of this match. On attack, they're really strong. They're bringing quite a varied composition as well to count this particular round. So they're looking quite flexible here on Cafe and ready to dabble into different ideas. So the Deimos here for the 3rd round rather reappears again as well. That could be used to help clear the ADS devices, for instance. And the Deimos to hunt down those in the room.
Yeah, Mark kind of flicking between the Habana or the Ace, depending on site dependency. Amos comes out for the first time.
Surveying for hosp.
Arguably the first real change up in terms of the defensive lineup as well for Direwolves. Yeah, Pulse, the Warden. Haven't seen that from them so far. It's DCH that will find the opening kill. 3 in a row now for No Cap. And with those 3 kills, I'm almost certain they've actually now overtaken Direwolves for entries. So just like that from bottom 2. And then above the Direwolves. And the weakest part of the game for NoCap throughout the regular stage, they've actually improved on it. Final play day, now to start the playoffs. They're still getting plants, they're still doing well on attack. They are building some really solid form heading into these playoffs and continuing. Deathmark out from DCH, looking to track maybe Harambe. Cancels it. And now recommits it. So Harambe being tracked. Bin though finds a nice kill on White Stairs and does deal with the repelling DCH. Little trade. Suddenly now 3v3. Most winnable around has now been for Direwolves, but Mark looking to encroach upon the site in towards Cocktail and get the plant down. Scatman loses his life. Double from Bin as Mr. Punch of the repel and eventually loses his life as well to Souffle. Direwolves are on the board. Certainly a scrappy affair. Shots ringing out. Not structured siege, not really ultra methodical, but they were able to get some really good kills, and Bin especially stood up in that round.
Yeah, the pacing of these rounds is rather aggressive, and NoCap is setting that tone, pretty heavily relying on the repel game there in the previous round. It didn't quite work out. Direwolves were able to unlock a lot of these positions. It was a 4 versus 5. We saw, yeah, the plant attempt here from Mark was incredibly aggressive, and I don't think the coverage was really well placed there to prevent the retake attempt or the denial from the defense. So I think NoCap in that last round maybe just pulling the trigger on the plan a little bit too early proved to be rather costly. But credit to Direwolves, much better round from them, and being able to sort of rise, I think, to the pressure and the tempo that NoCap are looking to set.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left before insertion.
A good to get one on the board though, and also individually for Bin to find 4 kills. A significant round for him. There was certainly some eyes on his debut season, and while it hasn't gone as expected, still enough time to make your mark and make your moment here in the playoffs. Direwolves on the board. Just a slight dent into this momentum of NoCap after winning Bar Cocktail. We now head back down to Kitchen. What we second attempt. Last time out though, it was more of a, well, strange looking lineup where they brought the Sentry, the Vigil, the Aruni, the Goyo. Well, it's completely different now. A more conventional looking lineup. And they can really bunker down sight. Certainly get NoCap to work. Last time it was way too easy. Onigiri has been good on these entries so far, 2 from 3 for him. Been showing presence, red stairs, just to be a nuisance, but not gonna overcommit.
Yeah, Onigiri's looked rather threatening throughout this game so far. He's himself as the stages progress. Been looking to aggress more and more through the early round and phase, apply pressure and try to find picks where possible. NoCap as a team, though, have been able to achieve that here in the 4th round, control up above, and that will allow the Buck and the Ram to get to work. Establish vert down below in towards Kitchen, trying to force the defenders offside, which you can sort of see here, visualized on the overhead. It really is just Pika on the objective. The rest of the defense is spread elsewhere. Bin, though, able to find the first. That pick over towards coat check. So Scatman, I suppose, overtaking the main door. Either way, it does put the rest of the attack now at a man disadvantage. I'll have to play this final portion of the execute rather flawlessly. VIP is still occupied as well, and the smoke canisters from VIP are stalling out this push.
Heavy emphasis right now on the potential hatch drop now for NoCap. Doesn't always bode well. Still 2 gas babes as well for Harambe. Silent drop from Onigiri. Now to rush through, but he loses his life immediately. Good little pop-up in position from Pika. Only 2 up at the moment now for NoCap. Mr. Punch did get that kill, that trade, but while he has position of the bomb chassis, really no time to go for that plant initially. Moves away. Can this get stuck down? Yokai on the way from Souffle, zooming on over, and it will just get there in time to deny. Vaults over, denied though from Bin Bin. Another kill for Mr. Punch, who goes for the replant. Mark needs to be able to watch this one now. No more Yokai. He lost the battle against Seal. Plant unsuccessful. Direwolves 2 in a row.
Yeah, clean work there. Able to get that open pick, and then stalling out the rest of the push was pretty clean there from the defense. And so a match that felt like it was unraveling after the tempo set in the first couple of rounds. Divers have been able to bite back in this game, which is certainly good to see. I'd be interested to have a look at maybe the defensive win rate here over on Kafe. So if you give me a moment, I will
Defenders, protect your
pull
bombs
that
from
up.
being defused by attackers.
Because the expectation would be that Divers defensively here, at least 3 would set them up quite nicely. Now, Kafe hasn't been played, it's only been played the once in Asia, so I can't really take much from it. It was a 50-50 split.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
One more round for Divers here would be a pretty good result, especially considering how the match started out.
10 seconds to go.
Well, a good response for Direwolves though, guys, because I'm going to be honest, the opening 2 rounds looked very, very convincing for No Cap. 2 attacking rounds on the board early and
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
incredibly dominant. Direwolves really lacked any kind of firepower. Gave up 2 opening deaths super early. Inbin also finding an opening kill in that 4th round has also changed that tide too. So Direwolves just fighting back nicely here. And the map pick of No Cap in this best of 3. Mr. Punch having an excellent game at the moment. 6 kills to his name. I do think, though, if you're No Cap, do you maybe just think about the overzealousness of the attacks at time. The way that Onigiri tries to push forward in that last round out of freeze. You hadn't cleared out the Azami. There's no due diligence done. It's kind of just, you know, full steam ahead. And while that worked in the opening 2 rounds, Direwolves look a little bit more prepared now.
Soon playing on Onigiri looking to trade blows over towards the train. See if they can lurk down below, play Nitro Cell as No Cap looked to clear from above. Maestro as well in play this round, and so that should feed additional information to the defense. And again, may be used to help facilitate Nitro play from down below, although it is just the one left for Souffle. Harambe over towards Pixel, yet to find a kill in this game. Trying to find some form here in the playoffs. As No Cap util clear lounge. Harambe has been forced back. No, he's still prone.
He's done it again. I'm sorry, but 2 rounds now. Onigiri has been able to just push forward, but he's not clearing things properly. He's going a little too aggressive. I mentioned it as well, because to you, he started this round. Do you think that's an issue? Well, ultimately, he just rushes forward, doesn't clear out Pixel. And it's going to find them 1.5, really, with DCH on the floor. Could get brought back up. Not dead to rights yet. Indeed, Mark will make his way over, and they did get the trade. So, advantage temporarily to No Cap. Bin Bin wanting to get aggressive. Lodge Drone has done its job in hacking that EPC, and Bin Bin will drop Pillar down over towards 90, and the Master Camp being a little bit of a nuisance. He's trying to just see if he can do something from below. 30 seconds, though. Not a lot of time remaining.
Yeah, not a ton of time here for the attack, so any mistakes will be punished. Mark then to proceed over towards the default plant position, and Mr. Punch to play coverage. Like over towards Philip denied. Can't stop him. Mr. Punch 3rd in the round to land. And now it's left all up to Pika. 1 versus 3. Good collapse in the end there from No Cap after a bit of a sloppy start over towards Pixel.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be able to have at least 1 Nitro Cell there at the end of that round to try and stop the reading default plant position. And if you don't have said utility, then you need to put yourself in better positions to deny it. Yeah, they did a decent job of, you know, kind of blocking over on the hallway side, but there was no real pressure towards default. The pillar drop in towards reading, and I mean, yes, they technically didn't have the numbers, and super unfortunate that Harambe couldn't get the finalized kill onto DCH. Had he done so, really would have made this end of round a little bit easier. As soon as that plant, though, is successful, the round is far and away lost for Dire Wolves, and continues a really solid trend, though, for No Cap, where, again, they're able to get these plants down successfully. That's now... what's that, like 3 of 5 rounds? That's a pretty good strike rate, guys. On Kafe as well. Again, it really does sort of highlight No Cap just have this ability to get the plant down. But, yeah, I mean, again, bringing it back to Onigiri at the start of that round, well, I understand you want to be the entrant, you want to push forward, you want to clear these guys out quicker so they don't fall back. It just doesn't check Pixel, and it's a free kill for Harambe, who has been struggling. So, I wouldn't mind seeing Onigiri just get out of 6th gear and go down to 5th gear instead. Slow it down a little.
Yeah, if he wants to push forward so aggressively, probably needs a bit of intel. So someone needs to be putting their hand up and droning ahead for the team.
Yeah, I mean, if he's feeling it, and he's saying, guys, like, I'm hot right now, like, just get him a live drone. And then if that's a live drone through Pixel at that moment, he probably gets the kill. But it's been an intriguing first half, though. You know, like, let's talk about some little momentum swings. The opening 2 rounds for No Cap came absolutely firing out of the blocks, but then the response from Direwolves, I don't know if this is harsh to say, but I almost wasn't expecting it, guys. I almost kind of felt like it was going to be a total beatdown, but they responded well. And then to that, we get this kind of 5th round that proverbially, you know, is kind of neutral, right? Both teams 2-2, intriguing start. Harambe gets the kill onto Onigiri, and then it all comes kind of crumbling down for Direwolves. So, look, it's been a fun half for what Kafe can typically offer as a map. You know, 3 attacking rounds for No Cap. Direwolves have been competitive. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I believe we are in the midst of a technical pause at the moment, so unfortunately we are going to have a rehost. That means that we're going to throw you guys to a break. Don't go too far, we'll be back in just a moment.
We return from the rehost, which does wipe our wonderful KDs, unfortunately, but back into the game. 3-2 lead for No Cap. As Direwolves, I think at the very least, guys, are going to require this bar cocktail round. 3-3 half puts them in a better position, clearly going into the second half. No Cap's been the better team, but the margin hasn't felt that significant.
No, certainly. There's been, pretty strange momentum shifts throughout this match. No Cap came out of the gates incredibly strong. And I was getting quite scared for a very one-sided map and potentially series, but Divers have been able to capitalize on the moments here. Although a 2-round half for them on defense doesn't pitch a particularly favorable storyline for them. So the aim here must be 3. And it's top floor for the final round and a half. We're going to continue to see No Cap lean back onto the Deimos and the Brava. Last time out on this side, they've looked to try and play over towards Cocktail quite early on into the round. Played a very heavy repel game as a means to try and hold crosses and deny plant denial. And they left a couple of positions out of sight, out of mind, and it proved quite costly. So we'll see what their approach is this time around, whether or not it's a bit more of a traditional take with hatches open, drop red, pixel, or do they maybe double down this time and look to manipulate Cocktail? Based on where they're initially positioned and where their drones are being sent out, it does look like it will be a push in through shop and lounge. There to greet them though is Harambo, who's had a pretty good game so far, and a belt of utility such as those castle barricades as well.
Like how you say, Harambo's had a pretty good game when he's 1-3. Maybe that's just the stage he's been having this season. Hasn't quite been amazing, and well, on cue, guys, on cue. He loses his life to Onigiri. Onigiri's entry stats over really the last 24 hours are looking quite immense as he continues to just build and build on his form heading into these playoffs. Unfortunate for Direwolves, once again, they find themselves a player down early on pressure. Souffle holds this pixel position, still with the deployable shield. Oh, Onigiri! And he's quick to adjust with the ADS, and Bin, well, he's put out on the side of the curb on a Monday night. And he will be going to the trash heap.
Yeah, he got slammed on that fight. Pika now in a very aggressive position. Should be traded. Trigger discipline. Good for 1. And able to find a second as well. Oh, he finds all 3. Are you kidding me with the suppressor UMP? Peak has brought them out back here. Eventually, is traded as he falls into the line of sight of Scatman in that skylight position. And so Seal now 49 HP. 2 more to find.
Jeez, I mean, they're actually going to double drop red though, and he should have this information if he heard the sound cue. Oh, the timing. He's looking at 1. No, he couldn't get him. Oh, that was a little bit messy to close the round out, and even a wry smile from Onigiri from most of the team, but they will take 4 attacking rounds here on Kafe. Great trigger discipline from Pika. I was going to say I haven't seen better myself, but I still recall a wonderful Friday night on Border from the Robert J. Monday many a time ago where he got a 4K, clutched up and won the round.
Different stakes though. I think that was for bronze elo, whereas this is for a spot at the major, so a little bit different.
Some people like their steaks rare, medium rare, others overcooked. I like mine with a bit of Rob Day Monday special sauce on them.
What?
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I don't know what to make of that. Especially after Onigiri's comments last night, my mind has been distorted.
Yeah.
Moving forward though, round 7.
Yeah, no, move forward into this second half where No Cap are very much now primed, I think, to kind of take this one out. It is their map pick, so the expectation was always for them to do well.
10 seconds.
Really, really solid attacking half, though. And I think it really continues to compound for Direwolves just their inability to defend guys. We know that on Labs, which a map is just like Cafe, you can defend well on. They have also struggled there, despite picking it. So I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit cautious for them. It's just a freebie.
Reloading. Fired a little bit too soon. Plus G from Scatman, unable to land that shot. And look, it may be a case of No Cap here. will look to play very aggressive on the fringe. Look to contest repels as much as possible. Go for spawn picks in the early phase of these rounds as well to maybe give themselves the advantage. There's the lineup here for Rivals. We're going to see the Capital for the graphical, the clearance. And interestingly, the Flores as well will be brought in. I'm assuming that's in response to the Azami, the operator with the highest presence percentage at the moment, actually, globally, 77.3%. Very frequently kept. Even after being nerfed several times now at this point, the Azami continues to be a popular pick.
Yeah, I actually don't know what more you could realistically do, because it's, like, it's one of those operators that it's either going to go bin tier, we're never going to see it, or it's just too strong when we see it firing away too much.
Oh.
Third highest presence in Asia as Bin gets the opening kill onto Mark. There's a swift follow-up from Seal onto Mr. Punch. Oh, nice little tap though from DCH with the run out from Bake, and Souffle will lose his life. That's a very timely kill for No Cap. Just was when it felt like maybe their defense was being picked apart. Harambe on the Capital with the diffuser. Thought about maybe putting pressure in towards Bake. Will think better of it. Rotates back up above. Could go back in towards, say, mining. And it left on the clock for the opening round of the second half. Of course, Bin on 1 HP. Guys, while it's 4v3, he is not exactly fit to fight for long.
No, certainly not. Puts him in a very precarious position, especially with the Legion on the board as well. Nitro Souls will have an additional layer of threat as well. And so for Bin, it's about extracting as much value as he can in terms of info gathering, although both of his drones have been taken down. Now he can just look to maybe try and play the backline or get traded. Doesn't really do either. Good kill from Scatman. 20 seconds now on the clock for the rest of the attack to scramble.
Wait, Harambe, is he playing the Skylight? But he's got kit, so like he needs to get moving as well. Oh, and he almost lost his life. Never mind, he has lost his life. Well, that's the game. Unless Direwolves can kill all 3 players. There's 1, 2 to go, but they've lost Seal. Pika needs to get the double kill. Can't get the diffuser. It's stuck on the roof. Horrible misplay from Direwolves. Guys, talk us through it. Where it all went wrong.
Well, yeah, having diffuser on roof so late into the round, whilst not absolutely disastrous, it had to be in anticipation for a set play where Harambe could more than likely be allowed to drop. They had to try and facilitate a calculated play there. Contesting that fight was not the play. Losing diffuser was... Oh, did we get the attack in time? Oh, that's clutch from the observers. Can we just take a moment to thank the observers for actually getting that attack in time? That's called very, very late. But yeah, back to that play. Contesting from Skylight was certainly not the play with kit in hand there. And as you mentioned, it meant that very quickly the round condition from Direwolves went from, oh, let's lean into like the Capital, maybe dropping and going for a bit of an off-meta plant to, oh, we need to now quickly kill everyone and we have limited info. So very quickly shifted the needle towards No Cap, who were able to clean up that.
Yeah, Harambe. I don't like. You could have honestly dropped kit like top red, because he would have had to drop top red anyway, Gus. So at the very least, it's there and it becomes somewhat more salvageable if he really does need to go to Skylight and use those as asphyxiating bolts or use the smokes. But to then peek it, like he puts the bolts out first and then peeks the Skylight when he has kit. And yeah, it ends up changing. That was 0.001 seconds on the clock there. Well done by our... is that observers? Admins?
I think that was Sky. I think that was Sky. I don't know. I haven't seen his mechanics that good for a while though, so maybe it wasn't. But I'm told it is Sky, but I don't believe it. Either way though, off the back of that tactical timeout, Divers really need to try to piece something together here. I can't help but feel that the way in which especially they lost that last round is not going to do a whole lot of great for their mental, and that's where they really need to show a bit of resilience here in this half. It's going to be tough. It's not their map pick, but if they can try and show something over the next couple of rounds, they might be able to continue this fight.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Harambe now 1 and 5, Guz. Really struggling in this matchup. Bin, though, on the other hand, has been playing far and away better than what we typically see from him. Onigiri. Positive. Mr. Punch is positive. Scatman, DCH. A little bit of a misstep on the angle, though, by Mr. Punch.
Okay.
Eventually does lose his life to Souffle. Freebie goes the way of Direwolves.
I mean, they both misplayed that. Souffle was just lucky enough to have the superior angle. And so it does mean they have the opening kill. They've cleared the Vigil as well, which will be certainly welcomed. The entirety of the defense is now on first floor. So with the Buck and the Ram in play here from Direwolves, that's a big win con for them in being able to free up that vertical control and pressure. If I'm them, I'd be looking to really look to flush out and pressure the objective, and then ensure that those in positions to maybe retake or flank aren't able to do so. Mark looks a little bit threatening over towards VIP. Here's just one example.
How can Direwolves utilize this player advantage that they've got here? Putting as much pressure as they can onto this first floor. Bin almost looking like he wants to go for the drop. Couple of flashes. His heat throw is also a frag grenade. Flash, though, ultimately to deal with. Scatman sits primed and ready for the eventual drop in towards Freezer. Seal trying to find an angle. Just temporarily, Direwolves, though, move away. And try and see if they can find multiple avenues to hit site. Still got some drones that they can continue to utilize. Is there going to be any counter pressure, though, from NoCap? Right now, everyone's just kind of sitting on site, playing their positions.
Yeah, the clash here, as the round goes on, is only going to become more powerful, so Elves are taking a lot of time here and need to be clinical.
Onigiri does get one. Harambe losing his life yet again as DCH followed up immediately. Onigiri, though, does lose his life to Pika, making his way down the main corridor and a second to follow. The clash not as easy to just shoot at, though. From above, DCH with a retake attempt. Couldn't get the kill on to Souffle. Trying to play off of the information from the clash as Pika and Bin combine to find the last 2 kills in the round. And Direwolves will continue to extend this game of Kafe.
Well, he went for the 360 there, and I'm pretty sure there was only about a second and a half on the clock, right? Clash they should have been playing for time. I suppose there could have been a plant reattempt in that time, though, so the clock was potentially irrelevant. The pressure from up above as well, unable to net a kill. Again, proving to be costly, and then the Deimos able to respond. So time was so close to being the biggest enemy for Giles in that round. 3v3, 10 seconds on the clock. DCH was able to retake up above. He doesn't get this kill here, though, onto Souffle. If he was able to drop it yet, it'd be quite a different story. Yeah, 2 seconds on the clock. Clash goes for the 180. As I said, the plan probably would have been going down either way. So, yeah, decent clear there. Some divers and a good response off the back of the attack.
Well, it's going to take a lot more of those kind of rounds from Direwolves if they're going to bring back Kafe after giving up a 5-2 lead. I would imagine NoCap on defense won't make too many mistakes.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Of course, they effectively played without Mr. Punch for that round after the issue towards Light Stairs earlier on. 0-3 actually since the rehost for both himself and Mark. Dynamic duo. At one point, Mr. Punch had started off at 9-2, Guz. He's now 9-5.
So then can NoCap get themselves onto a potential match point here in the 9th round. They're leaning into the pulse here and double nitro cell. So they'll look to gather information on the initial part of this round. Scatman currently positioned over towards reading / laundry, and so if they go for a cocktail centric clear, he's in a position to call that, and equally gaining no information will indicate that it's a top red stairs drop. which I think is ultimately what the attack will probably go for. Such EMPs are being deployed. And so Graham taking now over towards John. Mark contesting with a long line of sight, magnified MP5. Flores drone to try and disrupt that, but Onigiri also playing up close. Divers have to try and break into the rough.
Seal just trying to hope and wait that Mark will peak. Indeed, he does. So the biggest weakness of this no-cap roster now coming to the foray, guys. I hate to say it, but it's now 5 of the last 6 rounds.
Oh, that's
Opening
massive.
kills have gone the way of Direwolves, but indeed, you are correct. A double kill Nitro from Scatman is quite large. Just when it felt like another round was maybe going to go the way of Direwolves, we're suddenly back to all square. 60 seconds left. The chances a foot was spotted there by Souffle, but doesn't shoot, doesn't feel the chance was really there. Still some pressure from above, despite that Nitrocell, but all eyes now will turn to where this plant will go down. Scatman has really no pressure at all. He's still on that pulse. Drop down from Souffle. Is this going to be heard? The barbed wire. Scatman was close by. Should still be somewhat close.
I mean, this is like
One below.
here.
Yeah, easy kill. Scatman went for the contest. He was indeed close. Playing default. Lost his life, though. Souffle expecting the flank from Mr. Punch. Nicely done from Souffle, who gets all 3 of the kills all by himself as they essentially just charged at him, guys. Individually, one by one, and they all fell. Easy does it for Souffle. 5-4. And yet, suddenly, things falling apart for No Cap. Again, 5 of the last 6 rounds, they have given up the opening kills.
Yeah, the opening kills hasn't been great. Souffle there, certainly the hero maker, hero playmaker for Direwolves. Probably a bit more of a reflection of the team's inability to cover both the flank and then the planted up potential from the last remaining player of No Cap. Souffle probably should have been covered, but still he had the presence of mind and then mechanical ability to go for those kills and was successful. And that clinical nature that we saw in the first half, the first couple of rounds certainly from No Cap, hasn't transitioned as well here defensively. We saw the overpeak initially top floor. Great double Nitro in response, and this was what got No Cap back into the round. But then the Nitro for the Kaid was quite wasteful, and then the plant denial attempts with bodies having to be thrown and that Nitro not being pocketed still by DCH made things quite challenging. They could get that line of sight as Souffle was able to find each player as they picked.
Well, it just gets a little bit interesting again. But at no point in this game have Direwolves been able to get 3 rounds in a row. That is a feat that No Cap have been able to accomplish when they went 5-2 up. So to tie it all up, Direwolves will need 3 attacking rounds in a row. What's been largely 50-50 on this Kafe. Bar cocktail we go. And need to find a way to get Mark and Mr. Punch into the game, guys. As great as Mr. Punch started at 9-2, he's now 9-6. Mark overall is now 2-6. Really struggling. The only player on the team that is negative. 0-2 on the entries. And yeah, that entry battle now is in favor of Direwolves. So the weakness of No Cap coming back to kind of haunt them. And it just puts you on the back foot. You're just down a player. And especially when you're on defense and you're losing players early in these rounds. If Direwolves have got these kind of like consistent 5v4 rounds, so much more room to breathe, maneuver, take space around the map. No Cap can't cover all of the angles. It's just far more difficult. There is certainly a way forward here for Direwolves.
So the Flores is again going to see an appearance here, and there is a lot of utility, especially info gathering utility, that the Flores can try to counter. Equally though, the Maestro can actually cut down at this drone economy, and I think that's why we're seeing them placed rather aggressively by Scatman. This is going to be a really interesting little moment here if Souffle is able to hack this camera or not. And he has been able to quick peek that around the corner, stay within range, and so that made pretty easy work of the first camera and the DPC to follow. Oh, maybe not. Was able to be stalled out. Let's see if they will try
this one
again
might
with
get
his
it, though.
second. And that one wasn't stalled out by the BPC. So really good work.
Oh, he's going to get this one as well.
He's got a lot of value.
Oh, yeah. Well, the clutch drone has certainly been valuable for Direwolves. You got to play off it though. Scatman does get an opening kill. Okay, you turn the tide there. That's a good start for No Cap. Weakens the potential for Direwolves after you get rid of their best player, Pika. Has the most kills inside of the server at the moment with 9, tied with Scatman and Mr. Punch. Scatman actually 7-2 since the rehost has been really standing tall for No Cap. Battle to a shop, and I don't think Onigiri was quite ready for the close contact fight with Seal. Seal able to win that one out. Keeps this shop control and brings it back to a 4 versus 4. Certainly worrying times right now for No Cap. They are just struggling to deal with the momentum that Direwolves have built up. Again, more skylight pressure. It hasn't been, though, the position you really want to be in. Again, the peak from shop. This time Seal, though, loses out. Lost a big chunk of health. Scatman will fall back to Cocktail.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Yeah, 30 seconds though, so this attack needs to be a pretty flawless play. And again, that diffuser is once again on the roof.
Repel coming in, though, ready for it is DCH from Pillar. Nicely done, good positioning. Smoke wasn't going to stop those bullets. Punch will fall, but still the numbers flowing in favor of No Cap. Another one dies with the balcony, leaves Seal in a 1v2, but he cannot beat out DCH, whose position down below proved to be the best position. He finds 2 over towards Pillar, and in the end, No Cap will get themselves what is essentially map point.
Yeah, for the most part, that clear from Dials was really clean. We saw great value from the Brava. Clean clear over towards shop. Unfortunately, though, I think, again, that decision to keep the diffuser in the hands of Harambe on the roof proves to be really risky. And, yeah, No Cap have done a good job in denying that once more. So top floor showing signs of weakness for the attack. No Cap now with a couple of opportunities to close out this first map in regulation.
Bulletproof camera deployed. Secure the wall! Walker is ready. Use it.
Well, it's certainly been a bit of a battle. After No Cap really got off to that flying start, there has been certainly good response by Direwolves, but No Cap have just continued to control this game.
Seconds left.
Direwolves' ability to find 3 rounds in a row once again shut down.
Seconds remaining.
And it all kind of comes back to that opening kill mantra. When you look at the conversion rates, guys, it's I don't have the actual percentile number, but only 3 times have we seen around not 1 when a team does get the opening kill, and 2 of those from the side of Direwolves. And that's quite, you know, the perspective to have if you're No Cap. Every time that you've got the opening kill, you've done pretty well in converting the round. It just can't seem to do it enough.
Reloading! Cover me!
So again, we see Rambuck here for the attack. Fully expecting a map clear from Direwolves and then looking to get vertical pressure in towards the objective. No Cap equally though, eager to contest a little bit. Not an ultra aggressive roam, but just enough to maybe cut down at the drone economy and maybe find something at the beginning of the round. Mr. Punch, I'm almost certain, is beginning to look away there and gets caught at the worst moment. But a good opening kill for Direwolves.
Oh, and it keeps things alive with the second kill following onto Onigiri. Seal having pretty decent game, especially post-rehost, and a lovely job in opening up the floorboard to find a 3rd for Seal. And we will continue here on Kafe for just a bit longer at least. The first of 2 map points avoided for Direwolves, as this now is a tricky scenario for Mark and DCH. In a 2 versus 5, it would take something incredible for them to bring this round back. Still to deal with the Stamos as well, tracking Mark. Does get at least 1 kill before his untimely death, and Direwolves will close the round out. 6-5. 6-5, and overtime potentially looming if they can find the next one.
Yeah, another good round from Direwolves, who continue to just keep pace with No Cap. but it could all be for nothing if they are unable to win this next forthcoming round and push the game into overtime. Bit of pressure though here on No Cap being their map pick. They will want value from Kafe. Despite Labs still being quite questionable for Direwolves, there is always that opportunity for them to have cooked some pretty gnarly counter strats up that No Cap may struggle against. So it all comes down now to reading and dining in regulation. Last time out, Souffle absolutely farmed No Cap, who had quite difficult to deny the plant. Forced into flanks and swings. The lack of utility still available in the late round. So we'll see what they do this time around. Unlike last time where they had double nitro off the back of the Kaid and the Pulse, this time it is just the singular nitro cell. So something to keep in mind as the round progresses.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Well, a big round
Seconds to insertion.
into a quarterfinal. This is not just, played A3. This is not just some random best of one where you could, get a couple of points. Your ability to go play at a major rests on moments and rounds such as these. 6-5. Can you force OT? Reset mentally, then head into overtime looking to steal this map away from No Cap when it looked really, all intents and purposes, dead and gone. In a big second half from Direwolves on the attack. More attacking rounds won than defense here on this Kafe, guys, as Seal gets yet another kill. 4 kills in the last 2 rounds now as he cracks well beyond double digits. Gets that one on to Mr. Punch, who has been abysmal since the rehost. He was 9-2. He's now 10-9.
So 2 minutes on the clock then. Can No Cap salvage this round? DCH, a very aggressive position over towards Pillar, looking to deny entry in towards reading. Mark also has that cross from up above. Well, maybe he's sensing a rotation here. No, he'll double down and establish Vert now. So No Cap are preparing for, again, another reading push. I think that's probably the right play, considering how Divers have played it in the past. Around by 0-5. So what he is able to accomplish in this particular round, still has 4 hive launches, can use that to try and create more space. As Divers look to contest the top 4.
0-3 on entry this game for Mr. Punch alone. It's been a struggle. But DCH fights back mid-round with that kill on to Pika, who has certainly been a little 50-50 this game. He's had some good moments, but does lose his life a little too easily. Harambe, could this be his moment? Could he stand up and get some crucial kills? So far, 1-8. Needs to find a little bit of pressure with the gun, more so than just the Kawan Hive launchers. The cardiac sensor being utilized now by Scatman does highlight 1. And now make that 2. The player above. 45 seconds. Souffle creeps around the corner in towards reading. Certainly gets some good space, but Mark will shut that down. And talk about the timing as he spots another one around the corner near default, and they fall apart. The Direwolves are going to lose this one. Seal needs to get essentially an ace. He needs the ace to win. 28 seconds. Drop down into Pillar. Knows there's one in towards mining. And that one is DCH who gets the job done. 1-0 up in the series for No Cap.
Yeah, so they had to grind their way through that particular map, did No Cap. But a good start to the series and smiles all around after it felt like tensions were starting to rise a little bit over the course of that map. But they didn't let it bubble over and ultimately have set themselves up really nicely for this series.
It certainly does, and hopefully it sets up the series as a whole in terms of competitiveness when it comes to these two teams. 7-5 always a good scoreline, indicating there were certainly moments there for Direwolves. As we'll bring the desk back in and we'll give Guz a little break here. Dev, Rob, an intriguing game. Certainly at times it looked like No Cap had a lot of the control, and it was the case in the end, but Direwolves, they don't discount them. They had some good moments.
No. I'm actually really impressed with Direwolves' second half. I think the first half you could probably take or leave it a little bit. I would have expected a little more on their Kafe defense, but Dev, the clapback, if you will, in the second half. Really impressive from Direwolves. Now, I want to give you a bit of context as I throw to you with this. I spoke to Juicy last night just about like how the team's going overall after the match, because obviously, you know, they wanted to take a win in their final game. And he said, if we can stop the slow starts, we might actually start winning these games. Is this another case of a slow start?
Yeah, well, clearly this was a very slow start. It really felt like a tale of two halves, as you guys said. And I'm trying to figure out now, has Kafe flipped? This was an attacker-favored game, like quite convincingly. If you look at how most of the rounds panned out, both teams were really competent on their attack, and that says a lot, especially considering we haven't seen a lot of Kafe from either team. We haven't actually seen very much Kafe in Asia in general. And yeah, like you could argue that there are moments where they're dropping ball on defense, but I really just felt like both teams, they had a really solid idea of the win conditions. Like some of these hard to flush out positions that are typically really difficult to crack open. We saw the teams like, okay, we know how to clear that. We bring Brava to hack a lot of these bulletproof cameras. We're going to clear out these positions. A lot of really good hard breach usage to expose positions as well. And in that first half, it was all Onigiri finding his entries. It was 3 opening kills and 1 opening death in the 6 rounds in the first half. We saw Mr. Punch farming as well, as you pointed out, Jake. And in the second half, we literally saw the same thing, but on the opposite side from players like Pika and Seal. In particular, Seal, who really surprised me because he's not a star player for Direwolves, not typically, and he was the top fragger in this whole match despite his team losing.
Yeah, and was involved in the most amount of entries across the entire game. So, honestly, like a really close contest. And I was not expecting that. If I'm just being completely honest with you, Xenox, I kind of expected No Cap, especially after that start, to really run away with that game. So I guess we've got to give credit to Direwolves and maybe say, hey, there's more legs in this game than what we thought.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the way that the game started probably warped my opinion just a little bit. You know, the first 2 rounds from No Cap, super aggressive. They got the opening kills. You know, they were getting plants down. Everything that we kind of discussed pre-show was sort of happening in their favor. The response then came from Direwolves, and you can see with the opening kills, 7-5, they did end up winning that. And that is the one concern still for No Cap. And you kind of think ahead to, say, a series against Elevate. They just lack the ability to start well in these rounds, and Direwolves, and in the end, actually vastly dominated that second half in that department. They ended up actually getting 5 of the last 6, and it's actually even worse than that when it's 7 of the last 9 in terms of opening kills. So they really brought that back in terms of that, you know, compartment of the game. But I still think overall, you know, that's just one aspect. And while they're not great at that aspect, No Cap, overall, they were certainly firing away better. Their attacks looked better because they were getting plants down. They were controlling the space, controlling the game. And their actually ability to then just deal with the fact that they're not winning the opening engagements, but still come back and win the rounds. You think about moments like that double Nitrocell, for example, over towards Cocktail. So they just found ways to be able to get like multi-kills, multi-frags. Even, I think, without some of their players having amazing performances, you know, Mark negative, Onigiri ended up actually going negative in the end as well, despite his great start.
Yeah, and Dev, we now move over to Nighthaven Labs, which we know has obviously tended to lead defender-sided, but in terms of watching regions like OS play it and Asia, even to an extent, it feels like a real lack of the understanding of how to attack. And, you know, like looking at Direwolves' history so far, it's probably not the greatest trend. Obviously, they're just coming off the back of a pretty impressive attacking half on Kafe, but Nighthaven Labs is a bit of a different beast.
Yeah, very much. And what's funny for me about Nighthaven Labs is I feel like at a lower level, yeah, it's quite defender-sided. But if teams start to really figure out those attacks, then I can actually imagine it flipping attacker-sided like we saw with Kafe today. And I wouldn't be surprised if we end up with an attacker-favored series as a whole, which for me personally is great because it's much more exciting to see attacker-favored games than defensive-favored games. But to back it up with a little stat here, Direwolves, obviously, they played quite a lot of Nighthaven recently. They played it against No Cap already. They played against Hasib. They also played a whole bunch in the EWC quals. But their attacking win rate stands at 50%, and their defense win rate at 33%. So they're actually better on their attack than their defense. And whereas No Cap, on the flip side on Nighthaven, actually dead even, 67% on both sides. Of course, you have to take into account the caliber of teams that they're playing against. Does skew the data a little bit. But for me, the big thing here is Direwolves. They lost the first map To be fair, that was expected. I think they gave it a really solid fight, and I was impressed by that. But they're going to Nighthaven Labs, and this is really where Direwolves have to prove that they have made improvements from the last time they played No Cap, because it was on this map, so it's Counter-Strat time. It's time to get in the server and show us what they have been doing in all their dry runs and what they learned from that match that they lost to No Cap just a couple of weeks ago.
Well, everything we've heard from Direwolves, everything we've seen, they're slow to start, but then they start to get into the game. Hopefully, in a best of 3, that will show true as we head to Nighthaven Labs. We need a quick break. We'll be back after this.
So for us, we've made the last 4 events: Atlanta, SI, Manchester, and obviously EWC most recently. So I think anything less than like a major qualification would be pretty much a failure for us coming into the season.
For every stage, our main goal is to make it to major. So it's also our expectation to beat like every team in this region and make it to major.
To be champion once again, just like last year, with all the preparation.
This season is looking really good. The state of the game is something I'm really enjoying after a long time. It's really fun, and I'm looking forward to having a great time and hopefully securing a good position in this league.
We have a big enemy like Bleed, Elevate, so yeah, I expect to win against them and qualify for the major. That's what my goal right now.
Yeah, honestly, I think we can win like top 3 or top 4. We're like full of passion right now. Yeah, and I think that helps.
Our team has to play against the MENA region as well, because we normally play on UAE server. The 2 regions, Asia and MENA, they're very different in play style. That basically results in very unique ways to play the game, and I think it gives us an advantage in some of the situations against the Southeast Asian teams such as Fury Elevate. So we're gonna have to see how that pans out.
Yeah, Isazuki, our core player, like our fragger, I would say it's the top 3, okay, top 3 fragger in our region. When he do the 1v1, he never lose 1v1, bro. Even he's like against like Rips 96, third, okay, Krij sometimes, but yeah, he wins a lot.
I think for one, like the diversity in our team, like we have Leader from EU, Reaps from China, Robin from Indonesia, and I'm obviously from New Zealand. Especially with all the international experience we get, we can bring things back into this league that people have never seen before. So yeah, I would say that's what makes us unique from other teams.
My playstyle is kind of slow, and I like to do like structured stuff. I don't like random jump outs, stuff like that.
That's why my team plays that. I would think about the last season. I think the last season.
So we head into the second map of this quarterfinal, best of 3, Nighthaven Labs with No Cap now leading Guz. Map pick, of course, for Direwolves, but that doesn't bring too much comfort considering their track record on this map.
No, their track record is a little bit up and down. There's been a couple of humps in the road for Direwolves on this map, so it's certainly a surprise to see them bring it out in this do or die best of 3. I am super confident that they're going to bring some counter strats into this game tonight, but whether or not they'll land, whether or not they'll actually work, only time will tell. Much like Kafe, we are going to see both of the shield bands off the board. So the Monty and the Blitz, as we talked about before, Monty with the second highest presence globally at the moment, and the Blitz, an annoyance that many teams don't want to deal with either. Much like the previous map of Kafe, so too we'll see the mirror off the board defensively. And if it's to be 1-to-1, we will also see the, was it the Valkyrie off the board in last game? It was. And it will be the Valkyrie once more. So deviating actually between the last time these two played this map, where it was actually the Vigil out as opposed to the Mirror, but everything else the same.
No cap will begin on the defense here of Nighthaven Labs. I did go and have a quick little look in terms of the map itself so far this particular stage, and the numbers don't quite run the way that I would have expected Labs to run. You know, you think about Command Server, only a 47% defensive win rate, guys, in Asia. You think about Tank and Assembly Basement, well, guess what? Also 47%. So, I mean, dare I say, the statistics don't lie. Here in Asia, this map, slightly more favored to the attack, but we're talking about a genuine 50-50. And because of that, I mean, you've got to then back in no cap, considering they do kind of just edge out the majority of the statistics against Direwolves. I think, again, the same instances are going to apply here in terms of who's going to be getting these opening kills, controlling the pace, controlling the round. The one thing, though, is something like Command Server, as a site, holistically goes completely against the philosophy of no cap. A team that likes to get plants down and play the post plant, well, it only has a 5.9% plant rate so far out of 17 site plays this stage. It's really low. The other sites, for example, guys, around 36%. So no cap for a team that like to get the plant down. This particular site is very difficult to do it. Of course, they're defending first, but second half we'll see.
Yeah. Maverick then for the first round here from Direwolves, so not looking to get too fancy on the breach. I'll keep it pretty simple, and Harambe should be able to trick that in a relatively straightforward fashion. That being said, we don't actually see, outside of the mute, active wall denial here from no cap in the opening round, so no Tuba Rao and Bandit combination, or Kaid, for instance, which we have seen multiple teams attempt. Harambe content with the wall. I don't know if he actually did make it soft, though. Oh no, he did, okay. I just didn't hear the sound cue. I was a bit confused. I was just wondering if that getting the wall done, but wall now soft, so good work from him. Ace was going out elsewhere as well. I don't know if Bin's looking to maybe open up Con, or if that's somewhere else. There's been a lot of talk, especially in OS, as to how teams attack this site. Quite one-dimensional over towards Warehouse. Here in Asia, though, it tends to be a little bit more dynamic. So we'll see what they go for in this particular round. First Logic Bomb to go out, as Pika continues to hold the line over towards top blue. Almost thought that Mr. Punch was going to go for a peek, but maybe just looking for a bit of information, as he is pretty eager to hold down that part of the map. The rest of Direwolves will rotate elsewhere, but it is Scatman to get the first.
Just prodding around these entry points on Akiri. The aggression, though, falters in the face of Souffle. That is not a position that he really needs to be peeking and pushing at this point in the round with 50 seconds left. Force Direwolves into you. He gives away his life. Smark, though, gets the kill onto Bin. No more hard breach, but no worries at this point. You've got to start hitting sight. These bees are buzzing, and the Quan Hive launcher being a nuisance. Another kill, this time over towards blue, as Pika clears out Mr. Punch and has got this hallway control. Deals with the F-Not Mine. 3 versus 3 with 30 seconds.
30 seconds then standing between Direwolves and potentially winning this opening round. How are these key power positions being held by the defense? Well, one cut down, but an immediate trade. It leaves Pika on an island, and Mark cleans up house. Just not dislodged from this position is Mark. Wow, a couple of clean, sharp shots there to conclude the round. Direwolves tried their best to poke and prod in that round, but falling short in the end.
Yeah, I mean, poking and prodding, I think, is the best way to really kind of summarize that round for Direwolves. I think they were quite lucky that no cap at times kind of went into them. You know, even Mr. Punch, I think, ended up swinging blue. We saw the positioning of Onigiri as well, and his aggression, and that got countered. So quite a couple of the kills in that round is just simply down to no cap. Somewhat either losing patience or thinking they could get aggressive towards the latter stages of the round, and ended up just kind of throwing some lives away. Nicely done from Mark, especially holding down sight. He gets 3 kills. Pika did okay, but in the end, couldn't do much more than just the opening 2 there for Direwolves. So the 1-0 start for no cap here on the map pick of Direwolves. Intriguing side choice here as well for the second round, Guz.
10 seconds left before insertion.
No Cap seem to love this site, even though statistically it is. I am fairly sure. I'll double check because it's probably updated after a couple of play days. The worst defensive sided site in the game, and it actually, yeah, still is. So 10 plays globally here, Cafeteria Kitchen, and has a defensive win rate of 30%. The only site kind of close in terms of win rate is Skyscraper Bedroom Bathroom, 37.5, so a big jump up. Yeah, this site is very difficult to defend because keeping control above on the vert is nearly impossible, and it opens up so many potential opportunities for the attacker to exploit. So
in Asia, it's the best site to defend. Although I only played twice, it is tied with Storage and Control, actually. Yeah, actually, from the 2 times it has been played, it does, though, have a 100% plant percentage.
Drone activated.
There's some strange statistics, of course, that will be altered a little bit at the conclusion of this round, at least. Not often that we see this. In fact, I don't think I've ever actually cast this in OS. Or maybe even at all from visual memory. Let's see what Direwolves will do, though. Undertake this mission. It is one thing to also consider as well, you know, for No Cap, if they've got proficiency on a heavy tertiary site such as this, Direwolves might not be as, you know, understanding as to how to actually, you know, take this. It's something to consider. You've chosen it for a reason. It's a bit like, you know, a bar stage on Club Count. You don't see it often, but if the team does choose it, usually they've got a good game plan.
Oddly enough, Clubhouse is actually bar stage the least played objective in the game at the moment. Only 3 plays so far. So you are right. It's very rare. Very, very rare.
And broken clock, mate. There's one. And there's one, indeed, in the game as well, as Mr. Punch gets the opener kill onto Pico. Again, good signs when it comes to this department for No Cap to begin on that Heaven Labs. 2 rounds in a row. But it's a swift trade and entry into Kitchen for Harambe. Will there be plant denial? Right now, the answer to that is yes! Oh! Very last second, the Nitro Cell from DCH. There wasn't much time remaining on that plant, and suddenly Seal, the only one left up. Mark will slaughter them inside a Kitchen. That is going to be a huge round win for No Cap.
That plant denial is absolutely massive. If that plant is secured, retaking into those lines of sight, and especially when the attack can then post outside, it is so difficult, and a large reason again why that site is so attacker-sided. But DCH able to find an angle to land that Nitro, I suppose.
Protect your bombs from being defused
Dropped it in at the perfect moment, just in time. And so No Cap now can rotate to basement. Certainly a much more favorable site for the defense. In fact, it is the most, again globally, the most defender-sided site on the map for Asia, specifically here on Labs. Letting the stat load up. It's not as strong. In fact, it's actually leaning a little bit more towards the attack, but still, teams that are fundamentally good defensively should, in theory, find more success on basement. So Direwolves now need to try their best to resist against a 3-0 start for their opposition.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, it started in a very similar fashion, of course, on Kafe, opening map. No Cap won the opening 2 rounds. That was on attack, though. This now defense labs. Usually I'd be kind of sprouting the line about, you know, defense labs, guys, but I don't think it's applicable in a match like this, and certainly not with Direwolves, a team that has, you know, struggled, you know, immensely so far this stage when it does come to just the basic defensive nature. Actually, the second worst team on Labs defensively in the region, only 5% better than Hasib Warriors. So not really a great stat. Speak gets that one onto DCH, clears out top blue. I'll take that. Their first opening kill. And gives them slight advantage here in this 3rd round. Giri, though, Ready for another potential swing. He can very low on health, although the Adrenal Surge does give him just a wee bit more. Gumine annoying. Is there going to be another swing attempt? No. Nagiri has backed well and truly off, but not too far away. Indeed, he comes back for more. Just thought about maybe backing off, but at the last second might have heard that Gumine and turned his way back over towards Blue Stairs. 90 seconds. A Seal making his way. And he spots ahead onto Scatman. Holding in cargo with the Boss G. Didn't land a single shot.
Pagoda Breach is looking to try and get value here from Seal. Bear pressure down below. Onigiri was tracked, so forced back, as much of the rest of the defense will also escape back. So a minute to go in the round, and time management here still pretty sound for the attack. I'll need to try and get some value though from Vert. See some of those lines of sight that are being established, and that will keep the defense honest on the objective. I was trying to box them in two particular positions that they want, or presumably a default plan position. Pop down the hatch and plant at the single wall. Like, being deployed by the Jack that takes a hit of damage. 30 seconds on the clock. Divers don't look like they really have a large threat in this round as it stands.
Oh, last two quick kills in a row. That makes life far more easy now for Direwolves to conclude this round with a win. Ryan stepped on again. Scatman and Onigiri overcome this deficit. There's not a lot of time. Certainly if they can deny plan or at least stop it from being able to go down. Harambe now looking to stick it. Scatman loses his life. Can Onigiri tonight? No, at the last second. Souffle watching. Holds the cross nicely. And Direwolves on the board so far. Pretty similar nature to this game as what we got on Kafe with a 2-0 start to no cap. The response by Direwolves swift. And they're on the board as they take basement. Command server, we go now for the 4th round.
Yeah, pretty clean execute there in the end from Direwolves. They had to keep pretty stock standard, and they're able to cover those crosses accordingly, and that's down to good timing and comms in the final portion of the round to be able to get that one across the line. And so subverts the expectation that defense was going to be very strong defensively, at least in that first instance, able to get that result across the line. And so it gives them now a bit of a safety net on the attack. 2 rounds should suffice here in the first half. So it's all about finding a second here on the next rotation. Top floor last time out for Direwolves, it was pretty dicey. Some of the strongholds on the site itself weren't properly cleared. There's actually Mark, I believe, last up in that particular round, who's now up to 5-1. So it's been a pretty good day out for him so far.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, I mean, the issues continue, though, for Mr. Punch. He started 9-2 on Kafe, guys. Since that moment in time, he's only picked up 2 kills, but he's lost his life an extra 10 times. He has really started to struggle. Essentially 210 since that rehost. Whatever happened in that rehost, he has not come back into the server properly. No cap, we're going to need him at his best. I would imagine to close this one out nice and calmly in towards electrical DCH. Just a little poke and a prod, and that's kind of the way it went last time on this particular site. Direwolves really couldn't get full site control. They opened up IT. They got some pressure towards electrical. They did win a battle over towards blue, so they were definitely accessing most of the avenues towards site. They just couldn't quite get control.
No cap aren't having to play this particularly at aggressive, in an aggressive nature at the moment to slow down this attack. That was methodically looking to break down each part of this defense at the moment. IT breach is soft, so that can be opened up, already opened up. The Ash Charger said deeper for Bit of info gathering clearance, I presume. And Souffle now looking to control a warehouse. Warehouse wall itself is still reinforced and no Selmas left for the attack, so I don't know what the game plan is here from Direwolves. It's probably going to have to be a combination of pop blue pressure, maybe alert con. IT breach critical. But yeah, without this warehouse wall open, it makes it far more difficult to clear a lot of these key positions through command center. We do see the Mav Torch though employed. A bit more high risk. Onigiri is peeking. So do a Scatman, but he falls.
The trends of Kafe continue now with Direwolves starting to find a couple of opening kills themselves. Onigiri loses this battle, and that's another one. Mr. Punch, 2 in a row. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3, although Seal very low. Same as well with the Maverick and Harambe. I would imagine now actually No Cap in the better of the two teams' position with only 15 seconds left. They are primed to be able to win this round and go 3-1 up. Mr. Punch finds 3. He has returned in a timely manner. And speaking of time, not much of it remaining as Bin Bin wants to fire that shot. He can't. He needs to start getting that diffuser down. Harambe clutches up, though, with the double kill. Harambe wins it for Direwolves and makes his moment count. Bin Bin had the kit, and he needed Harambe to get them both, and he does.
Yeah, awkward moment there for DCH inside of Electrical, allowing those players to cross. I don't envy his position. If he stands there to hold down the angle, he likely dies to the pre-fire. But then got timed on the jiggle, looked to then play a passive. By that time, diffuser had already crossed, and so that forced Mr. Punch to peek. So a little, I suppose it's classified as a misplay ultimately there in the end, but yeah, for DCH it was such a tough position to play. Credit to Dials and being able to unlock that. They've now achieved 2 rounds and a half. And No Cap will send us back to this wildcard bomb site.
We're all tied up once again, 2-2 so far in this series, though Direwolves have yet to be capable of winning 3 rounds in a row, guys. Can they change that now? No Cap did it once back on Kafe, and that was really the circuit breaker. That was when they kind of took control of this game. It was actually at a very similar point to this. They then went on and won 3 in a row to make it a 5-2 lead. And pressure on. Of course, it is Direwolves map pick, and of course, their spot at the major is, well, determining they win not only this map, but also Chalet. It's a long, difficult road ahead. You have to just take it 1 round at a time. The good news for them, though, is that everyone is now actually playing at a very equal level. You've either got 3 or 4 kills if you Direwolves, with Harambe leading the way, top fragging for Direwolves off the back of that double kill in the previous round. Of course, he struggled immensely on Kafe, went 1 and 9. He's had a 400% increase.
Again, good work over towards the one wall. Harambe, 12. Does really with the positions, get the ram into a position where they can make plays. Also an intriguing addition here as well. And those talent shields may facilitate something in the late round, depending on what kind of plant they want to go for. Maybe a different plant position is the objective. I was last time. Kitchen window was denied. Really good nitro cell from No Cap.
Always one already in. Didn't realize Souffle had actually crossed. The timing on that was, well, a little bit unfortunate for Onigiri. He was holding the right side, not expecting the fact that one had already made their way in. Opening kill for Direwolves again. 3 in a row found, but a big nitro cell from DCH. Mark will fall. And after a 5-1 start, now 5-1-3. Although Mr. Punch has finally regained his form. Scatman with a nitro as well, and suddenly No Cap retake the lead. Kills left, right, and center here in this 5th round. It's an absolute bloodbath on Kafe and Kitchen. Mr. Punch will hold the angle towards lobby.
Diffuser. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Did he get misdroned? Yeah.
Oh, how does he get Harambe there as well? Harambe really needs to be getting that trade. The round was probably lost. He peaks and unpeaks and just subsequently loses his life all too easily. And No Cap once again deny the ability for Direwolves to win 3 rounds in a row. They retake the lead, go 3-2 up, and They head to basement, tank and assembly to look to close out this opening half.
Yeah, just something about that side. It continues to click well for No Cap. I think the biggest determining factor was the double nitro, the success there in the round that was found from No Cap, and then the lockdown over towards lobby from Mr. Punch was quite clinical as well. Dyer was going with the right, quote-unquote, right attacking play by trying to get control up above to then utilize the ramp, but that nitro cell play was able to deny. Basement last time out from Divers, it came down to a really nice late round execute. So expectation this time from No Cap to maybe play a little bit more offsite, probably to try and deny more time and put more pressure on the late round so Divers can't make even the smallest of mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pressure certainly is with Direwolves, though. Lovely little panning vision across there from our Ops team.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
They already are one map down and staring down the barrel of having to come back here on labs if they can't keep this game close on the scoreboard. No Cap once again looking to try and find a 2-round advantage. And good to see Mr. Punch's return as well, now up 7-4 here on labs. And a couple of really big rounds. Still, one aspect that No Cap keeps, you know, having to go against them is these opening kills. Once again, at a deficit now. So that'll be in both maps deficit. And they turned that tide. They did it yesterday. Albeit against inferior opposition. Geary. I'm not going to lie. He is starting to lose these opening engagements far too often. Back on Kafe, now on labs.
Yeah, I'm having a look back at the last time these two played as well. Onigiri was in a lot of entry engagements. However, went 1 and 2. On the flip side, in that match, Pika actually went 4-0 on entry. So, Onigiri's entry game here on Labs certainly in need of some improvement. Can Darwils, though, actually convert this? Thus far, every single round in this match, bar the last one, has resulted in a conversion. So, important round here for the Divers. Thankfully, for their sake, the numbers are in their favor.
Activating drone.
Still got Mr. Punch on site with those gas babes that can certainly deny a little bit of time. Well, he does need to be now careful above the Boogie Auto Breacher getting to work. So Harambe, an intriguing position here right next to Mr. Punch. On the Maverick, does not have the diffuser, so he's not tasked with that. Also just holding the cross. It does mean Mr. Punch, though, guys, is virtually stuck here.
Yeah, but he may also be undetected. Oh no, he's getting Jackal scanned at the moment. So that's really an unfortunate position for Mr. Punch to find himself in. Could have also maybe denied plant, but now that his position is known, Divers might be able to clear him.
Not a lot of time remaining, 20 seconds. Scatman on the rotate now up through Warehouse, looking to maybe catch someone off guard who has stayed behind here on this first floor. He hasn't spotted anyone, gets into a position to maybe deny a plant. That is the key win con right now for No Cap, as Mr. Punch does get the kill on the bin. Harambe still hasn't been able to do anything from that basement breach, and this is going to be a denial. Well, if they even wanted to try and plant it, they almost lost that round without even getting an attempt on the plant. That was a strange way to end the round, but No Cap will happily take it and close things out 4-2 on the opening half.
Yeah, that's just a really good read from No Cap in identifying the win con of denying plant from up above. They had the flames that were stalling out that push, and so it was just a matter of time before Scatman was going to be in a position to be able to deny, as you can see as well. Also having just the presence of mind to make sure that nobody else from the attack did work up above to maybe try and find that particular kill. So good work again from No Cap here on Labs, even after losing that first fight. And for Dials, that's a little bit of a disappointing way to conclude the half. Up into the last final 2 rounds of the half, every single time the team that had won the opening fight had won the round. but then they struggled to convert over towards cafeteria kitchen, and then again they're on basement getting sold out.
10 seconds to go.
So 3 more rounds for No Cap to get themselves into a semi-final against Elevate. Direwolves now needing to fight from behind once again. Ultimately unable to overcome that deficit back on Kafe. Defense, of course, hasn't been a strong suit for Direwolves. The fascinating thing is actually their attacks on Labs have been where they've won the majority of their rounds. Think back to their win against the Sib Warriors, the loss to No Cap. They struggled to defend. So every chance in which No Cap can close this out now in this half. And looking to try and find Onigiri. Something a little cheeky towards IT. One peeking though.
Wait, is that wall? Am I seeing that right? Is that electrified? I was bugged. I think that's maybe why I didn't want to free charge. Anyway, 5 versus 5. That's a quick work of the IT wall there from the attack. And Scatman has already taken a very advanced position. If Divers look to maybe peek this for info, could be primed for a kill. Do we see the attack of No Cap go for more pressure over towards Warehouse? Do we see it a little more concentric? What's their idea going to be here? They have the tools available to go for anything. 3 EMPs, 3 Palmers, we'll have fuel, the Maverick as well. And Onigiri Ball just says, okay, let's just wide swing this and find the open pick. Does so. In the meantime, Mark did fall though. So effectively a 4v4. That's so aggressive.
That's so aggressive, yeah. I mean, Souffle pulls it off, low on health.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
So is Mark, though. Right now, it is about as even as it can be between the two teams. 4v4, 1 player on either side, very low health remaining. GCH, though, loses his life to Bin Bin.
It just swings and no one was holding it.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
This round falling apart now for No Cap. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Down a player on command server where it's already so easy for the defenders to cover all angles. Left side electrical. Seal was tucked in. Mr. Punch wasn't wary. He was playing the doorway. Little did he know Seal was in a more aggressive position, and this one's done. That attack from No Cap really just flattened towards the end.
I mean, we saw 2 massive instances of just huge over-aggression that No Cap was not expecting. The initial peak from Souffle over towards IT. Able to catch 1 off guard, and then we saw the swing from Bin Bin Warehouse as No Cap were looking to try and open up that warehouse wall. Both of those picks probably should have been punished, and it would have flipped the result of the round. There was the first. I didn't think we got the second. Yeah, this was already after that. And proved to be so costly the rest of the team, then just lost the pretty classic crossfires that establish on that site. So good work from Divers. I don't know how consistent or reliable that over-aggression is going to be, but throwing it out there in the first defense is certainly a valid strategy, and it worked out well.
So 4-3, No Cap. Yeah, certainly squandering an opportunity there to really extend the lead that they had back on Kafe when they went up 5-2, not to be here. Good signs for Direwolves, though, as they held that really nicely on command server and certainly had some very aggressive positions. So let's kind of speak highly to the fact that they're not going to go out without at least taking their chances.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Gridlock in action here for Mr. Punch. Bring the Ram as well with the Buck, so it's going to be pretty common knowledge here that No Cap will get themselves to this first floor control and look to open up quite a lot of the floorboards.
Yeah, they will have to be careful of the triple nitrate lineup though from the defense, so certainly something to track. Just how aggressive Divers want to be with that utility early on. Keep in mind that might want to balance that out against planting our potential as well. fall off roam employed from Dials. Onigiri able to clearly, pretty quickly clear that. And so, time shouldn't be a massive issue here for No Cap, provided they continue this attack going forward. Trucksting is followed by a frag grenade from Mr. Punch as they take control through Warehouse. Mark wins the first fight. Gunfight elsewhere over towards Games though, as Onigiri has taken a hit. Do they have a read on Souffle?
Oh,
that is... Wow. Very aggressive. I mean, the Nitro was admittedly half a second away from ending Onigiri's life, but still, it was very aggressive again from Souffle, the better punch.
Souffle can get back around the corner there. Maybe Onigiri loses his life altogether. But No Cap will happily take that two-player advantage now, and this basement site is suddenly very vulnerable. Seal sensing maybe he needs to get the kill back to try and offset the imbalance within the server. Gas Babe was thrown out. This round, you would imagine, has well and truly gone the way of No Cap, looking to go up 5-3 and looking to really put Direwolves to the sword. Bin Bin and Pika. Two players remain for Direwolves where they need to get 5 kills between them. It's not an easy task, and Bin Bin already very low and now dead over towards Cargo Stairs. Well, it's going to be a case of all 5 players, guys, dying essentially above sight. That means the roam game evidently did not go well for them.
Yeah, they didn't hold on to top floor for very long, tried to play fall off, and then it fell apart over towards storage games, etc., that portion of the map. Souffle went for the Nitro as opposed to peeking. Either way, still over aggressive, and then that point onwards, the remaining part of the defense was in a very awkward position in the 3 versus 5, forced to try and make aggressive plays, but was a good flank watch from No Cap. They held good positions, allowed the others to get to work on Vert as well. So there wasn't a lot of teeth in that defense from Direwolves, and certainly not rewarded for the aggression, perhaps, that we kind of saw in the round prior. So a reattempt on basement here for Direwolves. We'll see how they go this time around.
Well, I mean, this is just kind of like a do or die reattempt, isn't it? Where you kind of just say, well, we can improve, we can certainly play that a little bit better, fall back, play sight, find different avenues to find a win. If it doesn't work, then you're 3 rounds down, and I guess you just go back up above and hope for the best, and in the next rotation that you're just perfect the whole way through. Otherwise, it could be stage on the line. And while it's not match point this round, it does kind of feel like it will be a very difficult prospect to overcome for Direwolves if No Cap can get a 6-3 scoreline to go their way after this. Same lineup again for No Cap. They run it back, no change. Direwolves must win this round in my mind if they're going to have any chance of bringing back Nighthaven Labs. RT opened up. Souffle top floor contesting towards server. Doesn't want to peek the breach though. We know No Cap will do the due diligence of clearing out this top floor as Onigiri. A little bit 50-50 so far in these early engagement battles. Right now 5-6. Hasn't been awful by any means, but not the superstar performance that we typically come to find that he is able to achieve on a consistent basis. Live drone, but doesn't go through, and he just oversteps the mark. Poor positioning from Onigiri, and again, Guzzy has lost out in the roam clear.
Yeah, last time we saw Souffle fall off the angle very early, and so maybe No Cap and Onigiri anticipated that again. Proves to be a rather costly oversight though, and Souffle able to get away to storage now. No Cap looking for the easiest point of resistance at the moment, or at least and they'll take towards control. Get the ramp to work. I won't contest get the likes of that lounge side just yet. So that's okay groundwork, but it's probably not going to be enough to dislodge the plant. It's really not going to be enough to drag these other roamers off their current positions, back to being one of them. Unfortunate disconnect though from Direwolves in synchronization with the cage, and that actually now puts Bin Bin in a really awkward position as he needs to try and get back towards site, and he doesn't really know what's clear. So this is quite awkward.
Doesn't that just change the complexion of things so quickly? It's the unfortunate nature of this game sometimes.
Bomb located by
Still, one that could be overcome. 50 seconds remaining, down a player, but you are on defense, so hold your angles, win your ones, and certainly a round that's still winnable. Force no cap to clear you, to hit you, but here comes Bin Bin. Potential flank op, but you've got the track stingers in your way. Wants to just hold for now. Impact grenade to clear a way forward. 30 seconds, but maybe just feels hesitant that his position is known and potentially watched, but no one there. We are aware of that. Sight is being hit. One still above. Good angle held by Pika. Smoked off for the next one, but should be able to find this kill indeed. Scatman not even watching. Why not? Your player, teammate just died. But they do kill Bin Bin, who I thought was actually going to be a real thorn in the side on that flank. Mr. Punch will get the plant down successfully. It's a 2v1 post-plant retake. DCH to play contact. Nitrocell, is it good? No. Misses the mark against that tank. It hides the cover of the explosion. And Pika at the doorway is stuck. He needed that Nitrocell to find the kill. I imagine we'll go into this tech. But we will also now see No Cap take 3 match and series points going into the other side of it.
Yeah, there was that little bit of a feed from No Cap through the double window vault through to that pillar position in the late round, and I thought it would prove costly, but in the meantime they did shut down any flank opportunity from Bin Bin. Plant then secured and the cross was held. So good work from No Cap, and with it, series point.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't take too long for this tech pause. No Cap would love to just kind of keep that momentum going and look to close this one out, and they would be booking their place into the semi-final against Elevate. What a storyline that is, guys. I mean, I know this game's not over just yet, but kind of just talking about it through this tech pause, you know, you're not on the desk tonight, but it's somewhat of a tale that has years and years of history in it.
Yeah, yeah, certainly a lot of lore. Yeah, it would be quite the matchup. Still, though, could potentially be a bit of siege to be played between then, now and then, rather, if Divers are able to fight back in this particular match. Unfortunately, though, it does look a little bit grim for them at the moment. A heartbreaking disconnect in that previous round as well. And it's all smiles in the No Cap camp at the moment. Will they have enough to be a realistic chance against Elevate? I think so, but I haven't seen enough tonight for them to go in as favourites. I think Elevate has certainly stepped it up quite a bit at this stage, and No Cap are lagging behind in that development game.
Where to for Direwolves? Unfortunately, some gloom faces from their perspective as we're just getting this game back underway. Clearly, from cameras, you can tell who's winning this series and who's on the verge of losing it. 3 match points, 3 series points for No Cap. Direwolves. It's going to be, again, not even really close, guys, but just they're multiple steps behind the direct competition once again. Another stage that's going to just feel as if they're somewhat making up the numbers.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I think we need to see Direwolves come back to SI quals and then hopefully a 2025 campaign with a rejuvenated roster. I think it's pretty evident from how this particular stage has played out so far that Harambe's time is probably coming to an end. He hasn't been able to keep pace. Whether or not that was even the original plan for him to play this stage, I'm not entirely sure, but I think if they can inject some new talent into the team and build around that, there is potential, but not entirely sure. You know what I'm also not sure about, Jake? When we're going to get back into this game. Unfortunately, this tech pause has been extended and a rehost is required. So go grab a drink, and on the other side, we'll be back for the conclusion of this map.
Well, we just had a longer break than what we've had so far of Night Haven Labs, but we are back and straight into a tactical timeout as well. Souffle's back in the server, Guz, as we look to close things out. 3 rounds in a row required for Direwolves. So far, in this entire series, they have not managed it. So my expectations are quite low, and I wouldn't be too surprised if No Cap just finished this off here and now.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of tilt factor setting in for Direwolves. We saw even prior to the official rehost, as we were flicking between the cams, there was a big difference between the body language being exuded by No Cap. They were up and about, smiling, they were happy. Direwolves understandably looked a little bit more glum. Maybe though, off the back of this tack timeout, Juicy can say some inspiring words, but they will require a perfect 3-round rotation to push this game to overtime.
Yeah, it's going to be, you would imagine, I think, a little bit too difficult for Direwolves to get all 3. Might get 1 or 2 here or there, but to get 3 in a row is a completely different beast altogether. At the very least, though, can finish this off the right way. No, you know, funky forfeits to close this one out. Well, certainly an extended delay there.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Harambe onto the Clash. Looking at some of the statistics, though, of course, everything wiped by the rehost. Mr. Punch, 12-6. Leading all comers, the only player inside of the server, double digit so far on Labs. And the entry battle's been, again, hit and miss if you're No Cap. Just the 4 opening kills to the 5 of Direwolves. That's certainly going to be, I think, a big factor going into the semi-final against Elevate. Scatman looking to open up IT.
We had the Maverick bring a bot here by No Cap to facilitate this IT wall. The Clash, an interesting addition, and Harambe currently posted up beside a con. It's a 3-man stack from the defense, perhaps in anticipation for rotation from the attack after IT wall gets opened up. They do have ranged hard breach. Do No Cap the 3 Salmas, which can be used over towards that con side. Candela's being cooked by Mr. Punch at the moment. First to be deployed in through con. Line of sight available, and a player has been put on an island. Mr. Punch elects not to commit to that after being inside of the electricity from the Clash. So good work from Harambe just to stall out what could have been a pretty disastrous opening for DW.
This round feels like it's by pretty quickly. Only 30 remaining. ECH trying to play off of that death mark, but his shot's not landing at all. And in the end, the actual shots back onto him do land to get him down to about half HP. Punch through con.
Reloading.
And the death mark onto Souffle. Della getting cooked right now. Will there be a push as DCH does kill the bandit off the back of the death mark? Opening kill for No Cap. Now looking to open up the con wall. Could this be the beginning of the end for Direwolves in terms of their stage and their chances of going to Montreal? Bin headshot onto Onigiri. Once again, the Little Master struggling on his entries, but nice from Mark and Mr. Punch to find 2 in quick succession, and Seal will fall. Only the Clash will remain. Shield put behind the shoulder, and we will finish this off. Well, that was certainly lightning quick in comparison to the technical issues that we just had, Gus. We were in and out after the 10-minute rehost, and we're done here for this quarterfinal. No Cap will progress forward, and awaiting them will be Elevate in the semi-final in a couple of days' time. For Direwolves, their stage is done in terms of Montreal. A fifth plus place match awaits them. And look, like that ending was about as bad as the 10-minute rehost. Rob, as we do close things out pretty quickly. It's always like that, isn't it? When we're just like, we're sitting there, we're waiting, issues. We get back in, game's done, and we move forward. I don't think anyone is surprised by the result.
No, unfortunately not for Direwolves. They have not had the greatest stage. It's abysmal would not be the right word to use. I think that's a little rough, but it's certainly been lacking in far too many departments, and I think map 1, you could have made an argument for it, but map 2, I think, has gone to show the full display, unfortunately, for where Direwolves are at. And it's just, look, it's a good note for me, Dev, because when we look at it, it means it's a building stage. It means that they can now go back to the drawing board and have a look at where things were going wrong, what players may potentially need to either move roles or potentially move on entirely.
I think that Direwolves exceeded expectations for me, considering the roster change they had to make in Stage 1, but it's still not good enough. And to be honest, like, the real disappointment is this exact map. Like, I thought Kafe was actually pretty great, considering it was NoCap's pick, considering Direwolves was not great on it. But going on to Nighthaven, like, we've seen these teams play this map before, and it was closer than this time. Direwolves picked it knowing that they lost it to NoCap before, thinking that they could have fixed their issues, and they ended up with a worse result in the end, which to me is the huge disappointment. Like, yeah, this game was a bit of a stuff around. It took a little bit longer than it should have, but Direwolves just, they were not ready for this. I mean, you know, Bandit dying to Deimos in that last round after already the Deimos whiffed the initial shots, like, just a bad read from Direwolves. You have to fall back, and yeah, to be honest, they do need to make roster changes after this stage. I think that, at least my take on it, is the roster changes that they made coming into this stage was more of a band-aid fix than a permanent fix. But I know the talent pool is incredibly challenging in their region to try and find players that speak the language and try and find players at their level. So, yeah, maybe at some point they have to make the hard decision to switch to English and bring in some English players, English-speaking players like we've seen from Elevate. Obviously, a lot of those players used to play on non-English speaking teams. Now they all come in English. Same thing for Bleed. They've been able to make imports because of the language. But yeah, unfortunately, the talent pool's not that deep yet for Direwolves.
No, it's not. But look, at the end of the day, yes, you can make the mistakes, but someone has to capitalize on them. Someone who is magical, someone who gives us unforgettable moments in this region. Let's welcome in that man himself, Onigiri. It's wonderful to see you again. It feels like we were just speaking to you last night and we had an inappropriate comment, but that's okay. That was last night. We forget about it. Onigiri, look, great to see you again, mate. Convincing labs, there's no doubt about it. Kafe was a little close. How does the overall series feel? Coming into this, you said best of threes is your territory. That's where you guys feel most comfortable. Do you think that that's true now?
Yeah, I think it's true. We did a great job. I mean, we might lose some momentum during the technical timeout. After the technical timeout, someone lose the momentum, but we managed to bring it back. So we pretty impressed with the result today, and we know that they might counter on the Nighthaven, but yes, again, I have to say that my team I love my team. They are the best, and it's better than group stage for the Nighthaven.
Onigiri, I don't want to obviously sour them too much, but I think also looking ahead, you've got a big game coming now against Elevate. They've been pretty much flawless this stage, only losing to Bleed. I think the biggest issue with your team, and I don't know how aware you guys are of this, but entry kills, opening kills, you guys are rated bottom 2 in the entire Asia League. Is that something you guys are aware of, trying to fix, trying to be a little bit more clean with your entries so that you're not constantly playing, this kind of 4v5 catch up in rounds?
In terms of opening kill and things, our team look the other way. We feel even we got the god kill, first opening kill, or we got picked up earlier, is still an info for the team. Stat doesn't matter as long as we win the game, I guess.
True.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting
Good
take.
chat.
Yeah, very good chat take from you, mate. It's like how you guys keep going to that kitchen bomb site on Nighthaven, even though statistically it is the worst bomb site in the game, but you guys are pretty damn good at it, so I can't argue with you on that. I wanted to ask you a little bit more about this Elevate match coming up. Obviously, we expected, or at least I personally expected, your match in the BO1s to be a little bit closer against Elevate, considering that when your team played them in the EWC qualifiers, you're actually one round away from beating them. So realistically, break down Elevate for me as an opponent. What do you think to expect out of that game? How close do you think you are behind them, or potentially even at their level or ahead of them?
Me personally, I think we can beat Elevate after we see how they play yesterday. Direwolf can take them to up to 5 rounds. So I think if we play like today and be prepared and not like losing our focus on mentality, I think we have a good chance to win against them. Of course, we cannot underestimate because they have a pretty good player like Speakeasy and Ape. So yeah, we will try our best for sure to win against Elevate. And shout out to Blast for like the postponement for my midterm exam later. I appreciate it. So yeah, you don't have to be worried that I'm gonna play on the Elevate match for sure.
Wow, that's big. That's very exciting, my friend. I'm looking forward to that matchup. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Thank you everyone. Manic, Xenox, Dev, everyone for this tournament and interview. Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, No Cap fan also. We will try our best to win against Elevate, and we'll see about that. And I hope you have a good day.
Onigiri, we'll have a fantastic day, even though there's only an hour and 40 minutes left of it. Thank you very much, mate. Best of luck against Elevate.
Yes, sir. You have a good night.
There we go. It's
legend.
Again, it's
got to be a good semi-final.
Oh, it is. It is, and especially when you start to hear like the way the team's thinking now, like and kind of the momentum they're bringing into this semi-final. I think it might have been nicer to have a little bit more of a closer context with Direwolves warm into the best of threes as we get closer to that matchup. Obviously, scrims are great. You can prepare like that, Dev, but nothing really beats on the day competition, single elimination, win or go home. That's just nothing can replicate.
Yeah, and these guys have a lot of experience in playing in those high-stakes games, so I don't think they get too in their head about it. It's really just about focusing, as Onigiri was saying, and apparently he's managed to delay his midterm exam so he can just focus up on that semi-final, which is great for him. And one of the big talking points we've had is consistency for this roster, because on their day, they can look great. Like on Nighthaven, really confident attacks. I mean, same can be said for Kafe. That's usually where a lot of these teams that struggle to break into the very top tend to fumble. But yeah, we don't always see that out of them. Like every now and then Onigiri, like especially in that first map, right? Like he was fragged out of his mind, so was Mr. Punch, and then like absolutely dropped the ball in the second half. So consistency is what these guys need to work on. Hopefully getting in that right mindset will help them get there. And yeah, to be honest, after stage 1, Direwolves beating No Cap at the time as your leader in the quarterfinals, I thought this was going to be a close contest. It wasn't. And now for me, the storyline's changed a little bit. Like I look back and I hear Onigiri speak, and I honestly think that semi-final could be extremely close, and maybe even No Cap can win it.
Oh, jeez. I mean, that's some cope if I've ever heard of it. We all love it. We'd love to see it happen. That's a damn sure. But it is time for us to go to a break. First quarterfinal done for the stage. No Cap go on to play Elevate next week. However, we've still got that one more match. Rival Esports debut in the playoffs here for the Asia League as they take on the big dogs Fury. We'll be back after this. Sometimes we just a spanner gets thrown in the work right as we're about to come back on air. Now, for those of you who can't hear, no one can hear. It's really just us three that could hear that one.
Is that Gus talking to his dog?
That was Gus talking to his dog. It's okay. It's guys, you can't. Oh god damn! It's absolute anarchy.
All I'm going to say is that poor dog.
I know, right? Jeez Louise. But it is time for us to get a little more serious as we get back underway with our second quarterfinal of the night. We said it right before we went to break, of course. We see No Cap progress through to the semi-finals against Elevate. That is, I actually think that that's going to be, as Jake and Oxen Diddy would say, a tantalizing game. But for me, this one here, this could either be a close affair or it could be a blowout, Dev. Because when I look at this, it's the problem. The problem is, what Fury are we going to get?
Yeah, that's the big question. Because Rival did technically beat Fury in the regular stage. It was an 12 round, so 7-5 scoreline in the BO1. But we just know so much more about Fury, and we have seen so much more from Fury than we've seen from Rival. Because their final couple playdays from Rival, like, not amazing. They got smashed by Bleed, they got smashed by No Cap. They even lost to Direwolves as well. So I think most people look at this and they say, "Hey, Fury, I know that name. Who the hell is Rival?" Like, they are making their debut into the Asia League in Stage 2. So this game, like 110%, is simply the question is, who is Fury right now? Are they the Fury of old, or are they the Fury of recent who really is going to drop the ball? And that's the only question here.
I feel as though, kind of with the time that we've had with Lycolis, obviously he has mentioned that there are some things going on behind the scenes that they don't want to touch on. Dev, I think that was your question yesterday before we closed up shop. But I suppose I pose this question to you, Jake. Is it realistic to expect this roster to do anything but go the distance and push us to, the semi-finals with Bleed?
I mean, I think it would be an incredibly disappointing stage if they cannot at least get to that semi-final for what has already been arguably a disappointing stage. Results is one thing, but just their playstyle as well really hasn't been up to par. I think that we have expectations on certain rosters, the way we have an expectation, say on Bleed, they have to make a grand final. Otherwise, it's like a disaster of a stage. Arguably, you could even say, and there'd be some people who'd be like, no, actually, Bleed need to make the major. Otherwise, it's a disaster of a stage. And Fury, for me, are kind of that step below. What they've been able to do so consistently for so long, this stage has been abysmal. Now, they beat up on some of the South Asia teams to get some form, I think, over the last 2 play days coming into the playoffs, and sure, that's nice, but there's so much that they've got to work on. They can't be so overly reliant on Crit J, which if you were to like get rid of his player card here, like if you just deleted Crit J altogether, the other 4 don't look to me like a team, as we highlight him. The other 4 certainly don't match anything to what you're getting from this guy. He has put up some amazing numbers, clear MVP on the stage. If you did like a top 5 all-star team, he's in it, So he's a big reason why I still think they'll beat Rival comfortably, and why maybe they can be competitive against Bleed. But yeah, the others need to improve.
It's that discussion, Dev, isn't it, about the fact that, like, yes, Crit J is, he's objectively an unbelievable player. You look at the stats, he is currently sitting atop the Asia League. He's doing phenomenal. And he's doing that on a team that are struggling through the stage against some of the best teams. Does that maybe even highlight his performance more so?
Yeah, when the best player in Asia League, statistically, plays for the 5th place team, halfway down the standings more than, that really tells you a lot about what this guy's capable of. And he's always been a great player. But let's be honest, like, it's Fury as a team that has completely knocked off their mark recently. And all we can hope for is that the 2 matches that they finished their stage with over Hasib and Knock Knock have got them a little bit more confidence back. But yeah, it was the 4-game loss streak through the middle that was just absolutely pitiful. So I'm expecting a lot more from Fury in this game. I think when we get to BO3s and they're given a little bit more time to warm into it, when they're maybe not taken as surprise by Rival like they did in that BO1 that they played, then yeah, I do think these guys are capable. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when at the moment for me with Fury, because clearly there's something going on behind the scenes. We're not privy to that. So when is that going to be resolved? When are they going to get back into form? It's not an if. And honestly, they have to play quite poorly to not beat Rival today. So this is totally on them.
Well, let's hope it is today, because they are going up against Rival. Rival have already beaten them in a best of 1. Now, again, you can say whatever you like about best of 1s. This opens up the discussion at the very least. This is a potential. They've got two main players on here that we look to, Jake. You've got your Jackie Wu and Azuki. Both of those players have stood up phenomenally for this team. But, you know, even in their right minds, we've seen Hyunjin have some really important moments. Not even just like kills necessarily, but in the util department on maps like Clubhouse. This roster does come together well-rounded, but it just, there is still, for me, there's just that element of doubt when we get to best of threes.
Yeah, there certainly is. I think this is a strange kind of team because Azuki started the stage on fire. Absolutely looked like lights out, this like new up-and-coming player. I think I said after three play days. No, actually, I think I even said it after play day 1. I was like, this guy's going to be on another team by next stage. And then by play day 3, everyone else started being like, oh, you know what? Yeah, this guy is really good. But he has cooled off, you know, and at a probably bad point in the stage as well, now heading into playoffs. So he's one to look to. I know Jackie Wu's just been as good, if not maybe better, when you kind of look at his entry kill statistics, for example. But I think Azuki has to be the linchpin that if Azuki and Jackie Wu, those two are firing, you've probably got enough there with Scarlet and Songla as well. But this is a team that has some really weird statistics that you kind of look at as well. I brought up the plant stats for NoCap earlier, and they are the best team at it. Well, Rival's actually the second best team at it by a whopping 9% over third. So they can actually get those plants down on their attack, but they don't convert those into attacking round wins. Sounds weird, doesn't it, Rob? So 1% difference between NoCap and Rival when it comes to plants, but a whopping 17% difference when it comes to the attacking win rate. So if they can actually find ways to convert some attacking rounds, especially off their ability to get the plants down, then I think you can find Rival can certainly get enough attacking rounds to maybe overcome what is a pretty average defensive win rate, around 50%. They're pretty good as well on their entry kills. They're actually right up there in the Asia League third as well. So they've got some really good statistics that you go, hey, this is not bad, and it's a reason why their cost, their EPS isn't that far off Fury. They've just got to work on some of their fundamentals.
Now, Dev, we'll jump into the vetoes here, and I'll go to you on the stats, as you are the stat man.
Yeah.
All I hope is that we can get 2 competitive maps.
Yeah, and maybe even 3. But just before I comment on the maps themselves, I just want to point out that if you look at Rival's BO3 history, because that's a big part of this conversation, right? The better team tends to win a BO3 much more than in the BO1s. Rival has actually never beaten a team from the Asia League, a team from Southeast Asia, in these BO3 matches. Like every time they played NoCap or Bleed or Elevate, they have lost them, and that's through EWC quals. It's through the quals for this competition as well. And then on the flip side, the only team that's beat Fury in a BO3 in the last 6 months is actually Bleed. You know, these guys have consistently beaten teams like NoCap and Elevate. Now, the one map at the top of my thought, are we going to go to it list, is Clubhouse, because Rival have played this 4 times so far in the league, and Fury have played it 3 times. So both teams are a big fan of it, and it actually hasn't been banned out here, and it will get picked here by Rival as well. So, like, this is, you talk about, like, VOD reviewing, you talk about counter-stranding. 7 matches have been played between these 2 teams on this map in the last 4 weeks, all right? If you haven't voted them, if you don't know how they play this inside out, and if you don't come into it completely changing your play style, then that just ain't good enough. And what's funny is, on the flip side, like Nighthaven, we haven't seen either of these teams play in what feels like bloody ages. Like, neither of the teams played it during the stage. We haven't seen them play it through, but since the quals for this tournament, or since the EWC quals in Fury's case. So, yeah, very different case. Like, Nighthaven, 0 info, Clubhouse, all the info in the world.
So, as we lean into Chalet for the last map, the question that I just really I have on my mind here, Xenox, is do we get to Chalet? Do we need that decider?
No, and absolutely not. Fury are far and away better on club overall than Rival. I think this is a mistake from them. Reminds me actually a little bit of the Nighthaven Labs pick actually in our first series, right? Like it just doesn't seem like you're picking a map. You want to feel confident on it. Unfortunately for Rival Consulate, the map that they beat Fury on did get banned out early on. Look, at the end of the day, Rival did beat them in the regular season. But with the map vetoes that we've got, and as we know, Fury are a very good team when it comes to best of threes, I can't help but look at anyone but Fury getting the win here.
All right, well, we're ready to get underway, so we won't hold it any longer. Devin the Guzzler to get you underway.
Wow, lucky me to start with the Guzzler. That was the most vigorous throw I've ever heard from Rob. He must have been listening to some of your throws to breaks, Guz, from last game.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly taken inspiration from the best, so yeah, very happy to have inspired that. And talking about inspiration, I think we're going to have to see something very special from Rival tonight. Sure, Fury not at the peak of their powers heading into this particular play day, but they historically have been so strong in BO3s, and this veto has been rather favourable for them.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about who's favoured in this matchup. It should be a Fury win. It should be an open and shut case. But the big question on everyone's minds, what Fury is going to show up? Because Fury have historically been the best or second best team in this region for the last year and a half. And it was only this stage that we finally saw them drop off, go through that 4-game loss streak, which they finally got back on top of. Can they bounce back moving into the playoffs and keep their dream of going to that major alive? Of course, it starts here in the quarterfinals. Map 1, Fury's pick, it's Night Haven Labs.
So we haven't seen a map tonight with either shield available. The Monty or the Blitz has been banned out in every map thus far, and there's every chance we see it again here if Fury doesn't want to play into the Blitz.
Oh,
well, they may well want to. Ying taken off the board, another very strong execute operator. Now, defensively, the anticipation is probably the Miraval combo, and there is one of the two. Interestingly enough, this army, again, does have the highest presence globally, but not frequently banned out, probably doesn't quite warrant a ban in her current state, whereas the Mirror, for instance, is really powerful in locking down both basement and the top floor, the two primary sites here. And even though Rival are starting out on defense, I highly doubt that they will want to let that operator through, although they actually will. Here's the Tubarao instead. We saw a surprisingly lackluster amount of Tubarao play in the previous series tonight. I was expecting to see it maybe a little bit more, but yeah, certainly can pose problems for the attack. You think about IT breach, basement primary breaches, etc. So yeah, won't play a part in this match, and so we'll see how that changes, how this plays out. Fury, despite being favourites, they are starting on attack, and so they will need to set the pace of this match.
And in terms of that Tubarao ban there, Guz, Night Haven tends to be one of the more hard breach-centric maps in the pool alongside those like Clubhouse. We've seen a lot of teams outright win, especially on that top floor bomb site, just by having good Bandit and Kaid and Tubarao players. So I'm not surprised that Rival wants to get rid of that. It shows that maybe they struggle a little bit with hard breach, but of course Maverick's through. So any good team will be able to maximize their hard breach ability with that Maverick. Of course, the way I look at this is Fury, for their last 4 matches in a row, have just banned Ying Valkyrie. Doesn't matter who they're playing, doesn't matter where they're playing. That's 4 different maps, 4 different opponents. They always ban Ying Valkyrie. So this is quite predictable from Fury. It's really Rival's chance to dictate the bans. And most teams actually ban the Blitz, funnily enough, against Fury. The last 3 matches in a row, it's been the case. But every now and then we see those Monty bans sprinkled in. There are blitzes immediately taken here in this first round, alongside that Maverick, alongside the Ace, so we've got quite a bit of hard breach ability here. And like you said, Fury are the ones that get to dictate this pace, and we have very high expectations from them as well.
So then how can Rival look to try and find an edge in this particular game? We do see the Pulse employed here in the opening round, over towards basement, funnily enough, from Azuki. Garnering information from the safety of Assembly. There is double Nitro in play for defense, and that could be a good counter tool onto the likes of the Blitz, especially, which could pose problems for the defense in a more, front-on defensive style. As you can see, Azuki currently gaining information on Crit J. If he's able to piece one-on-one together, he will probably anticipate that it is a vert player of the Buck to maybe disrupt from below. Although Crit J now actually rotating over towards Cafeteria. In the meanwhile, Lake Holes has got a good ground now in through Con. Blitz is a really powerful tool in helping flush out this electrical position. So we'll see if Lake Holes finds success.
Info peek, he knows exactly who he's going up against, Jackie Wu. Goo Mines can continue to be popped on out. We really don't have many impact grenades, or any impact grenades rather. We just got the 2 C4s. Azuki's tempted to use it. Where is he? Down below, I'm guessing, on that pulse? Yeah, he is. He's just blown his C4, I believe, on the breach, did he? What did he do there? Honestly, I'm genuinely bamboozled, guys. Like, where on earth did Azuki just toss it and waste his C4?
Good question. Unfortunately, I looked away at a spreadsheet for about 3 seconds whilst I think that happened. So,
unlucky,
unfortunately, I got timed, so I don't know. But certainly didn't have an impact, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, the siege timing. All right. Well, Fury immediately lose the opening engagement here as Azuki finds his pick roaming downstairs, and I'm not sure exactly how BG Man died, but it's a bit of a devastating one to lose. I mean, where's the pressure from IT? We still have that breach solid, I believe, or at least well plugged and well held on to by Hinjin on that Azami. Aggressive and desperate from Lycolis. I mean, just swinging on inside as the Blitz ADSing is never going to have success. Scarlet's down on the ground and likely to be finished off here by that nade. But Dark has a whole massive task ahead of him. He actually might have seen the feet there of that player prone on the ground. Technically winnable, but effectively a lost cause here for Fury. And a good crossfire, double peek there. And easy opening round there for Rival. Pretty cut and dried, to be honest. Fury looked pretty poor on that attack, to be frank.
No, totally. Not particularly inspiring. And I think momentum and the mental game actually could play a rather large factor in this match. Sure, Fury seasoned veterans, they have a lot of best of 3 experience, but I can't help but feel that shaking the rough stage they've had so far could be a challenge. And Rival certainly can be momentum based. They're a team that get very animated when they're playing well, and that positivity I think serves them very, very well. So if they get off to a good confident start here and can compound a bit of pressure, I'm still not 100% sure if Fury will have that mental fortitude with what's on the line and the pressure, etc. Especially when you consider that it is their map pick as well. So if things do start to become a bit of a struggle, even if it is on the attacking half, it could pose problems. I think that's obviously we're clutching at straws a little bit to try and make a case for Rival, but I still genuinely think there is an opportunity here for them to maybe pose a threat in this particular series, but have to keep that foot on the gas. I think if there's a couple of rounds here or there that go the way of Fury in a convincing fashion, that could unravel pretty quickly. So they have to keep this pressure up. First round though, had a lot of positive signs going the way of Rival.
Yeah, positive signs going the way of Rival, but I'm also going to say, I hate to be negative, but it feels like we're seeing a little bit more of the Fury we've seen in those matches that they lost, the 4 matches they lost this stage, rather than the Fury of old that we know and love. And nothing on paper has changed. No players have changed. They haven't decided to drastically, completely revamp the way that they play Rainbow Six. There's been no massive meta-defining change that has caused Fury to just no longer be able to keep up with the times. And yet, they're looking to execute just by having their Blitz ADS and swing a doorway instead of having like a clear plan. And that's the red flag for me. And yeah, definitely a light at the end of the tunnel for Rival. Of course, very early days, we're just 1 round in. And now Fury have a chance to demonstrate how good they are at roam clearing here on Nighthaven.
Yeah, the Jackal brought here, and Scarlet's immediately under pressure. Will he elect to hold top blue or instead rotate off? Well, he kind of contemplates both. As you can see, reinforcements on the extension here does offer a bit of safety for that defense to peel back, so that's some good foresight there strategically from Rival. Does mean though that top 4 has been forfeited, but it has taken actually a pretty large chunk of the round. Doesn't feel like the round's been going on for all that long, but we are already at the minute 30 mark. Fury will identify that pretty quickly and look to speed this along. They do have the Buck and the Ram combination, so getting some vertical control and pressure here is key.
I wonder what Azuki's going to be able to achieve here on the stairs, especially if he can just call for Hinjin on that C4 as well. Hope that someone goes and walks near that hatch. Realistically here, Azuki doesn't even have to peek to take a fight. He can just peek for info, and wow, that's a massive C4 from Scarlet. Lycolis completely taken out, and Dark injured. That's huge.
Yeah, and that wasn't being fed from information, I don't believe, unless they caught a drone on the Mozzie. Maybe just been another sort of staircase call that we sort of thought towards that vending setup.
Yeah, I don't see any drones hacked on the overlay. Usually it comes up in that little white 0 underneath the gadget or next to the gadget. 30 seconds to play, and guys, this looks, again, not great here from Fury. I mean, when it comes down to the late round, we still have 3 C4s up for Plant Denial as well.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough. I think Fury need to try and go deep with picks, but that's much easier said than done.
Especially with Scarlet here, tucked around the corner. He could be the round-defining player. I9's the one with Diffuser, and he's outside the breach here. Songlar's found one. Scarlet can go for the swing. Diffuser down. The round has been won by Rival. There's nothing Dark can do. In the 1v3, it's just an easy lockout there for Azuki. Another solid and, to be honest, convincing round to kick us off for Rival.
Yeah, very one-sided. These are incredibly lopsided rounds thus far. Rival have, I think, a really good read on Fury, who have continued to play their old ways, and it's just not translating particularly well here in the first couple of rounds. Top floor clear was okay, but then we saw things stagnate a little bit throughout that first floor. It opened up the opportunity, the way they were sort of trying to deathball first floor, but quite slowly for the Nitro Souls to be really impactful. Eventually then we did see a bit of work on Vert, but at that point Rival had already been able to fortify site, play rat positions, put the clear, no time to really drone them out, and then we saw that round-defining play over towards the breach, which ultimately probably wasn't even necessary because the rest of the defense in the backline also was able to hold firm. So yeah, the opening start on the primary sites from Rival, very strong. As is always the case though, the tertiary can be quite defining and can certainly change the complexion of a match. So we need to see that kind of success on the tertiary side here, over towards storage, before we can really and definitively say that Rival are in with a real shout on the opening map.
Yeah, thing is though, guys, right, like, those first two rounds were not close at all, like, and it didn't look like Fury had a clear idea of what they were going to do, and it just failed because of one linchpin moment. They just looked like a little bit lost overall. And so I'm starting to fear, especially if Rival make a full circuit here, if they win this bomb site, that's 3 in a row, 3 different bomb sites. If Fury go back attacking the top floor, I don't know what they're doing on that side. I can imagine it'll quickly be a 4-0 lead. And then, I don't know, I feel like on Fury's map pick, I'm just not seeing many good signs.
It would be a pretty wild storyline if Fury to get knocked out in this game though. A team that really by all metrics should be competing for a spot at the major. They should be making it to the grand final, and in an ideal world, at playing at their very best, I still believe they can be competitive against Bleed, but we just haven't really seen it at this stage. And, I mean, even in the interviews, like Halls has been saying that they've been having a lot of chats and trying to diagnose what's going wrong, but unfortunately for them, a stage is pretty compact, and so even if you are able to identify those issues, which is one thing, correcting them is entirely different. Maybe the shield meta isn't particularly favorable for them. Maybe they're struggling with the current map pool. Losing Oregon could have been quite costly for them. But either way, teams like Bleed have shown that adaptation is key. They've been able to pull it off, and Fury still finding themselves lagging behind.
Fury have ended up in 2nd place every single stage since we had the Blast R6 Asia League introduced. So for the fact that they are not, like you said, competing with Bleed, but they're not even competing with the upper middle pack. Like, they're struggling against Rival, the 4th place or 5th place team here in the league. Now, as we look into this attack, I mean, at least for Fury, we don't have an early death, but still, Rival haven't felt too much pressure as of yet. Fury at least are putting a little bit more focus on the IT breach and the rafters compared to last time, which I like. And here comes an aggressive push. There we go from BG Man. Nice entry. The first time Fury find that opening pick, and they, from the looks of it, have top floor control with 50 seconds to pivot.
Yeah, much better pinch over towards that top floor, and you can see the vast amount of vert that's now available for them to try and pressure site itself. Injin, though, is able to retaliate, and like Hollis will drop the diffuser outside. Injin probably doesn't know that, and as you can see, he's in a very exposed position now and will likely die. And so that's a decent trade from Fury. 20 seconds on the clock, and they at least have the advantage and the diffuser critically in the hands of BG Man.
Oh, big question is, where is Azuki on that Solus? He's using his gadget to try and check at the moment where the plant's going down, and he is indeed below. He's waiting. This BG Man has to go for this plant very soon, but this is going to be an easy plant denial from Azuki. It allows Jackie Wu to take the fight. Now they know the diffuser's on the ground. Jackie Wu's found a final kill here for Fury, but it's not going to be enough. Azuki is still below, and they could not recollect that diffuser. Rival have just made a rotation 3 rounds straight.
And that's a sign of a team that really understands that site quite well defensively. Storage offers so many opportunities for both teams ultimately to exploit above, but also what we see lesser of below as well. Solace, despite being heavily nerfed in the last couple of patches, can still have flashes of brilliance like that, and we saw the information facilitate a really good, well-timed plant denial. And because Fury spent so much time clearing top floor, trying to get the diffuser down on 2 different occasions, they simply couldn't recollect it, and even if they could, it probably would have been denied again, depending on how much time was left anyway. So, yeah, really good work, PG Man there, as we can see, forced off the plant. Jackie Wu went nuts. There's some phenomenal play from him. And all of it off the back of the Solace lurking down below, which Fury did not account for.
Yeah. Yeah, man, like, I don't know, I feel like, guys, that's pretty fundamental of playing that bomb site. You obviously clear the top floor so you can't be denied from above, but you got to clear the bottom floor, or at least have a drone down there, or have a player lurking. You can just set one player outside the tank breach and get them to lurk late round, because, yeah, even if in the 4v2 the Solace finds the 1 pick, they're going to get traded by that lurker, and then you go for a reattempt on the plant, and you force Jackie Wu to over-aggress, and you take him down. Fury just, yeah, put all their eggs in one basket and forgot about one of the most fundamental elements of attacking that bomb site.
Well, things now starting to get seriously concerning for Fury. Back of losing the tertiary site, and again, like all the other objectives, it was convincing. That landed right, yeah, okay. I almost thought as if he got the other wall, the wrong wall. So again, another fundamental mistake, right? Like, no pressure below on a potential bandit check. That's IT wall 101, and that's a kind of mistake or oversight that we would typically see from a team placed in the bottom half of the standing.
Yeah,
we see it now, but it's already too late.
Fury are, but yeah, I mean, this just doesn't look like Fury. It really doesn't. It's not that Fury don't know how to play this side, don't know how to play this game. They know full well how to, and yet for some reason it's not happening.
Well, they got it that time around. A couple of impact amps and the pressure down below, forcing Azuki off breach. But again, midway point of the round, and Fury only have one thing off the checklist of about 4 or 5 different major checkpoints of this site ticked off. They need to try and get some presence over towards Con. They at least have that now, so that's alright. But Electrical still being held, and the peak before the Blitz.
Yeah, the timing a bit poor there from Dark, unfortunately. A really nice shot there from Jackie Wu. By the way, phenomenal start already. Former Direwolves player looking very hot here on Rival. Azuki's also ratting right next to that breach and likely to find a kill. There's a mute jammer on that door as well, so that Blitz is not going to be able to use his gadget. As finally BG Man finds one. A double from BG! That's everything that Fury needed. One player to just pop off. Critchetta's support from outside as well. Now Songla reveals his position, unfortunately, spraying with that SMG-11. Another big kill for BG Man, all up to Azuki. And his little cheeky spot in the corner is found out. Finally, the first round on the board for Fury.
Yeah, finally Fury able to find something off the back of an individual play to open up the round. If it wasn't for that play, though, again, they didn't look like they're in the best of spots. The Blitz wasn't really in a position to play make. Sure, some of the hard breach components elsewhere are actually quite strong, but don't know if they would have necessarily been able to unlock the site. But yeah, BG Man with the double over towards IT. Sent it forward. I suppose the cross wasn't being held correctly there, or maybe there's a bit of mistiming, bit of a mismatch from Rival. And to the credit of Fury, if there are mistakes, big mistakes made by their opposition, they will typically be able to exploit that. A testament to Rival, who over the course of the first 3 rounds, actually, their mistake minimization was really, really good. So in that last round, though, allowing that player forward was, yeah, certainly a bit of an error. We'll see how they go here. Now back down on basement.
Yeah, I wouldn't sweat too much if you're Rival. Real good shot on this basement defense. They looked really solid before with a lot of C4s. They're running more or less that same lineup. We have a few changes. No more smoke. We've got that Goyo instead. Legion. No Capcan this time. Still 3 C4s, which is very solid. I want to see Fury make good timing here when it comes to that breach game. When it comes to the roam clear as well. It does look like a bit of an extended roam. The timing was almost on the money there for Jackie Wu.
Let's see how long Jackie Wu is able to hold above, how long he wants to hold inside of server. Typically, it will be a fall-off position, especially for base defense. There's Crit J able to drop Scarlet. So does Jackie Wu double down? Might be the case here. Try and take one with him as he drops down the hatch. Unable to find that pick though.
Jackie should be happy with that though. He gets away with his life. Doesn't even take any HP damage. Does a little bit onto Dark. He's tempted to try and hold on to this position for a little bit longer. He needs to be careful not to be caught out from that window. He's lucky not to get sprayed, and here come the Jackal pings. He needs to get back alive. Crosses safely. Often teams will have a defender play on these stairs as long as possible to just continually shoot drones. There's also that bulletproof camera they could use to enable a C4. Neither of which are deployed as of yet.
Minute 30. And this is in a typical Fury round where things sometimes be overlooked, mistakes sometimes made. Well, the Nitro Cell game, we talked about it. Again, it reaps rewards here for Rival. Just one more remaining though for Azuki, and he's inside of Cafeteria currently. I'll go back towards the basement. The exterior walls have been worked by Fury, so they have options available. Either go for a default plant single wall or exploit something over towards double. So Fury have quite a few different opportunities and routes towards the objective now open, and it's up to the shot calls of the team to decide which one they want to go for.
There's also this roam flank. He needs to win that fight. Azuki does. This is why he's one of the best players in the region, like Colas, forced to take the trade, and he wins that fight out. Even numbers once again now, as Fury poised for this execute.
Reloading, cover me.
20 seconds then. Songler over towards Animus in quite an aggro position. Could feed information now that the rest of the team is rotating over towards that double wall.
15 seconds remaining.
And we still have a player above. He's forced to have an impact as Lycolis, as Songla needs to get around it. He's got one impact to try and get aggressive with. BG Man forcing that plant. I9 to cover, but he loses his fight. Now this is where Lycolis has to come up clutch as the plant goes down, and BG Man immediately off the back of it punishes Hinjin all up to Jackie Wu. Low HP and no impact to finish off what's left of BG Man. No Nitro to speak of either. A nigh impossible post-plant position. Despite being one of the solidest players for Rivals so far, I think he might have to call this one a day. BG Man still holding his position, but Lycolis is watching it from above. The pressure is there, the time is dwindling. BG Man getting aggressive, loses his fight. There is still time here for Jackie Wu to win this, but he needs to get this kill in the next 3 seconds. There's no time, he has to stick it now, he has to hold on. Lycolis should be able to confirm this kill. Lycolis! Lycolis! Come on! Finally! Holy shambles, Lycolis! Don't make me sweat like that!
Look at his reaction on the player cam though. He doesn't look like a man who almost threw the round. That was really scary.
I'm still recovering from that.
look, the plant setup there from Fury looked far more structured and well calculated than we saw previously. Even the fight main breach to EXO that we were spectating was still a favorable fight for Fury. They lost it out, and even despite that, we're still able to then get the plant down and hold it onto it in the post. I think it was BG that went for the plant, right? He did a really good job in then being able to get gun up immediately and hit that trade. Otherwise, it probably would have flipped in its ultimate result. So it was good work. Yeah, this fight here, I know, pretty unfortunate to lose it. BG Man, though, immediately was then able to find the trade, wasted a decent amount of time against Jackie Wu, and then, like Cole's up above, able to confirm the round. So, much better work there from Fury on that particular occasion. Now reached the 2-round benchmark if we want to set it there. Although it is their map pick, so I think it's probably fair to say 3 rounds would be a little bit more of a realistic goal for them heading into this particular map. And so we'll see if they're able to reach that.
Yeah. Oh, 3-3 considering how rough Fury looked at the start in the first 3 rounds would be very solid. I wouldn't scoff at that. 2 primary bomb site wins in a row. Rival go back to their tertiary. This one, Fury really should have won, guys. They just fumbled in the, I believe it was a 4 versus 2. Didn't realize that Solus was below. Azuki managed to deny that plant, and Jackie Wu found a few on site before being traded. Well, Fury hopefully have learned from their mistakes of last time around. What is this aggressive peak? Scarlet, just to be careful there.
So there's Zofia in play here for the 6th round. Can aid in some of that util clearance. The biggest question for me is how Fury account for, or if they elect to account for the Solus in this particular round. Azuki is currently in electrical though this time, so playing from up above. Jay pretty eager to get control above. Get those boogie auto breaches to work, although now rotates off. Lycos maybe trying to find a position to exploit in through warehouse and go for a more direct hit.
Oh, here comes the info. Someone does spot it though. Able to shoot out the boogie.
Oh, Fury haven't really been able to disrupt the hold. There's only 70 seconds to go now.
There's still 4 players on this top floor. Wall's not breached. I say all 5. I swear I saw all 5 players on that top floor for a second. Yeah, every single bloody player here from Rival on the top floor. Bomb side is down in control room. Oh, Fury finally start to make their way forward. Critche needs to have an impact here. That swing needed to win. There for Songla. And Dark finds his fight. This is where the collapse starts to come through. But Rival have more players stacked upstairs, and Fury just did not expect those repeaks, those refrags. Now desperately, Lycolis and I9 have to try and piece this together. But thankfully, the one player that was killed is the Solus. That's the one guy that can confirm where that plant's going down. So it might, in theory, be possible to spite the vert and look for a plant spot here. But it's incredibly dangerous for Fury, and you can see it as Lycolis feels that pressure palpably. Looking through these vertical lines of sight, he wants to make his move. He needs to wait for I9 to come support him. And he's got to worry not only about the vertical pressure, but 2 players have now looked laterally and tried to push him. I9 far too late and just way out of position. Easy kill for Songla, and that's going to be a second one now for Jackie Wu. Round done and dusted. Rival locking out that half, 4-2.
Yeah, I don't think it's in Fury's wheelhouse to contest the 5-stack above. They couldn't find any in over towards warehouse. I think they lacked any kind of conviction over towards cafeteria side either to then try and open up the map a little bit more and try to force the defense back. They got heavily stalled out. They walked into a lot of crossfires where I don't think they had a full read as to just how heavy the hold was above. And so ultimately the end result was sort of expected, their Rival being able to lock it down. So it will be a 2-4 half then. And so in a typical best of 1 match, I think we would say that's pretty even kill club, but considering this is Fury's map pick, and Fury, I think Rival have done a really, really good job there in the first half. We'll see if they can back it up on the attack though. It's very different dynamic. Rival's attacking win rate currently heading into the night is at only 37%, which I think may be the weakest. Yeah, it is the weakest attacking win rate of any team in playoffs. The only 2 weaker were Hasib and Knock Knock. So their attack, unfortunately, has been a letdown so far this stage. We'll see if it proves costly tonight.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. I hadn't made that connection. Wonder if it's skewed somewhat by the maps they were playing. I guess they played a lot of Clubhouse, but yeah, and I would have expected Rival to have a little bit better than that 30-ish%. Especially considering they did play Chalet. I mean, maybe they lost all their attacks onto Chalet against NoCat. Regardless, time to fire up on the attack now. Is the Blitz brought out? Only saw it, what, once or twice from Fury in the end? Wonder what Scarlet's planning with it. On this top floor, like we've said, you need to make sure that you get control of IT and use that with the pressure from Connector and Electrical as well. You can't just brute force one of these angles like we see so many teams try and fail to do.
Yeah, Scarlet joining out Warehouse indicates to me that he's probably pretty eager to make a play on that part of the map or play top blue and connect with others that push that. So we'll see what eventuates in that regard. Elsewhere, Azuki playing a lurk role basement. I get the feeling that Rival are cooking something up in this round. It feels a little bit more unorthodox at the moment. And, well, Scarlet's already in Warehouse, so they've got a lot of ground. And we haven't been able to stall out a lot of time.
And there's no wall denial as well there on the wall into sight there from Rafters. It's going to enable quite a long line of sight. Scarlet can pivot now his position to top blue. He's feeling that pressure. Have a look at this. Critche really wants to take this fight. EMP goes out. That will deny the Warden from using his glasses to counter the flash. He has to fall back. Thankfully, another player there to support. Scarlet takes some ground, but still hasn't managed to push all the way forwards. However, Rival have still managed to get that opening kill. Like Colas down. I believe that was the player playing on this mirror position that was from Songlar here through this breach. And Fury is starting to feel extremely claustrophobic on the bomb side.
Hinton just needs to be patient. He'll be able to find a kill for the rest of the team. He's able to build pressure. Trades elsewhere. Still, though, in favor of Rival. Minute on the clock. Quick J going nuclear again. The star player for Fury stepping up. Great flash, though. Jackie Wu facilitates that play, but another trade to come through. I9 this time to step up over towards IT. And it's now Hinjin in the 1v1.
Well, good trade. Yeah, and Critche's got the diffuser as well. He's playing on that shield. Hinjin's so capable of winning this. Really, it just comes down to who hits their shots. Critche's already low HP. One bullet required for Hinjin, and he finds it straight between the eyes. Critche was meant to be the hero, but he just couldn't hack it. A Rival. Oh my, they're firing up on this attack.
Yeah, I mean, if we just compare the two teams' attacks on that site in a vacuum, how much more exciting and innovative did that attack feel compared to Fury? They had some really good ideas in that round, Rival. The biggest one being that EMP that we saw over towards top blue, right? Not only did it disrupt the Warden, now ultimately it didn't net them a kill in the moment, but I think in another situation or another round it possibly could. But it also denied the BPC and the Malusi Banshee there. And it helped unlock a lot of the round. There's then a lot of pressure and a lot of the focus of the defense was diverted top blue. And in the meantime, they actually utilized that to then flush out the likes of Warehouse and IT and make plays. And sure, Crit J went pretty nuclear in that round. But unfortunately, the damage had already been done and came down to 1v1 again. Probably should have still gone the way of Fury with the diffuser priority and the deployable shield. But just a little bit more composure in the end there from Rival to win it out.
It feels like holistically, the rounds Fury win, they're winning because players individually are popping off, right? Crit J that round had a big impact on that Warden. I9 got aggressive, retook IT. Every moment that looks good from Fury tends to be based on something like that, not overall macro. Yeah, they're playing the round well, they're playing off of each other. No, it's individual moments of greatness. And as much as it's lovely to have individual moments of greatness and highly talented players on your roster, it's usually a red flag when that's all you've got. Quite a significant red flag as well. And like you said, Rival, their pushes look well-informed. Their pushes look really organized, really innovative. And we can't say the same out of Fury. Even the defenses that Fury put forth, Rival have a really solid response for. And we honestly just cannot say the same about what happened in that first half. A Rival going up against Fury on their own map pick, only 2 rounds away from stealing it.
I'll tell you what, Clubhouse is going to be really intriguing if Fury can't string together fundamentals. On a map like Clubhouse, it may actually be exposed even more so. I suppose on the flip side, the devil's advocate argument would be that innovating on Clubhouse is equally as challenging, so maybe Rival could have their own issues, but I think they've very much set the tone early on in the series. Regardless of the result from this point onwards, Rival are going to be competitive in this match, and Fury cannot be caught slacking. Otherwise, it could quickly unravel their stage and dash their hopes at the major. As we prepare for round 8, the Deimos has been brought out from Azuki. 4 and 5 for him so far tonight. And the ground now taken through the first floor to facilitate the Ram. Gridlock also in play, so some flank watch available to the attack. Nitros up again will land. Nitros has been massive in this match so far, and it's BG Man this time around. Well, not only good for one, follows it up with the second through the angle that he just created.
I gotta say, guys, where's this BG man been for the stage? This guy was the best player on Fury in stage 1, and he's been massively shown up. As we saw on the graphic, like, Critche is the only player that's outlandishly positive in terms of the stats in stage 2. And BG man is finally looking like he's having a couple more impact moments here. And yeah, I just want to know what he's been doing for the last couple of months.
Bomb located by attackers.
He's been storing up his energy in hibernation, ready for playoffs. But he's going to need a big performance, I think, tonight to help wrangle back this map. And so far, this round has been awesome. 3 kills from BG man. I9 cut down. The drop from Scarlet, 20 seconds on the clock. He does have the diffuser in hand, but needs to go big as BG man goes very big indeed. On for the ace. It's Jackie Wu at Cargo Stairs.
Yeah. Oh, 4 defines, not likely to do it. Rival had some decent ideas, but there was one little tiny problem. There was one tiny little thorn in their side, and his name was BG man. Critche does silence me a little bit by getting that final kill, but a big round from BG. And I gotta say as well, having a look at the cameras for that brief moment there, the faces of Fury doesn't fill you with confidence. They know that they have not been good enough in this map, and even though they just had quite a dominant round win, you look at these faces, that's not the expressions of people who are looking happy, who are looking confident. You remember every time these guys went around here, a rival, like Scarlet's
They're even smiling now. They're literally
face.
smiling now. Like that's the difference, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, vibe diff, man.
Look, I mean, I feel like we're memeing on it, or it sounds like we might be memeing on it, but vibes and mental cannot be overstated enough, especially in Siege. That the game naturally has a lot of volatility, and even the best teams are going to struggle to be super consistent. So I think it's about acknowledging that as a team, minimizing mistakes, copping it on the chin when rounds don't go your way, but then also being able to relish in your success and look to try and carry that momentum forward. And we've seen that for the most part from Rival tonight, who have looked really good on both sides so far. Fury, though, obviously aren't going to go down without a fight, and if they do eventually start to sniff blood in the water, they are going to capitalize. Again, though, Tertiary Site will be tallying round 9 here over to storage. The Rival have another interesting attack cooked up and ready to go, because at least top 4, basement being the exception, but top 4, they looked like they were cooking.
Is this the first Dokkaebi we've seen in this map? I feel like it is. I haven't seen much of it. We saw it once in the first half. Gotta say, funny when, I guess, yeah, we did see a little bit of a nerf, but really, Dokkaebi's still bloody insanely good. It really depends how much Roam game we'll expect to see out of Fury here, and how much of a kind of a soft entry with those initiating operators we want to see out of Rival, without going for the classic drone and clear. It's the benefit of it. Ooh, that is very risky, I9. He loses his life early. Songhwa, so aware.
Yeah, Dokkaebi's only been banned once here in Asia so far this particular stage, and predicted about 1 in 5 rounds. So that nerf has been far more impactful than I certainly expected. I really didn't think it was going to shift the needle too much on Dokkaebi, but I suppose with the shield meta as well, probably got to factor that into the equation. Yeah. We'll see if those logic bombs do have impact here in this 9th round. The beauty of them being that it can really snowball an advantage, and they only become more powerful as the round goes on, typically. They can deny a lot of that information on site. So provided Azuki is able to stay alive, it's going to be quite impactful.
Oh, that is an aggressive run out from Critche. He's actually going to go for it again. He's lucky that Azuki fell back. They know exactly where he is now. And they can hear him as well. Come on, Jackie. He wants Critche to go for it.
He's going to get shot in the back.
Apparently not, at least not yet. And the double kill from Lycolis might have brought this round back here. Critche now looking to go downstairs as Azuki finally gets a kill on the back of that second logic bomb. None left remaining, 1 minute to play. 2 versus 3 advantage for Fury on this defense. But those players are very separated. That diffuser's got to be picked up, and Jackie is likely going to get the audio into where Lycolis is. Easy headshot for Azuki to tie up the score. There should have been info for Lycolis. That camera would have called out where Azuki went. Now the 2 top fraggers for Fury have got to rebalance to save off this match point from Rival. They have one player above, and they have Critche just loitering around this corner as well. Azuki's got info on where BG Man is. He might be able to land this shot. This could be round defining. The Critche's around the corner as well, and he's gone down. All up to BG Man now. 1v2, he's got some info above, but I don't think he's got enough info on the site. There's a bulletproof camera in warehouse, but not in the site itself. He has to look for an opportunity to deny from above, but I don't think he's got the vert. Don't think he's got the angle. He's spotted. He's shot up. He's not going to be able to deny the plant. He's not even going to get an opportunity to. He doesn't have the information necessary, and now a post-plant required. He finds the first of 2 needed. And Azuki, low HP, doesn't know where he is! BG Man clutches the round! Fury will stay alive here. But a glum face shows that they are far, far from redemption yet.
That was pure chaos ball in the last 30 seconds of that round. The amount of panic that we saw from all 3 players left alive as that plant was going down was insane. That's just a testament to the amount of pressure weighing on these players at the moment. BG Man flustered, couldn't find line of sight onto the diffuser to deny. Did a good job to bring it down to the 1 versus 1, and then equally we saw the panic from Azuki repositioned over towards that warehouse position, despite knowing that BG Man was up above. He left himself exposed, perhaps not entirely sure where he should play. I think he maybe got caught in a Legion mine as well, and that certainly didn't help. BG Man, even in that final fight, still whiffing a couple of shots, sensing the pressure as he was low on HP, but able to get the job done. A scrappy affair, as many of these round wins have been for Fury, but ultimately they are just keeping pace.
Kind of ironic, actually, that Azuki ran into warehouse, which is the one place that Fury had that bulletproof camera, the one place where they had information. I mean, he was probably like absolutely shitting himself because he doesn't want to jump out the window where his teammates just died, but he also doesn't want to go and stand underneath all the vert in sight. So yeah, that was a rough run for Azuki, and look, to his credit, he's actually had a phenomenal game. Even though he is currently negative, we've definitely felt his impact. It feels like every time he's getting a kill, it's one worth talking about.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Round 10, and the Kaid hidden by BG Man in sight. No Tuberau available as that was banned out by Rival, but the Kaid can still certainly provide some value. We see double hard reach and Thatcher in response though from the attack. Oh, Songler lit up towards warehouse, trying to soft breach. That opened up. That could have been a bit of a disaster for Rival. Fortunately though, Songler able to survive with those 3 summers still in hand. Azuki, once again, lurking and loitering through base. We've seen this quite a few times now. Probably trying to progress over towards the likes of warehouse / control sort of area of the map, storage. To contest the mirror, I would assume.
He's got some info, surely. No, okay, now he's blind. An easy opening kill there for Azuki. Big player to take down on Critche. Also the Warden. We got that blitz up. Critche as well. Last time we saw this bomb site played, Critche was the top fragger for Fury, the best play in that round, the most impactful. So, good advantage for Rival.
Oh, that's aggressive from Songler, but it is rewarded. And this round feels like it's all but over for Fury unless they can produce something special. Still a minute 40 on the clock here for Rival. The shield's still up. They have the buck below for Vert. Not a lot of wing cons remaining here for the defense.
Wow.
Oh, that could be one. That could be one.
Certainly one of them, Guz. A C4 in combo with a bit of a spray from Lycolis. I like that Fury decided to get active. I mean, they're in that 3v5. They know that the biggest X factor for Rival is that blitz. Now here comes the entry though from Hinchin. They've managed to get the reinforcement off. And also the Wamai Magnet catches that Selma. We thankfully do have 2 left. But that's really awkward now for Rival. I mean, there was quite an advantage. Now they still have a minor one. But especially if Songlar loses here, Lycolis has read that rotation. This could slip away very quickly from Rival.
Azuki is still blowing cargo, so we need to see that buck get to work and help pressure those positions on site through command. Like, that needs to be his #1 priority. Instead, I think he actually goes blue stairs. So, just shield play, critical for the defense.
And no Warden left remaining. That flashbang going to have a huge impact. Good job from Songlar on that entry. Now just 2 players left for Fury. 99 has to have a massive impact. You should hear the prone there. He wants to go for a cheeky angle, but this is not a very favorable fight, and the buck finally makes his presence known from below. I9 needs to have a massive impact in this round. He's only found 3 kills this whole game, but with 20 seconds to go, he is in the round-winning position. That backstab is still very much alive. I think we've still got that player behind the deployable shield. 2 of them, in fact. Half the team's going to come from this angle. I9 finds one, can't land the shots onto the second, and eventually goes down to Azuki. Rival recompose, and map point rather, is very much now within their grasp.
Oh, I tell you what, I9 probably deserved to win both of those particular fights. Bit unfortunate on the second, but Fury did make life difficult for themselves in that round after losing that opening duel. There's a lot of pressure then from Warehouse, and despite the retaliation attempt with the Nitro and the reinforcement, both of which were great, still with that Buck lurking down below, the pressure that was able to feed, and then the really clean clear over towards top blue, and that stack from Rival. Yeah, just withered down the opportunities that Fury had to fight back into this particular round. With that, Rival now on map point. Certainly a sentence that I, to be frank, did not expect to say throughout this series, but certainly not here on the first map.
Just spectating and watching that replay of I9 makes me think he's not confident in his own shots. Like, he swung and then he stopped swinging, and then he swung and then he stopped swinging. He never full committed to the shot, and I don't know, a bit of a red flag. Like, it just tells me that I9 doesn't believe that he's going to win those fights right now. He has to play a little bit more passively, and if he continued swinging, he probably would have found both of them. You can ifs and buts every situation, but at the end of the day, Rival have gotten to this point of their own volition and merit. And it's not even a question of who's played better in this game so far, guys. Like, Rival have been a cut above. Now they have 2 map points here on Fury's map choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they would feel very hard done by if from this scoreline and this quality of siege that they played so far from this point, if they were to lose it, sure, it's not end of the world and not end of the series, but it would be very disappointing. They, from here, well and truly, have to win this map. They've played really well. And they've capitalized on a Fury that have fallen back into their shell a little bit tonight. And on the topic of shells, we do finally see the Scopos tonight in the hands of CritJ. An operator that really does help facilitate his kind of playstyle. Aggressive off-site, and then a quick sharp rotation back towards the objective. We do see the Deimos though actually with a death mark on that defender, just trying to keep that Scopos honest.
Located a bomb.
No, IQ pick. In the absence of Valkyrie, don't see her get a lot of play. I don't mind it, especially because of how many bulletproofs we've seen brought to the table by these teams. I mean, in this case, we've got 2 of them. Information comes at a premium at the cost of that Valkyrie, but I don't mind it. And of course, like the Scopus, the inactive shell, essentially acts like a BPC as well. Ram getting to work. And the one big difference we're seeing with Fury compared to how Rival like to play it was we don't see as many C4s, and not likely to see multiple C4 kills onto these Vert players, which tended to really slow down the Fury attack.
So then, a minute on the clock and a 5v5, shaping up to be a very chaotic final execute. But will it be the final execute here on Labs for the series? Certainly, Fury will be hoping that it isn't, as they look to try and extend this match to overtime. Groundwork done by Rival.
Oh, he's gone for it.
I think those still in play from CritJ.
Timing it. Oh. 1 kill. Big impact from CritJ. This has got to be one of the first times we have seen the shell switch actually enable such a significant flank. The whole round it's been sitting up in meeting hall, and CritJ's been on site. Despite the IQ, it wasn't spotted. Now 5v3, Fury are locking this one in. Azuki finds something. CritJ needs to be careful not to die now. He can always switch back to Atlas and get back into the action on site, but he's found Jackie Wu. Desperate now from Scarlet. That diffuser's not going down. Azuki saves the KD, but it means very little. Great round there from Fury. And for what I think is the first time we actually saw Scopos be the round-defining factor in a round.
Yeah, massive, massive, massive. Really highlighting the ability of the scope post to be a threat in the late round. It can be very difficult to account for that as the attack. I think also compounded by the fact that it was a 5 versus 5. Naturally, it means that there's a lot more occupying the minds of those looking to go for the execute. Sort of a case sometimes where having 5 attackers alive and no one to play like a dedicated drone flank watch can actually sometimes be to the demise of the attack. And so, yeah, really good demonstration there of timing that really well. And I think it does come down to the timing element. If you leave it too late and these players have already dropped the hatch and they're executing on site, that can sometimes be a problem. But he just caught them in the perfect moment and pretty much won the round for his team. So great work there from Fury. But now they need to go back to the top floor to try and secure OT. And last time out, it was a little bit of a disaster.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which round it was that we saw I9 just throw at the very start of it by swinging outside. That wasn't this side. I think that was the tertiary.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, it was. In fact, it was the control room bomb site. That was a bit of a weird one. I want to see Fury, like, when they see that blitz, they work together to counter it. They got the clash, so maybe they can play a little bit more passively. Even another factor that seems to be playing in here is that Rival have been so good at their hard breach. Like, every single round, they're opening up that wall from rafters into sight, and it just gives Fury nowhere to play. So perhaps working with that Kaid to try and keep that wall a little bit more intact could be the play.
Yeah, very, very intrigued to see how this final round of regulation does play out. I think a lot of it, again, might hinge on the blitz. And if Scarlet can actually get value from it this time around, whether that be through Warehouse or Top Blue, could significantly bolster Rival's chances of being able to win out the round. That being said, he will be facing, again, the Clash.
Ooh.
Interestingly, though, no Nitro this time, and that was what eventually saw his demise last time.
I'm laughing because I noticed Lycolis, like, juggled that Thermite. Like, obviously, Thermite didn't end up wasting a charge, but immediately Lycolis takes the electrical off, and now he's deployed both of them in different places. So he's being really smart with that util.
I think we might see another blue stairs attack, right? Azuki again is going to work here. I'll look to contest the shield, but they are doubling down with the deployable as Fury go nuclear elsewhere.
Oh, this flash has got to have an impact to try and force Crit and I9 back, but against the Warden, Flash is less than useless. There's Diffuser. Thank you very much, Crit. Oh, easy lockout from here for Fury. Wow, they're going to get aggressive. This is risky. This is the way you can lose these rounds. Well, Thatcher doesn't have any EMPs left. There's not many counters to this clash, aside from Fury making a mistake and Rival finding a way back into it.
40 seconds then on the clock, and surely from here Fury will be able to hold on. It's a warehouse stack from Rival. They run into the meat grinder. They do get the first.
Not half bad shot there, but the Clash needs to be the main player here for Fury. The Clash needs to say, everyone sit back, I will call everything. No need to overextend, no need to feed picks, because that's the only way back into it for Rival. For Fury here, all they have to do is hold on to this position. Crit swings on the back of the information from the Clash. Dark joins the fray, all up to Azuki now. Let's see if the Prodigal Son can get it done. 8 seconds, it's not happening. BG Man to send Fury into overtime.
Oh, they've managed to do it. It was quite dicey throughout this game, or throughout this map, but able to finally push OT. And with that, Fury have double defense. So they've found themselves a bit of a case to be made that they might be able to wrangle this map back. As we look back at the last round, not entirely sure where the first flurry of kills came from to transform it into a 5 versus 3, but yeah, from that point onwards, as mentioned, it was basically just the attack walking into the meat grinder. That is the nature of top floor. If you're not keeping pace with the trade game, it's very difficult to bring
rush
back.
blue, because that was how Crit got that diffuser.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what the plan was, but yeah, it did not work. Rushing blue into a Clash and a Warden. Only 2 of your players. Not ideal.
So the Scopos then again in play. Scopos. I don't know which is actually the correct pronunciation.
I actually don't know.
It's like Cade and Kaid, whatever the flavor of the month is, I suppose. But we'll see how much of an impact it may have here. Again, we saw Crit J with a massive flank last time around. Surely Rival don't allow that to happen again.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah,
Attackers
I
drop
just
the diffuser.
love the idea of it.
Recover
I'm
their
massively
diffuser.
biased. So, just to confirm, I think his other shell's on site, and this is the roaming shell. And last time he put it in meeting, and it wasn't drone. There's also no IQ this time around. The IQ can see the inactive shells, so if he's just hiding it up here, then that would be an easy way to just know that there is that that inactive shell hidden away upstairs. He's going for the exact same thing. He's just making sure he's not been droned.
Yeah, no claymores either up for Rival. So they are going to be quite reliant on the Nomad for flank watch if that's ultimately what they are looking to use the Nomad for. The Nomad may also be a tool that they want to also prioritize on the site itself to counteract Plantanar. Either way, it's going to be really interesting. We do see the Deimos again initially here to try and counter crit J, but he'll switch off immediately. Question will be, do they hunt down the second shell? It is on drone, so surely they just clear it this time around. I understand it will take a bit of time, but maybe it's not worth it as Crit J actually switches back again. So Crit J playing mind games on the Deimos at the moment, and pardon me, on the Scopos at the moment. I think it's a really good demonstration of just the amount of value that this operator can bring.
He's also got Lycolis to support him too. He knows that Deimos is starting to push him. I mean, you said it, mind games, right? Like, all that Fury have to do on this roam is delay time. They don't have to actually confirm kills. I9, very aggressive. He needs to get back safe. Like, here's the smoke. He needs to be holding onto a position for a really long time. He needs to make sure he doesn't die, but Lycolis has his hallway covered. Beautiful teamwork here from Fury. Where has this been in this whole game? Now another crossfire between the two of them. As the Ram starts to make her way forward, Jackie Wu doesn't know whether to go for that push or to go and work on the vert. Meanwhile, Fury have decided it's about time. Let's get back to site. We just leave Crit J. He can always change shells and get back onto site if needed.
Yeah, Rival won't catch them on the rotation. Now forced him through the drop. Goyo canister to implode. Electrical for Crit J. So he's still lurking top floor. Rival haven't gotten a ton of value from Vert either in this particular position. And so they're really going to struggle here with 30 seconds on the clock. Scopos, again, still in electrical. And it hasn't been accounted for. It looks like they're going to go for a default single wall plant. And I wish them the best of luck.
Yeah, good luck with this one. Crit J once again on the flank. Yeah, the air jabs will do very little to dissuade him from making that flank happen. Scarlet down to 3 HP. I9's weight worth in gold thanks to the smoke, and the kills just continue to come through. All up to Azuki, the last man alive, trapped in warehouse. A flawless round for Fury. And this comeback train is chugging along very nicely. Their map pick, they've just won 3 rounds in a row to send us their very first map point.
Yeah, I think this map overall has still been rather underwhelming for Fury, but that basement defense setup that they have is really, really strong, and I think it really does expose maybe some of the weaknesses that Rival do have in prioritizing their objectives throughout the round. I think they got caught trying to do too many things at once, and probably, again, weren't entirely sure, do we hunt down the Scopos, do we ignore it? How many players are supporting the Roma? Can we maybe exploit sightings instead? It got caught in a little bit of a middle ground where they did eventually get some vert control, but they never properly dealt with Crit J, who then hit a flank. And in the meantime, they were still forced to go deep because they also hadn't cleared the util belt on site. So the composition and playstyle employed there from Fury on that the basement site on back-to-back occasions now has been really, really good. Some good siege from them. So they now have the lead. And OT being only limited, they have double defense, so this attack is essentially a free shot for them to see if they can get it across the line.
Yeah, and it's on command servers, which they did actually manage to win one of the 2 times that they attacked onto it. It was the second time. And they are running more or less the same lineup. We've got this blitz back into it again. Yeah, I think that Fury are back on this horse well and truly, guys. I think they're back in the race. That first half was pretty dismal from them. Like, I was worried that I was maybe being a little bit too harsh, to be honest, guys. But Fury just, like, really did not impress me in that first half. Like, this looked like a dead average team that didn't understand the win conditions. They didn't have a clear plan for their attacks. And now we've seen a completely different beast come to life in these last couple of rounds. And this is, like, more like the Fury that we know and love.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope we see that same conviction, though, on this attack. Still do have another opportunity defensively, but I think it would be great peace of mind to close this off with an attack. They bring the Blitz for round 14. And that will likely be a critical tool in unlocking either top blue or warehouse. We've seen both options have success. A lot of it does typically hinge, though, on the ability of the attack to hard breach into warehouse. And I feel like as we see more and more rounds of this particular objective, that tends to be the biggest determining factor. As you can see, though, it's a rather aggressive hold from Rival. The wall is not fully reinforced, but there are keeper barriers to supplement that. Could be a fall-off strat where they then look to reinforce, but I don't think they have any left, right? So it's a full commit. Rival leaning heavily into the Islamic.
Ow. That's a huge chunk of damage. Well, Lycolis needs to be careful. Oh, here we go. That's C4 shot out of midair. Lycolis finds the kill. Massive impact there from the Ash of Critche. Now it's time for Fury to convert. They've got that opening pick. They have opened up an avenue into sight, taking control of blue. It's time to finish this game off.
Yeah, sharp. Very, very sharp. Now a 5 versus 4. The creep from Dark could be round ending for Rival.
Yeah, it looks like it may indeed be. Something perhaps, though. As shots fired back and forth all up to Jackie Wu. 1v3. The Blitz is hunting for him. And Lycolis puts him back in his place. Fury may have struggled this stage, but they have recomposed on their map pick and taken a big win here on the first map of Nighthaven Labs. One map away from redeeming themselves and heading back into the semi-finals.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a slow start for Fury on this particular map, but they were able to slowly wrangle back control, finally starting to play a brand of Siege that we have known them for. So we'll see if that continues into the rest of the series. Clubhouse, let's make it clear, it has also not been a very clean map for them this stage either, so we'll see how they go.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much, guys. We'll bring in the real experts now. Rob, what a game. I don't know what to say about that one other than Fury, are they back? Question mark?
Yeah, sure. We'll say that. They're back. Very concerning for me just seeing the way in which they started this game. It was so slow. Rival had their number in every single one of their attacks, and I think by the grace of God, they were given enough leeway to push this to overtime and really force, Rival to show what they're made of. And I think, Xenox, maybe you could probably attest to this. It felt as though it kind of just ran out of steam for Rival.
I mean, that's probably an easy way to kind of look at it, considering they got that 3-0 start, right? So that start, I'd probably say, Rob, sorry, but like inverse, right? Rather than the kind of like running out of steam mantra, it's more like really just shot out of the blocks. A couple of, really good starts to this game, opening 3 rounds. If you kind of take the opening 3 rounds out, after that, it's just all Fury for the vast majority of the rest of the game, outside of the point when, of course, Rival then got towards match point, had 2 opportunities, but that's to the testament to the start that they had. And I think when you kind of look at, I spoke about the opening engagements, but that's where they kind of dominated the game for a large portion of the match. Rival, they're getting all of these opening kills, and so they've got this advantage. The game was kind of slow in the first half, picked up in terms of pace in the second half, and I don't know if maybe that was to Fury's advantage, but at the end of the day, it's just defense on Labs, and then if you can control defense, you can get the job done. And I think that's what Fury were able to do in that second half. Just started to control defense, and subsequently, you go to overtime, you just win 2 in a row, and it ends up being that they go and win 5 of the last 6 rounds. So yeah, maybe you're right, running out of steam, but their start was really impressive.
Yeah, and look, we've got to take away the positives here for Rival because they looked competitive, right? It's not like we're sitting here saying that that's all they had. There were a couple of rounds in there that looked really good. To attest to your comment about, the opening kills, out of the first 10 rounds, they secured 70% of the opening kills. And that really goes to show for me the kind of energy that Rival bring to every game at the moment, Dev, in the Asia League. They seem positive, they seem confident, and they feel like that next up and coming squad for me. I don't know, but maybe
Yeah.
I'm leaning too much into it. Maybe I'm not giving Fury enough credit.
Yeah, look, I mean, Fury did play well in that second half. I want to give them credit them, especially because, as I said during the match, like, I think I went really hard on Fury in the first half. It was probably warranted, but in that second half, Fury played well, and even though Rival didn't manage to keep pace, overall, like, they played good Siege today, and I think that they were better than Direwolves were today, for sure, and I think, holistically, even though Direwolves beat Rival, I think Rival are actually looking like the better of the two teams right now. And I expect that this is a team that will be able to like stick together for a long time and continue working through their issues and continue rising up the standings. I wouldn't be surprised if one day these guys are in the conversation for a top 4 in Asia. You just get that vibe out of a team that looks like they know what they're doing. And another beautiful thing to see in this match in particular was the energy from these guys on the camps. Like, these
game's
guys
not over, James.
looked like they were here for it.
He's talking like very defeatist. We still got another map.
We still got club.
Yeah, we maybe have 2 more maps. I guess I maybe am a little bit defeatist. To be honest, like I love jumping to conclusions. I think you guys probably know this about me at this point. But like first 3 rounds in, I was like, well, I guess Fury haven't come to play today. And now that the map's over, like, I mean, you look at the history on Clubhouse, and I just don't think Rival's going to win this. Prove me wrong, sure. But regardless, I think they've played good Siege today, and I think they've actually impressed me compared to like not knowing who 4 out of these 5 players were coming into this stage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, you know, the implementation of the entire roster, I think, has been quite impressive. Obviously, they've had maybe a slower end to the stage after having a strong start. But Xenox, that just seems to be kind of the fitting storyline for this roster right now. It's kind of, you know, they get excited, they're all happy, they're hitting their marks on player cams, and then the game slowly progresses, and those big, excited smiles just turn into grins. They're not like, you know, I felt like by the end of the game, they weren't necessarily down on themselves, but you could see that energy was nowhere near where it was at the start.
Yeah, true. And maybe James is onto something because we've got like 17 minutes left in the day here. So by the end of Clubhouse, if they get belted, he could be like, "No, Rival, they were great yesterday, but they were shit today." So look, honestly, I think going into Clubhouse, it's definitely not going to be an easy task. You asked me in the pre-match discussion when we got the vetoes, what did I think? I just said 2-0. I think Fury is just going to be far too good on Club. I felt like Rival needed to close out Labs, and maybe we would have got that 3rd map. But I guess from their perspective, you've just got to kind of play what's ahead of you. And look, they played well enough on Labs that if they can, you know, capitalize a little bit more on the chances that they did have, and capitalize those on Club, if they can, of course, actually get those chances to eventuate, then yeah, maybe there is a chance they could get us to a 3rd map. They're gonna need a little bit more from Scarlet, though, someone that typically does perform. Unfortunately, couldn't get going in this game, but the good signs were, you know, Hinjin, Jackie Wu, Songla, you know, they were pretty competitive. But this team needs Azuki, and I like the guy's gone 11-9 and had an alright game, 79% cost, 3-1 on the first kills, but I think he needs to play even more, and that's probably just where this team's at. They're just not like a Bleed where you've got 5 great players across their board. Azuki can play to a pretty high level, and they're going to need that. You know, BG Man goes and drops 16-7. I need to see that from Azuki for them to win Club.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got to dig deep now. That's just essentially what it is. It is do or die for them here. We're going to head to Clubhouse after the break to determine Rival. What was I going to say? Rival's future history? I don't know, man. It's getting too late here. Fury are 1 map away from going. You know what, Jake? How about you throw? How about, you know what, Jake Xenox and Diddy? You do my job for me.
I wish Michael was here to throw because he has been absolutely amazing at it today. Short break on the other side. We'll head to the 2nd map of this quarterfinal.
So for us, we've made the last 4 events: Atlanta, SI, Manchester, and obviously EWC most recently. So I think anything less than like a major qualification would be pretty much a failure for us coming into the season.
For every stage, our main goal is to make it to major, so it's also our expectation to beat like every team in this region and make it to major.
To be champion once again, just like last year. We hope we preparation.
This season is looking really, really good. The state of the game is something I'm really enjoying after a long time. It's really fun, and I'm looking forward to having a great time and hopefully securing a good position in this league.
We have a big enemy like Bleed, Elevate. So yeah, I expect to win against them and qualify for the major. That's what my goal right now.
Yeah, honestly, I think we can win like top 3 or top 4. We're like full of passion right now. Yeah, and I think that helps.
Our team has to play against the MENA region as well, because we normally play on UAE server. The two regions, Asia and MENA, they're very, very different in play style. That basically results in very unique ways to play the game, and I think it gives us an advantage in some of the situations against the Southeast Asian teams, such as Fury Elevate. So we're gonna have to see how that pans out.
Yeah, it's Azuki, our core player, like our fragger. I would say it's the top 3, okay, top 3 fragger in our region. When he do the 1v1, he never lose 1v1, bro. Even he's like against like Rips 96, Third, okay, Krij sometimes, but yeah, he wins a lot.
I think for one, like the diversity in our team, like we have leader from EU, Reaps from China, Robin from Indonesia, and I'm obviously from New Zealand. Especially with all the international experience we get, we can bring things back into this league that people have never seen before. So yeah, I would say that's what makes us unique from other teams.
My playstyle is kind of slow, and I like to do like structured stuff. I don't like random jump outs, stuff like that.
That's why my team plays that. I would think about the last season. I think the last season our playstyle was like, yeah, we usually didn't play post plan, or most of the try to plan the bomb. It's just like team deathmatch sometime, I think, in the last season. Yeah.
Every one of us is different playstyle. You will see one of us going very aggro, one of us very slow. It depends on the day. And my playstyle will be very aggro against anyone I know. So be ready for the aggressives. Thanks.
I feel like I'm the kind of the player that fulfill the needs of my team. Like if my team needs something.
Welcome back, guys. We're back here into map 2 of Rival versus Fury for a spot in the semi-finals here in the Asia League. Fury came down to a bit of an overtime match in the first one. After being 0-3 down at the start, they came back to win 8-6, and I'm joined by the Guzzler. Guzzle, we see the Blitz being banned out as well. Rival don't want to deal with that any longer. I don't know. I think we're just.
Apologies. Sorry, you're talking to ghosts.
Do you want to go again there, Michael?
I was just curious why I'm being titled the Guzzler this evening, out of nowhere.
I don't know, man. It just seems so fitting for you.
Well, fair enough. Yeah, eager to jump into this series and potentially conclude what has been an up and down day for Fury, but I think we do still need to see some improvement here on Clubhouse, because their Clubhouse overall this stage hasn't been particularly clinical, and I'm trying to think about the exact match that I'm talking about. It was in fact against Bleed.
You're thinking about
and that is when they brought the damn Carly, and it was really, really messy. And I hope tonight in the second half, Fury have completely ripped that strategy up and thrown it in the bin. Otherwise, I'm going to be very upset.
Can I stretch a real wild yarn here? Can I spin something up? All right. So, what's great about Clubhouse is that both of these teams have actually played it against the same teams here in this very same league. So we have a perfect barometer. Let's talk about Bleed, right? Fury played Bleed and they won 4 rounds on Clubhouse. Rival played Bleed and won 2 rounds on Clubhouse. What about Hasib Warriors? Oh, well, Fury played Hasib Warriors and beat them 7-2, and Rival beat them 7-4. So what we learned from that is that Fury is exactly 2 rounds better than Rival in both of those matchups. So that means I guess it's going to be a 7-5.
Clinical analysis.
Have I just absolutely big brained this?
If this ends up being 7-5, that's the call of your career.
Oh man. Flip it, chat. Flip it.
Well, Fury are starting out on defense here to open up Club, and it's a bedroom gym defense for the first round. Mirror in response actually over towards Jacuzzi Breach, so Fury are going to look to contest this. No impacts for the defense, but they do have triple nitro. Impact EMPs from Grim should help open up this wall. But there is the opportunity for the bandit trick. I always get nervous when I see this for the attacking team because hard breach can sometimes be more challenging. Oh, the grenade. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Oldie but a goodie, Guz. We love that.
Wow. Yeah, no, I respect it. Like, all speaking over towards Dirk currently as well, so he might be on for one if anybody drops that balcony, but looks like it's pretty conservative at the moment from the attack. They'll rotate over towards Cash, I believe, and work that side of the map.
It's been a long time since we've seen teams use the Zephyr consistently to counter that bandit juggle, and you mentioned Lycolis, he's actually able to find Jackie Wu. At least Jackie was able to expend all of his util on the ace, but that's still a big kill, regardless from Lycolis on that roam, and he should be able to start making his way back to site as well.
Yeah, for Fury, it's just about ensuring they don't bleed picks from this point onwards. As Lycolis makes his way back towards the objective, he can flank up main lane. Everybody from the attack of Rival still situated outside the map. BG Man with the read on the balk, but he does die. Oh, he took one with him though. Okay.
It's pretty solid. It's actually the player behind the one he was fighting that he ended up headshotting. Bit of a tilter there for Azuki. 40 seconds left to play. Bees come out, the flash comes out. Okay, yeah, you can know he's there with the bees. He can still peek you. I don't know why I9 is overswinging that. And Songlar does make this perhaps winnable. 2 versus 2 with still 30 seconds to play out. Critche and Lycolis both separated, but both having very solid positions. Songlar has snuck deep into bathroom. Where's the plant on our potential? There is no C4 to speak of. This has to come down to some good swings there. And Songlar does find Lycolis while getting taken down. It's all up to Critche in the 1 versus 1. And he does win it indeed. He should know about this downed player as well. And can confirm that kill for his teammate. Easy clutch up there for Critche in the 1v1. And Fury, not clean, not clinical, but the round is theirs.
Yeah, we saw some pretty good ideas there from Rival to break down the defense in that last stage and get in a position to go for the plant. And without plant denial readily available for Fury, it did sort of set up a bit of an awkward retake, but you kind of back Critche in to win those. Scarlet was hugging tight against the wall, and so Critche able to have the advantage in that particular gunfight and able to make clean work of it. So solid work there from Fury. But again, the sort of problem-solving skills that we saw from Rival, not only through the mid-round to flush out site and go for plant, but even further back for hard breach, denial, and countering the bandit was, yeah, really good. Just couldn't quite piece it together, though. At the end, you don't get the reward to show for it.
The Clubhouse does test your fundamentals when it comes to the breaching, the mini-games, and that kind of thing. And yeah, like you said, Rival actually looks surprisingly good at it. I feel like I've seen far too many teams in this stage just fumble to bandit juggles on Clubhouse. So it's nice to see that Rival can bring out the old strat book and go into the pass a little bit, get the Zephyr in there, something a little bit old-fashioned that we don't see much anymore. No reason why. It still works, very much so. Basement, though, is a different beast entirely, Guz. I mean, you can be good at hard breaching on this site. It does not mean that you're guaranteed to win this round.
Yeah, certainly so. And we are going to see an aggressive roam straight off the rip here from Critche. Now, he's not electing to play the Scopus just yet. Instead, the mute. He may have jammers on the top floor.
One in pocket still.
Yeah, that's exactly what drew my attention. And he's in quite a precarious position. Doesn't seem eager to fall off just yet. Still holding top red. Doesn't have much in the way of support here either, so... Yeah, Critche, 3 kills in the last round. Searching for more here in the second. I don't know if he's been cleared properly. No, he hasn't. Okay, so
Okay.
misdrone from Rival.
Yeah, that was pretty poor, unfortunately. We saw the drone go into Cash. He saw it go past. He decided not to shoot. He stayed at top red. There's the drone coming from bot red. It must have just been bad timing there for Rival. Scarlet, fortunately, had a bit of an abysmal Nighthaven Labs, statistically speaking. The weakest player in the server, and already off to a bit of a rough start here. And what's more, that's your buck going down. That's your tin can openers. A little bit of hard breach gone. But more importantly, it's all that soft destruction. Thankfully, there is some pressure from the Ram to help support it. He's going to be a run out from Crit J. Oof. He's a daring man, this guy.
I mean, there's not really any substantial pressure on that position now. Rival have pivoted elsewhere and focused their effort on Burp, Ram. Ash to counter the mirror for triple wall.
They're doing the bleed strat.
Yeah.
This is exactly what we saw Bleed do with that mirror window. So I guess Fury had been taking notes.
I mean, we even saw a team they might trick on the wall to open part of above it through Vert. That was pretty intriguing as well. So still room for new tricks here on Club. 45 seconds though for Rival, and Crit J is still on this room.
Jackie Wu does find the opening kill. Immediately, Crit J finds one in his flank, though. He needs to make sure not to overextend, though. His timing's just a little bit off. As a player close, he doesn't hear Azuki sneak up. And Rival, maybe have a shot in this. But Songlar and Azuki have to get really aggressive now. And this shotgun from Songlar is not ideal. There's no soft wall he can destroy. He's going to go deep into side, though. Just the bearing to cover himself. And Azuki here at bottom main stairs. This is quite winnable. Songlar continues to push forward. The timing is not there for Azuki. I don't know why Songlar kept pushing. Didn't feel safe going for that plant, and it cost him the round.
Yeah, I think if they had that time again, you'd maybe fake the first plant and then just back in Azuki to win a fight down long, and then you could maybe reassess. I can understand not wanting to just blindly go in and stick the plant, but yeah, unfortunately they were at the disadvantage either way, and so Fury able to mop that round up. A lot of that facilitated off the back of Crit J on the roam, finding success. Not only did he find the opener in through CCTV, but then found one bar as well. Was ultimately traded, but those on site able to fortify their positions, and so Fury so far here on the second map looking quite convincing.
Defense Clubhouse, like, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. As much as my prediction on the desk was that this should be a pretty solid Fury win, and I know Jake agreed. I think Rob, he doesn't always let on his opinions, that man, but I had a feeling that he was of the same mind as well, and I get the vibe maybe you are too. Like, we're kind of all expecting a 2-0 here, right? Yeah.
10 seconds to go.
I just want to be right, because, you know, that's what matters at the end of the day, right? For me personally.
Well, yeah, I mean
I want the 7-5.
Yeah, true, I forgot about that. Yeah, look, I'm expecting a 2-0, but also if you had have asked me how competitive I expected Rival to be, I probably wouldn't have said that competitive. But to be honest, like, especially at least on Labs, and even some of the ideas we've already seen here at Club are pretty solid in terms of fundamentals, and also just enough innovation to keep things a little bit fresh as well. They're not playing like super standard, boring linear pushes. They are trying to experiment a little bit, and it had mixed success clearly off the back of that first map result. But Rivals certainly have been cooking playing into this game, and it's shown so far. I'll be looking to actually reap the rewards of that best opportunity now here on the tertiary of Cash CC, a site that can be quite tricky to lock down. The Capital and Grim combination employed here by the attack, indicating that a Rafters clear is the most likely outcome.
I just think it's hilarious seeing Azuki play this little game of staring down the Clash. The Clash is just looking at him. You see that little head pop up out that window, still just staring at him. I think he's tempted to get a teammate to peek from one of these master windows on the back of that information. That's why Azuki wasn't safe droning outside. And he's going to reposition. We see that breach come through finally, but of course, the name of the game on this bomb site is how do you clear Rafters? And we don't have that Monty Bro, and we have that Clash present, which means it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, let's see how it goes then. This position from like holes inside of Lounge of the Clash is rather aggressive. Now Mini Stairs looking to probably ward away the threat of this clear or try to stall it out. Blackhawks will spot it.
Two of them. He can't target both of them at once. Oh, the EMP is great.
Ooh.
And it's an awkward angle for BG Man.
Oh!
The nade takes him out. Awkward now for Fury since they've just lost 2 players. Critche 1 HP. For a moment there, it looked like Fury had actually won that exchange, but not to be. I9's got to make a huge rotation to get all the way back onto site. And he's going to have to run through this E1D, so Rival knows exactly where he is as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was a massive late trade onto the Clash. I don't know how not entirely sure how that was able to be found, but either way, 30 seconds on the clock. Diffuser is stranded main breach, so Rival need to try and get that across or plant hard right.
Oh, I think that's exactly what they want to do. They pinged out the plant spot. That smoke is not ideal. Oh, very dangerous from Azuki, making that huge run across, but no one gets him. They're running below now to prevent the plant denial. The C4 doesn't land, however, and Azuki can continue forcing that plant down. Songla now making his way up the red stairs. Jackie Wu through the verts, perfect, all up to Y9, and he's caught in the back by Songla. Straight up those red stairs to save that round there for Rival. A very convincing attack from them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like my next statement, many will say it's quite obvious, but because they won the round, but they genuinely did feel like Rival played some really good Siege that round, and then they actually got the reward for it. Their clear over towards Garage was great. They got the delayed trade onto the Clash, which aided a lot of the other issues they may have had late round. And then as they go and cross the default plant, they had the presence of mind for players to start contesting down below. If they hadn't have done that, it could have changed the complexion of the round. Castle Shotgun, for instance, would have been able to deny that default plant. It was a calculated risk because it did expose a more horizontal form of denial, and eventually we did see that kill, but they had wasted enough time and created enough pressure that they could get that plant down, and then those players down below were quite quick to retake up above and eventually hit that trade. So yeah, some good fundamental siege from Rival in that previous round. It's only keeping Fury honest on that first rotation.
It won't be flawless. Good siege from Rival, but also I feel like BG Man's probably kicking himself, being that Rafters player, struggling to aim down low enough to get that kill. I wonder if maybe he could have vaulted and gone for something a little bit more aggressive there, even if he gets traded, like find 1 or 2, especially while the players are distracted with that Clash. BG Man was the absolute hero of map 1, 16 kills. And he was the 2nd best player in stage 1, by the way, in this league, and he's dropped to 21st on the player stats leaderboard here in stage 2, so quite a fall from grace for one of the top players in this region.
Flores in play then for the 4th round. Azami on the board. Also barbed wire on main stairs, and by clearing this barbed wire early onto the piece, it very much opens the opportunity through the late round for the likes of Azuki, for instance, to lurk up that position and create a lot of pressure. And if the defense is unable to dissuade that, it can be quite impactful, so that's just something to note. Elsewhere, Rotero on main breach to help clear that, and yeah, again, another flawless clear of that Jacuzzi wall from the attack.
It's actually a really cool way to counter the bandit juggle as well, not one we see often, but Flores puts a Rotero drone right there. Ooh, watch out, Dark. Yeah, you can't bandit juggle while the Rotero is detonating at your feet, so nice use of the Flores there, very unorthodox, but it gets the job done. Breach open. Fury getting quite aggressive here. Look at all these players peeking windows.
Yeah, trying to maybe catch somebody off guard as they drop from the roof. Minute 20 then on the clock.
A bomb has been located.
And 3 players from the attack droning. Now just the 2. Rival looking to gain information so that they can feed that across. Final Rotero being used here by Songlot. Still 2 Keybers in the pocket of BG Men as well. They bolster this site anchor position. They're doing quite a good job, it feels at the moment. They're navigating around this pressure, and as I say that, they also get the opening kill.
Yeah, problem is, it's still a mirror window. Jackie was actually going to swing aggressively into side. This mirror window is still holding on to that position. What a shot from Critche! Threading that needle onto the player on the windows. Desperately now, Jackie waits for someone to cross his line of sight. Songla was the attempt. And unfortunately for Rival, they could not land it. Now, Critche has got this position on lock from that mirror window. And yeah, I9 here in the bathroom stalls, also in a really solid position. Doesn't really matter if that C4 gets shot out. The fuser is down. Critche locks it in from that position on the mirror. I mean, there was no escaping this. And a very solid round there from Fury. Just another day at the office, to be honest.
Yeah, Rival is struggling to progress through the checklist on some of these attacks. Typically, the objectives that they are able to cross out, they're doing in a really nice and clinical fashion. Good example being Jacuzzi Breach. But then the follow-up onto Keeper Barriers was lacking quite a bit. We didn't see much pressure over towards the cache side of the map. We also didn't see the default mirror logi cleared. You bundle that all together, and then it narrows the amount of opportunities that remain for Rival to even just get into the objective, right? So, falling short in some of the fundamentals. Again, there over towards gym bedroom. And for Fury, I'm sure that'll probably give them a bit of confidence that they can continue to play their playstyle on these primary sites. Basement we go, and a somewhat similar lineup. We're also going to see the castle as well, so I suppose potential for an SSG roam here.
Did you say the line?
I don't think I've said that line for a while, but I did. I
swear we had
the line.
I swear we used that buzzword a couple weeks ago on a cast. You and I didn't know that.
I don't remember saying it. Maybe you did.
Maybe I did it and you roasted me for it. I think it's just, if ever a caster is casting Clubhouse and we see the SSG roam come out, it's the duty of the co-caster to immediately call it out. What is this from like Olas, bro? You're playing as Army, don't spawn peek. That is also such a dangerous one, man.
We do see the mute employed, and Kuche currently second floor in range of one of those mute jammers. So they are distributed around that top floor of the roam to try and slow down and stall out that clear. And the onus again, Kuche top red. He just loves playing this particular position. 8 kills so far in the match. We saw how dangerous it was previously. I believe that was back in round 2, again on that basement extension, where he was able to find Scarlet for free. Rival need to make sure they do their due diligence this time around and drone it thoroughly.
No, I don't think they're going to fall to the same thing twice. Even using the Kawan. Okay, that was a bit of an airball. Does not throw the needle through that drone hole. The bees will not go and cover top red. I don't exactly know where Critche has gone. Did he fall all the way back down blue? I think he might have done. Or at least holding on to more safe positions. Speaking of aggression though, Lycolis, a run out of dirt. He's going to get caught here by Solar. This is very strange. A rush from Rival. Immediately the reply though. The plan fakes. Jackie Wu going for a reattempt now as Critche gets his C4 and hinge, and another C4 goes over. Well dodged by Jackie Wu. But this may be a little bit too desperate here from Rival. Up to Jackie Wu now. Massive double! This guy's doing it all. He goes for the revive, and it's all up to BG Man, but he's going for a big flank, and he's up above this kitchen hatch. They should know about where he is now. Both players low on HP. Spots one crossing the church. That diffuser now from Jackie Wu, still in his pocket. He's waiting for the right moment. He saw him for a second, going for the drop. This is risky. Just spraying through the wall. He doesn't manage to land the shots needed. One bullet is all he will need to cover off Scarlet. As Rival do their best, and Scarlet does land those shots. What a round from Rival. On the flip of a switch, at the drop of a hat, they go into sight, and Jackie Wu comes up big.
Yeah, I think chaotic is one word to describe that round, but it goes back to the discussion earlier that I was having about Rival and a couple of these rounds having some really inspiring attacks. That round, they find an opportunity on site to start going for the plant. They don't overcommit to it initially. They bait out a lot of utility, a couple of players step up, find multis, big picks, etc. So did a really, really good job. And despite being on a BPC that entire time, he was still able to make it work, even with the threat up above late from BG Man, who tried his best to play around that information. But then the rotation to Church was ultimately too much for him to be able to take down. So yeah, super, super clean work there in the end from Rival, being able to exploit that roam game on basement. So clean work from them. And now a 3-2 scoreline as we head into the final defense for Fury in regulation.
You know, guys, I genuinely do not recall the last time I saw a kitchen hatch drop rush like that. I think it's been a really long time since we've seen teams do that.
Yeah.
I don't know why Rival knew that Fury didn't have anyone watching that drop, but man, it's quite a round. And now there's a chance that they can tie up the half, which would be pretty big considering that Fury have looked to dominate this half so far. Cash CCTV. This is the one bomb site that Rival won previously. Let's see if they can do it again and tie it up.
Yeah, last time Rival did a really good job in breaking down that hold in Garage with the Grim and the Capitao. It is the Capitao though on this particular occasion. And we're going to see again a heavy investment from Fury on vertical play. That's helped by the castle barricades as well. Okay, he will hold that one aside, and with Super Shorty in hand as well, can play for Plant Denial. Meanwhile, the main breach has been worked by the attack. So next up will be clearing some of this utility, which has been done. And drone's now currently going through Garage to scope that out.
I think it was just the other day on Clubhouse, guys, we saw, I think it was against the sea. BG Man was playing this position on Rafters. The Capitao fire came through, and he tried to go for the self-heal, because you can actually withstand the Capitao Vault if you use all your heals.
He mistimed it, though.
He mistimed it, and he ended up frying. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to be watching out for that today. He might even be able to thread the needle on this angle against the Capitao if he's not careful. Flash comes out. Nade comes out. You can't withstand that. Gets taken extremely low. Now he has to heal, and he does. The entry, though, from Songla here almost finds his head. BG Man, you got to land these shots. You can't just be the kind of doc to heal yourself up. You also have to win some fights. But Critche, he's gone for his flank, and he's made it work. This is huge. This is everything Fury wanted. BG Man was the bait after all. Lycolis finds 2 on site. Critche had support from Swamp. It's beautiful from Fury.
Yeah, that's massive from BG Man to be able to withstand that pressure. Was just able to create enough of a stall point in that particular push that others who were playing around that hold could find themselves in pretty active positions and then catch Rival off guard. That was really clinical defense on that site. Probably the most clinical round from Fury we've actually seen in this particular series, so that'll give them a big confidence boost heading into this second half. Sure, the dynamic changes because they are now on attack, but really, really clean. Yeah, that re-aggress from Critcho is great. It was always going to be a bit of a linchpin in the round there for the defense, but with BG Man stalling out, we had that big window of opportunity. And so credit to those two, and like balls as well, looking down sight. 4-2 lead for Fury. Now just 3 rounds away from progressing in this playoff bracket. Bleed to meet them on the other side, James, and that's going to be a very intriguing matchup if it ends up transpiring.
I would love to see it. I feel like we deserve Fury versus Bleed. We deserve it in a BO3. Yeah, that BO1, that was a rough game. It was on club, and honestly, on reflection, knowing now that Fury found 4 rounds against Bleed, especially with how poorly they played in that match, maybe that gives us a little bit of faith in Fury, and 4 rounds is actually not too bad against Bleed on a map like Clubhouse. It's just a match iconic in this region that I would love to see, but Rivals still stand in Fury's way. As we switch into the second half, here's an aggressive play from Critche. Oh, that flashbang's not going to be great. Immediately, though, he's just scared off Rival. I think there's still one player there at the top of the stairs, perhaps, but it looks like most of the defense has just fallen back to side, tail between their legs.
Kind of interesting there, seeing Critche's playing with Light Flash still enabled. Obviously, you can play with Dark Flashes now.
Isn't it client-side setting?
Yeah, it is, but...
So that would mean that it's what our observer is set to.
I saw his face cam light up, so it was definitely Light Flash. I was looking at his face cam.
That's so funny.
I don't know if there's a competitive advantage one way or the other. I think I definitely play on Dark Flash, so I don't go blind.
Mizuki should be dead here. No way. He does go down. I thought he was going to survive that for a brief moment. That's the kill that Jackie needed. Is he going to be able to get away without Crit J catching him. Oh,
don't
timing
overpeak
is
that.
awkward. Why are you continuing to peek that Jackie Wu? That is extremely ballsy, especially going up against Crit J.
Yeah, I mean, get back to side and get your keepers activated. If he had it died there, it would have been actually quite a big loss. So,
he's still peeking.
Yeah, he still has 2 keepers in the pocket. Either way, though, minute 30 to go in the round. Both teams still poised in pretty good positions. The hard breach trail from Fury, very aggressive from Jackie Wu. What's back again? Exothermic going down alongside the util from Habana. There's X-Kairos getting to work. So kitchen hatch now opened up. I wonder what kind of... Yeah, I wonder what kind of impact you are going to go for in the face of these keepers, because it definitely establishes more power positions to play.
Yeah, we don't have explosives on this roster at all. Anything to clear these keepers, anything to clear the global shield. I honestly don't think Fury have got what it takes to crack open this position. I think the only choice is to go for Church here.
I guess maybe if they can cross for an Ash Wall, but it looks like they will open triple. The Grim Util, in my eyes, is going to be really critical, and BG is deploying that now.
This is very aggressive from the mirror. I9, he's right around this corner. He trusts Lycolis to cover him. He wants to bait Scarlet into an overpeak here. The flash goes out. Scarlet withstands. A second flash will catch him, though. Need to see the swing from Fury. I9 goes in for another flash, but I9 goes down. We need this trade to come through quickly, and it does. And immediately the pickup onto I9, but it's just these 2 players here for Fury left alive, as the rest of them have fallen. I9's got to cover now, and Hinjin takes him down. This should be easy round ender. Lycolis cannot stick that plant, and Rival looking very solid on that basement defense.
Yeah, they butchered that clear of Scarlet a little bit there. I think there was that pocket of opportunity to have cleared him. It may have come down to Scarlet actually repositioning really well, despite being blind. Of course, we as the observers or the spectators were also seeing white, so it's kind of hard to tell what was going on. And maybe that's what Fury was seeing inside of the server as well. And so actually locating him and getting that kill was easier said than done. Had they have had that path opened up a little bit sooner, they didn't have to worry about the down. Maybe they could have gone for that plant a little bit earlier on, and it could have changed the complexion of the round a little bit. But there are other parts of that attack that also did break down simultaneously. So credit to Rival. Still having 3 players up so late in the piece, full HP. Put them in really good stead. And as we mentioned before as well, Fury did limit themselves with win cons because they attacked explosives. So maybe that proving to be a little bit costly as well. Rival continuing their defensive efforts now over towards Gym Bedroom, and yeah, that Azami is going to persist as a popular pick.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to go.
Only 1 round to tie this one up. Very doable.
Attackers must locate and defuse the
Fury has shown us little, but not enough on this attack to convince me yet. You know, I thought this was going to be a tight game, but I thought that Fury were going to win it, and it wasn't really going to be that much of a conversation. A respectfully tight game, but respectfully clear that Fury had won it, and that hasn't been the story as of yet. However, we see the Monty make the first appearance that we've seen from it in this entire series. It was banned in map 1, and there's a very good reason why everyone seems to ban it against Fury.
Yeah, honestly, I should call myself out for not mentioning the lack of Monty so far. I guess my brain just automatically defaulted thinking it was actually panned out, whereas it was, of course, the Blitz. Monty specifically utilized the garage plays over towards CCTV and cash, but you can find value from it as well here for the clear across over towards Gym Bedroom. You can apply really good pressure in towards cash and then lock down Pon. I mean, move Mark forward into Logi as well because it is a rather linear push. So there'll be a bit of pressure on the defense. Triple Nitro available. You don't typically see a ton of vert play, but you could see a pivot here from the defense once they spot that Monty. Oh
wow, that's
there we go.
Almost completely dismantled Fury. Gotta say, Lycolis lucky to be alive, though. We need to see chip damage now from Rival. They should expect him to be low on the back of that. However, C4 not to follow up. I don't know where Hinjin is if he's in position to come and support. Meanwhile, the fire, attempts to clear out this position, but we need something more from Fury here. This is just a bit of a standstill.
Ended on the clock. Fury are getting stalled out. Like Coles eventually, I think, needs to try and get active here on the Monk, but they're actually going to send the Capital in first. This is an act of desperation. They do get one, but the follow-up doesn't quite land. They finally send it forward. The death ball does eventually land onto Songbot. But a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, look, we have 3 flashes on I9, 1 flash on BG. Azuki's low. I'm on the cope here, Guzzle, but I reckon this is winnable.
No, it's not.
Okay, watch them do it.
Jackie
watch
Wu
them
gets
right
2
now.
here.
Jackie Wu's flashed. No, Jackie
Oh, no.
spotted, taken down. Azuki's still low HP. I9 good for his entry. BG man to follow suit, but both players have vacated the precinct. They're not on site anymore. And they don't have information as well. There's no BPCs. Finally, there is one in gym apparently, but this plant should be able to be locked down. This can't be denied from below. It's safe as well thanks to the keeper barrier. I9 taken down, and Azuki will fall into place on the site with the final 2 kills. Big from Rival, but damn, did that get close. Nah,
I think that's pretty...
Shut up.
Nah,
Shut up.
Nah, that's pretty one-sided.
Shut up.
That's pretty...
Shut
pretty
up.
one-sided. I mean, to be fair, like, that was a ballsy strat of Rival to completely vacate site like that, because it really took the Nitro cell out of the game because of the bricks plant location. We did see like the lob attempt, but it was shot out. Azuki, they primed and ready, just caught a good timing there on the swing and able to find 2. So really good work from him. Lil Fury's attacks here on Club, much like that bleed game, proved costly once more. It hasn't quite looked near as bad as they did in that match, to be fair, but still some issues arising. Like Horse got completely stalled out there on Monty, and being reliant on Crit J marching forward and finding that entry was always a long shot of a play. Then again, some of that util on site making it quite challenging, and Suki allowed to reposition. I think the attack had a very good read. Rival showing some good stuff here on Club again. On defense on those primary sites. We'll see though if the tertiary holds up.
Attackers have discovered the location.
When are we going to see bar, guys? When? When is a team in this region going to have the cojones to go bar? That's what I want to see. That's what I'm waiting for. What's statistically the worst bomb site in the game? I don't care. Did you hear Onigiri? He doesn't care about statistics. He does not care. He will keep going to kitchen, and you will keep pulling your hair out. And Chad Onigiri is going to keep doing it.
Yeah, I mean, they did it today again, and it actually worked again.
2 for 2, right?
I don't know. That man's insane. Yeah, we haven't seen bar once in Asia so far this league, or this stage. It's only been played 3 times globally, I think, the longest played in the world. Yeah. The only sites that have been played less are the 4 sites on Oregon, and we know that's because Oregon is no longer in the map.
Damn. That's wise. Alright. Nice opening from Hinjin. Aggressive as well. Through that mirror window, we are going to see the breach come off. That's a very awkward breach, though. I mean, that mirror is still open, and that's a vaultable rotate into the breach. So there's actually not a great start here from Fury. That is one of the most disgusting ways for the wall to be open that I can possibly imagine.
Impact out.
Impact's in play. Unfortunately, Impact's now doing significantly less damage. Don't know how effective that tool is really going to be. It takes a little bit of health off I9, but not much to dissuade him from this position. Still though, big onus on I9, getting value here. Keep barrier to stall it out. Dark has the Flame Bolt in hand, ready to go. And this moment of the round will pretty much make or break it for the attack. If they go for it now, they don't quite yet. As Dark gets distracted, in a good way, gets a kill. Now a pallet with util to follow.
Okay, Nade comes in. That could be pivotal. Injin surviving for a little bit longer. There's the player spotted. Not finished off for Solar. We need to see this Monty start marching on up, and I9 does. He might have to try and take this one. He's feeling some pressure. 2 players on rafters and 1 down below. He needs the support from Critche here, and that impact is going to take I9 a little bit lower as well. Desperate now. Critche needs to land his shots. Good pre-fire. The first one for him, but the near side, he gets the second regardless of the Dread Mine. Massive round from Critche. 15 kills in this game. as Fury are about to edge ahead.
3 versus 2, but can Fury take that final lead? Flash to come through. Azuki seeing white, doesn't have Nitro in hand, and he's in face of the Monty in a 1 versus 3. Forced back as I9 can harass him. There's surely nothing Azuki can do from this particular position. Plant will be confirmed, and so too the round for Fury.
Wowee, what a show-up moment from Critch. He was really needed there, and despite being in an unfavored fight, despite having 2 players at Rafters, the pre-fire into the first one, the Dread Mine goes off, and he can only see about a meter, 2 meters, 3 meters in front of him, and he still wins that fight onto the next player. A massive credit to the Monty as well. I9 was very supportive, but someone's got to get the kills, and Critch did it. Massive round from Fury, and that could be, indeed, Guz, the moment that this game turns.
Yeah, certainly so. But it is the tertiary. I'm actually quite intrigued to see how this side's been holding up in Asia. I feel like it actually hasn't been all that bad, so I'll wait for that that number to load up. But yeah, from Fury, good clear. They got a lot more value from the Monty in that round compared to the round prior where it fell apart on the clash on the cache clear. Yeah, as for that site, CCTV and cache in Asia, it has been played 18 times, and yeah, I was actually right. 72% in favor of defense, which is by far and away the most defend-decided map, defend-decided site rather, on this particular map, which comes as a surprise. So good work from Fury in being able to break that down.
5 seconds to go. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Basement, now we're talking. Very different situation down here for Rival. It looks pretty convincing on this bomb site last time around. Even though Fury essentially won that roam game, right, guys? Like, Rival just had an absolute lockdown on site. I wouldn't be surprised if Rival decide to actually roam less this time, because they have so much confidence in their site position. Now, I guess the only thing we've got going for Fury is that, yeah, you've got the Ashe now, so you have a little bit more hard breach. And you got the Ossa with the intention of dropping down that kitchen hatch while protected. But again, I think that you need more to counter this as army, especially when Rival like to play quite passively in that late round, play off their positions. You got C4s for Plantanol. That's really where Fury are going to have a headache.
Only seeing limited explosives again here for the attack. The 2 frag grenades from Osa are great, and sure you have S charges, but I would anticipate that they'll be prioritized on the mirror. So outside of maybe the using Habana to counter Ebers, but that comes to field supply. Again, that could be a difference maker in the round if Rival are able to play around that utility correctly. I wonder if those Talon shields are going to set up a play similar to what we see from Bleed, where they send it down main into Arsenal and go for that plan and cover it from long. Maybe they'll steal that strat for this particular
Well, they stole the
site.
mirror strat from Bleed already, so...
Hey, you may as well. Look, you may as well imitate from the best. I don't think that's to be frowned upon. Still, though, looking to just set things up at the moment.
Kitchen hatch open pretty quickly as well, even though there are 2 impacts in pocket for Azuki, so I don't know whether it's deliberate that he's saving them or not, but they will actually come into really high value in that late round with the Osa up. So I'm not sure if intentional or if Azuki's just forgotten about impact tricking, but he may end up benefiting from keeping that utility in pocket. No Osa at bot main as of yet. C4 comes over the top, dodged. I9 just takes a bit of damage, 40 seconds to play. And here comes the Osa, looking the wrong direction though. Now Rival know full well what the jig is on site. Scarlet finds his shot on Critch. That's the pivotal player to take down as well. And Azuki joins the fray. Here comes the aggression though from Scarlet, but he loses his life. Lycolis might have just salvaged this for Fury. Still impacts available for Azuki. The first one goes out, the second one misses. Cover needs to come through from I9. And he gets 1. But there's low HP on both of these Fury players, and Azuki and Hinjin just need to time this well. The C4 is still up for Hinjin. And Lycolis has got to stick this plant now. I9 thrown passively, covering the C4, comes through last second. I9 somehow finds the kill, while on ADSing. The round is won by Rival regardless, and we are tied 5 rounds apiece.
I feel like we could spend the next 20 minutes breaking down that round. What the frick was that? That was insane. Well, they did ultimately go for the bleed strat, right? I did anticipate it, and we saw it with double Talon shields. Then a bombardment of explosive utility, not from the attack to clear keep the barriers. It was in fact the defense encountering the Talon shields. We had the impacts, but still one Talon shield standing, and then the clutch nitro at the very end. Man, I would not have wanted to be playing like Colus's role in this round. Just getting absolutely bombarded with utility, players rushing forward, getting a lot of trust in your teammates to help cover that. And there was just nothing they could do to deny that final nitro style. Really well placed. And ultimately round winning for Rival.
It's funny. I don't know whether Azuki knew that there was an Osa and deliberately kept his impacts in pocket the entire round. But it ended up coming up clutch. I mean, yes, it was the Nitro that technically won it, but certainly keeping that other talent shield intact would have helped a little bit. Regardless, Fury, well, they're close, but they're not close enough. Yeah, I'm thinking that, guys. I'm trying not to jinx it, but it's at the back of my mind. Technically,
honestly, I'm starting to believe.
Technically, my theory would still stand if it's an 8-6, because my theory is just that Fury are 2 rounds better than Rival, right? 8-6 is still 2 rounds
that's
better.
true. Yeah.
So we could be on the money here, guys. Don't want to get too excited as of yet.
Well, Rival do have defense OT, so important to note.
Ooh.
You would have to win their initial attack in OT if it is to go to overtime. See how round 11 shapes up then after a very chaotic round number 10 on the basement. Back to the top 4. Maverick and Ace. The initial clear CCTV, that doesn't pose too many problems for the attack. We may see again another bandit trick attempt on Jacuzzi. Rival, to their credit on attack, did an amazing job in countering that. So we'll see what Fury cook up. One Mav line at the bottom, just to dissuade that blitz from returning, and BG Man can then look to trick the top. So no funny games from the attack this time around, but it will be effective.
BG Man knows what he's doing there. C4 from Hyunjin opens up the rest of that soft wall. Here comes the execute here on the top red. Now this was really where Fury stalled out last time around, and this time it will do much better. Good that the Warden was the first to go down as well. The only player that can peek through those smokes. Gritche, man, he's really making this M249 look viable here as every Rival player slinks back to sight, tail between their legs. I9 catches Jackie Wu downstairs as well. That's devastating for Rival.
"60 seconds then on the clock. Surely from here, Fury will be able to convert. We know that Azuki, though, can be a real clutch factor for Rival, but he needs to step up now.
Oh, massive kill from Azuki. Clean headshot. 1 kill separates these two teams from being even. Rival have been forced back. There's another one. We're even again. And Scarlet's somehow going to double down. The guy who was incredibly quiet on map 1 has now brought this back into a favorable position, but he gets traded. And this is where Fury have to collapse together. Azuki is down, all up to Hyunjin, the overswing and the read. BG Man punches the air, and Fury are just 1 round away from a semi-final.
1 round away. And 1 round away from getting your prediction right, James, which would be a little bit infuriating, but also pretty cool. See if they can get the job done, though. It's going to be a double down from Rival, Gym and Bedroom for round number 12. As we look back at the 11th, Crit J able to march his way forward. Top road clear was clean. Azuki only able to pluck 1 before the fall off. Did come down to somewhat close 2 versus 2, but if you're just trading it out, they look pretty pumped up at the moment, but still very much locked in.
Well, one last chance now for Rival. Push us to OT. Now, map 1 was Overtime, 8-6 on Nighthaven, a map where on paper I think Fury should have been heavily favored. Rival brought us the distance. And here on Clubhouse, we kind of said the same thing, right? Like, this should be Fury's map to lose. And Rival are just so close to the edge. It has been a phenomenal season so far for them. To go that extra distance against Fury would mean a lot. I have no clue what would be going through their heads right now. I expect a lot of pressure. I mean, in map 1, guys, especially in the first half, when they were 3-0 up, it was all smiles on the face cams. Very much game face now.
Yeah. So the Maverick over with CCTV wall. Doesn't catch the timing. Once again, Fury are going to open up this wall uncontested. We don't see the Bandit at all here from Rival. So what role may that play? Although given that Fury have shown they're pretty willing to Maverick these walls, and they also have double heartbeat, so Bandit probably been particularly effective outside of a misplay.
Just noticed that almost everyone from Fury actually rotated off and away from that breach before they opened it up. They're not looking to clear cash and top red this time around. They're completely ignoring it. What are Fury playing at?
Yeah, I'm just trying to soak it all in, try to decipher exactly what the play will be here for the attack. Bloody drop potential, I suppose. Yeah, they have the flashes, but they're just gonna go dry.
Yeah, this is everything that Fury needed, just to send it. An opening pick, and then immediately the double drop. They found another one, Azuki on the ground. It's all up to Songlar in the 1v3. He finds his first, but there's a mountain to climb, and Dark comes back for the backstab. Fury have done it. It's been a hell of a stage for these guys to deal with the tribulations of the best of one phase, but now they're in the playoffs and they are back. They go flawless 2-0 over Rival, and they have a date with their good friends Bleed in the semi-finals.
Yeah, solid performance this evening from Fury, and able to find an extra gear towards the pointy end. Still though, questions to be had as to whether or not the siege they showed tonight will be enough to take down Bleed.
Yeah, and guys, just to check, what was the scoreline in the end? What was that?
Fury got 7 rounds because they won the game.
Yeah,
Rival
yeah,
got...
and
What's half of 10?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Was it? So it was a 7-5. You're telling me it was a 7-5.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks, guys. That's all I needed from you.
Okay,
Jake and Rob will bring you guys back in. Look, I am going to gloat a little bit. Apparently, Fury are indeed 2 rounds better than Rival on Clubhouse.
Just narrowly enough. Look, still, I've got to admit, I'm very impressed from Rival Esports. I don't think that you can really take anything away from them. They come into this season with only one player who has ever had experience at this level, and they shine throughout. You know, they do well in best of ones. Granted, the end of their stage wasn't overly fantastic, but they come into best of threes and they look competitive against Fury. So you've really got to hold your head high if you're Rival at this point. Jake, am I inflating them a little too much, or do you back them?
Yes and no. I mean, there's certainly a large portion of that I agree with. I think if you kind of look at the whole body of work, Rob, I can absolutely get behind that. The entire stage, you know, they came in, there was, you know, probably little to no expectations. And look, honestly, when you go back and look at the stats, they finished 5th, they won 3, lost 4, minus round differential, but there were really good signs, and they were competitive even in the games in which that they lost. And I guess you could almost say the same in this best of 3. You know, an 8-6 into a 7-5 is ultra competitive as you can get from a 2-0. So, look, I think it's the kind of team that they can certainly continue to improve and grow. We spoke to Jackie Wu a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying it was the most fun that he had kind of been having on a roster and on a team, and I think you could certainly get that vibe. So, look, I don't know what's happened to Azuki, though. He had the best 3 play days I've ever seen, and then he's definitely cooled off. And maybe then going into next year, we'll temper our expectations, which just means everyone else has to kind of find ways to improve.
Look, speaking of tampering expectations a little bit there, Dev, we've seen real lows from Fury this stage, but This game in particular, I think they needed to show their grit. They had to get, for me, they had to get this done 2-0. Didn't matter if it was overly messy to go into tomorrow's part of the conversation against Bleed with any hope whatsoever.
Yeah, look, and Fury, yes, they had a really rough slog, particularly because it was 4 games in a row that they lost. But just to recontextualize, like losing to Bleed, that happens. That's not unusual for this squad. Losing to NoCap, also strangely not unusual for Fury as well. So the main 2 red flags, the only real hiccups where I see Fury as being like decisively worse than in the past is 1, losing to Rival, obviously the worst situation that happened in the round robin phase, and also losing to Elevate because in stage 1 they did actually smash Elevate. But now you think about it, like Fury actually ended up 4th on the standings, so only below Elevate, Bleed, and NoCap, and they've decisively, or reasonably decisively, won their quarterfinal. I think that they can be reasonably happy with themselves. Like, considering where they were, I think they've brought themselves back into a much more respectful place, and if they can get a map off of Bleed in that next game next week, then honestly, power to them. And I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being a competitive series.
Well, I guess that's probably left the discussion for next week. I don't want to dive too deeply into it, but obviously, you know, coming out of their quarterfinal 2-0, it's a close game in both maps, but they still get it done. It does start to give you a little bit of hope, Jake, but the hope, I mean, is the hope cope?
Well, what? Fury?
Fury.
Going into Bleed? Yeah, absolutely. I don't think... How can you argue Fury over Bleed right now? The only thing you could certainly argue if you want to get on the cope is that they do kind of play to their opponent a little bit, Fury. They can play up to Bleed, and I think Bleed also, you know, for their sake, for whatever reason, Fury's like the team that challenges them the most. For a team that went undefeated, Rob, the closest game all stage was actually against Fury, who were struggling throughout the regular season. So if you wanted to find a good old, you know, bottle of cope, well, there you go. Fury Bleed in a semi-final is also, you know, a lot of lore in that matchup.
There certainly is, and we're looking forward to that one. Not as much as I'm looking forward to this interview. Let's welcome in Lycolis for yet another interview. Lycolis, congratulations on your win. Look, this one was a little bit closer than I think most might have thought, but I want to get your gauge. How did the best of 3 series feel? I know it's only 2 maps, but it was close matches all the way.
How it feel like? I got no idea, but I feel really like confident in like what we need to do and what in each round. I think it's like giving us more like, you know, not much pressure that we can't lose a single map. So in the rest of T, I think we kind of like have more space to play with our creativity while in the round. Yeah.
Like Collis, last time we spoke, we kind of spoke about going into best of 3s and how that's a positive for Fury and for your team, and I guess we could see that again today. The games were competitive though. Rival, there wasn't much of a separation. So from that perspective, knowing that you've now got to find Bleed, does that kind of give you the confidence that says, oh, we've actually still got a little bit of work to do here going into a matchup like Bleed? Because these guys were pretty close. We only just kind of got over the line. So what do you go and do now to prepare for the Bleed matchup, knowing you've got to find more improvement?
Yeah, of course. I think the only program we have right now is like some of like, you know, strategy during the round is kind of like we kind of like going like shut down when something went wrong in the early, and then we kind of went back to our like how usually we play. So that's actually like a point that we need to frequently use like a couple of days before going up against Bleed, because Bleed one like giving us like enough time to like, you know, reset our game during the game. Yeah. So that's our like main issue here in a couple of days.
So obviously we have very high expectations of you guys, but it's starting to have been quite a while since you went to your last international event. How do you feel about the trajectory of the team as a whole at the moment? Do you feel like you're climbing? Do you feel like you're at a bit of a plateau? Do you think that you are able to get back to the heights and qualify for one of these majors again?
I believe we can able to like qualify back to like what we were last year before. But yeah, of course it's gonna be like tough, you know, like when we practice, like everything seemed good, but during the day everything like, you know, not going as we expected. So of course we have to like keep like improving ourselves during the prac and in game as well. So I hope in this couple of days we could prove that we can fix this problem.
Like, Hollis, you mentioned there that like things are going well in practice, but not in the server. And I don't mean to kind of pry an answer out of you. If you don't want to, you can say no comment. But is it something to do with the emotions in the game when you're in the server and competing for obviously like a league, or once we get into playoffs, one single elimination, you lose a game and you're gone? Is it the emotional stress? Is there things just not clicking mechanically or strategically with the team? Can you give us any insight?
I think it's both. It's both like in the during the game day and emotional as well. Because I believe like I don't know about the other team, but I believe our team, during game day and practice day, I believe we were like more confident in practice in some of the area in the map than in the competitive. We are aiming to fix, dude. We want to play practice just like in the comp. That's our main issue right now.
Yeah. Well, look, I wish you the best of luck in connecting that. We're going to need to see it as you go up against Bleed next week. That's a huge game. We're all looking forward to it. But we'll leave you with any final comments. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
No, probably we're probably going to say us next week anyway.
That's what I like to hear.
I love
well
it.
Said, Lyco.
The confidence.
Well
He doesn't miss. Like Olis, thank you very much, mate. And we wish you all the best against Bleed.
See you next week.
See you.
That's some, I tell you what, that's some ice in the veins.
That's
If I've ever
baller.
seen it.
He
Lyco,
doesn't look confident. He doesn't sound confident. But those words, they're fighting words.
That was ice in the veins. That's all I'm saying. Zen, what do you think about like Olis's interview?
That was good. I mean, he's like, oh, it's going to be a hard game. I don't know if we'll see you next week. That's probably not the right way to go about it. You've got to be confident. You've got to back yourself in. So, yeah, no, well said, well spoken. And I think that, again, the takeaway for them is going to be there's still a little bit of work to do, which fortunately they've got a couple of days to go back to the drawing board. And obviously, I think the rival game was a little too close, even though they're 2-0'd. I would have liked to see a bit more separation and kind of confidence going into that Bleed series. But yeah, I think Bleed would have been kind of sitting back thinking, yeah, we got these guys. So for Fury, back to work for the next couple of days and see if they can pull something crazy out. I don't think we'll see Clubhouse because Bleed is just way too good on that map. So they'll have to also go into the map pool and find something else.
Where would you go if you're Fury? Where are you going against Bleed? Maybe Lair?
Yeah. Well, it's a two-parter because it depends. Have you got another map that maybe they aren't aware of that you've been workshopping on so that you could catch them by surprise, or is there a map that Bleed have as a weakness? So could be one or the other.
Let's have a look back at how these games have panned out. Of course, 2 quarterfinals have been played now, and funnily enough, they have pretty much gone the way that you would have expected. The 2 teams on the upper side of the ladder for both games, no cap, sitting 3rd overall, Fury sitting 4th. They win their games 2-0. Unfortunately, Dire Wolves, look, I feel as though, Dev, there are some positives for both of the teams that lost today. Dire Wolves maybe less so. Maybe it just clearly divides a line in the sand, but Rival definitely had their moments and hopeful for the future.
Yeah, I would agree. I think both of these teams are hopeful for the future. For me, it just hinges on for Dire Wolves finding some roster changes. I just want to see 1 or 2 roster changes to bring a little bit of life back into it. I think they're still adjusting to the changes that they made from last stage, and yeah, I think they just need to get another fragger in there and Harambe out. Love Harambe, but I think that's probably what needs to happen. And they can definitely come back and make a bit of a reprisal. As for Rival, I really like what I'm seeing out of this team. I think that they can continue to keep growing. I'm not saying that they're going to be beating Fury or making majors anytime soon, but they'll certainly be able to fight the top echelon in this region before too long, especially once they get some more experience in BO3s. But yeah, no cap and Fury taking the wins. Great day to be a fan of esports teams from Thailand.
Yeah, look, all I'm going to say, love the boys from Thailand, by the way. Both teams have always been, they've got a true place in my heart. But I genuinely, I'm just on the Rival coat for next year so much. I'd love to see them get a coach under their belt and bring in some like serious experience. I think that could really start to change that roster for the better. But let's have a look at the bracket, as we've only got 2 more games for the semi-final before we obviously get to the grand final. I don't worry about the 3rd and 5th place matches. Maybe I'm being a little bit rude there. Of course, we've still got Dire Wolves and Rival to play each other. I think that one might be done off stream though. Unless I am tripping. No, I am tripping. That will be done.
I think we're doing that one on stream.
Yeah, that will be done next Tuesday. I do absolutely forget.
You know what?
Oh, tell
Bro,
me
I'm
what.
excited for it. I'm excited for it because
Yeah?
it is a revenge chance for Rival. I think probably most of us on the cast would agree that today Rival played better in their match against Fury than Direwolves did against NoCap.
Agreed.
But, of course, in that matchup when these teams two played each other in the regular stage, Direwolves won. And I think Rival have an opportunity for revenge.
Yeah, well, you've always got to find the positive, James. And here's another positive. They'll win $6,000, USD that is, if they do end up beating them. Just one best of three, one measly little best of three. You can win 6K
Mate, that's
USD.
like $1 million in Southeast Asia.
What? Okay, hang on. Why are we sitting here in Australia right now doing this? I think 6,000 USD equates to like $1 in Australian terms right now. But let's not go into politics here. There's no Parker around. We're not going into it. I just want to talk to you, Jake, Xenox, and Diddy, about these semi-finals for a second. I want to level with you. All right, we're going into these. In the quarterfinals, the best seed won. So third and fourth seed wins. Now we go into what is probably going to be an Elevate and Bleed heavily favored game. Do you think that trend's just going to continue?
Look, it may. It's very difficult to, run that kind of gauntlet. We don't typically see teams from, so outside the top two kind of then go on and make that grand final. Historically, Bleed, Fury kind of dominate those positions. So it's going to take something special. But Fury have been there before. We know that they're usually a top two team. It just so happens they go up against Bleed. Ends up being a grudge match to some degree because there's that history when it comes to all these grand finals these two teams have played. But now in a semi-final, Elevate, NoCap, another grudge match when it's like, the old Elevate roster versus the new Elevate roster. So storylines, I think, on both of these best of threes, which is really going to set us up nicely. Yeah. And then the fifth place match, Rob, to go for the trifecta.
Yeah.
Is all Direwolves players on Rival versus, Direwolves. So we've got really the three matchups that there's so much storylining that, at the end of the day, I don't think we're going to have a bad game at all. When is it? Next week? I almost said tomorrow.
Next Tuesday,
next week?
I think it's next Tuesday.
Yeah, just double checking there. Next Tuesday for us, of course. Keep up to date with everything and make sure you come watch because it's going to be an absolute banging night of Siege.
This is why Jake Xenox and Diddy gets paid the big bucks. This is why,
But not play-by-play caster of the year award.
No.
We don't
Jake,
go that far.
Jake,
We don't go that far.
That's silly. You cannot possibly cast the greatest game there's ever been in Rainbow Six and be one of the best play-by-play casters.
There were two other people there, Rob. There were two other people there to carry. One of them got nominated. The other one didn't.
Yeah, the other one's Australian as well. So
sometimes casters get nominated, and other times they do not.
They do that. It has been said. It's been said that that's the way it goes. Do you have any final comments before we close out tonight's show?
No, just to echo what Jake said, like the three games that we have on Tuesday are actually all absolute bangers. All are like grudge matches with story. I personally, and funnily enough, most excited for NoCap versus Elevate because I think that NoCap have a real shot at winning that. And yeah, every time that we see those teams play each other, it goes three maps. And NoCap's been within one round of beating them in BO3s in the past. Fury's been within 2 rounds of beating Bleed the last two times they played each other in BO3s. So yeah, just give me the bloody games already.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a 9-mapper on Tuesday, so you may as well set up a tent and prepare for a very long night. It's going to be one of those. But thank you very much for joining us here for the opening for the playoffs for the Asia League. We'll be back next week with more action. So please, as always, take care, stay safe, and good night.
time.